All right, welcome back to the channel. I am going to be doing some watch streaming today. There were some videos I had saved that I thought I would, I don't know, basically just enjoy coming on here and playing and giving my insight about, or I don't know, just hanging out with y'all, really, whoever shows up and wants to be involved. Let's do it, huh? So let's see. So I found the last time I went live with this topic, I had shared a video by Kelly Ann Maddox, and I was kind of watching it, giving my thoughts about it. But I went to her channel out of curiosity, and it was really interesting to me that she has multiple videos about this topic. Like, it seems to be something that she regularly comments on and talks about. So I thought I would, I don't know, just share, play more, and, go over. Sorry for not being too articulate. I hope everybody had a good Mother's Day. Hey, Gregatron, good. God bless you. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Did I catch Daniel's interview? No. Did he do an interview? Where do you do an interview? I didn't hear about that or see it posted anywhere. Was he at the Zealotson? I missed it today. I had my book club earlier, so. Ancient faith. Oh, okay. Well, I'll definitely look for that. And good, by the way, good to see you, Badger Snake. Okay, so yeah, this one, man. So yeah, this one is why these witches converted to Christianity, and she put in the thumbnail ex-witches chatting nonsense. So I don't know. I felt like I need to see this. I need to see more. I need to do a deeper dive on this. Oh, Gregatron, thank you, hon. Oh, shout out to Gregatron giving a donation for the wedding. Thank you so much. That's much appreciated. Yeah, and thank you for all your well wishes too, and your support for Jamie and I as we are called to marriage. It's quite exciting, and the amount of just happiness people have shared with us has just been really heartwarming. So thank you, and thank you for the donation. The wedding. This is funny. Adriana, hi, shout out, says, is there witchcraft to make me lose weight while I eat hot Cheetos all day? There's probably spells for that, or like glamour magic. Is there witchcraft that fixes genetic? Witchcraft doesn't fix anything, really, to be honest. It just makes things worse. Hence the title, Witchcraft is Evil. If you've got problems, witchcraft, like if you've got physical or genetic problems, witchcraft isn't going to make that better. It's the kind of thing that corrupts you. What up, Hurricane Paro, Quad Balls? Good to see you guys. Okay, let me speed this up because she does long form videos, and I'm not one to talk about that. No criticism. I kind of think that's a good thing, but she does need to be sped up a bit because it is long. So, okay, let's go.
Ladies, babies, and mermen, welcome back to my channel. Are you ready for another dose of modern day satanic panic? I think I'm just about ready. It's been a few weeks since I did the last one. My nervous system has returned back down to normal, and I think it's time for us to look at some more Christian ex-witches and see what are they saying.
Fire and brimstone.
What are they saying about their time doing witchcraft? What are they saying now about us, about witches? What kind of crazy misinformation is floating around on the internet? Because, darlings, this is my right of reply. Okay, I'm sorry, but if people are going to be saying stuff about witchcraft, I'm going to have my right of reply. So let's get into it. First of all, as always, I want to do the content warning for anybody who has religious trauma. We are going to be going through some clips from TikTok under fair use. And these are the kinds of clips where there's going to be discussion about how witchcraft is demonic.
Religious trauma. Witchcraft is demonic.
And how witches are going to hell. If that is not your flavor, if you can't handle that right now, please click off, go and watch something else on my channel. There are lots of friendly, informative videos for you. Your safety is paramount, okay? And the other thing to remember is I am not criticizing or judging Christianity in general. I am only judging the particular clips I'm looking at today. And
now, how are you going to be a witch and concerned about like safety? How are you going to be like identifying as a full-on witch and be like needing a content warning and worried about having a safe space? Like, doesn't that strike you all as a bit weird? It strikes me as weird. But let's continue.
Responding to the words that are going to be said by these content creators. Okay, without further ado, grab a beverage, buckle up, because if God is truly my heavenly father, then I'm about to get on daddy's last nerve.
If you are participating in witchcraft or you consider yourself a witch, please watch this video. Hi, I'm Allison and I am an ex-witch. I'm sure a lot of you who follow me know that, but I feel like a lot of you who follow me also don't know that. I talk about it some on my page. I've just never really went into detail with my testimony, and that's kind of what I want to do today. First off, I want to start by saying if you are partaking in anything like this, like tarot cards, giving powers to crystals, astrology, chakras, anything like that, please, 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 I'm begging you, please stop. It is not good for you. You are not supposed to be partaking in these things. It will only lead you to destruction and chaos.
But the thing is, I'm legitimately here just vibing. I've literally been loving my life as a witch for 28 years now. So if the destruction and the chaos were going to make an appearance, I would assume they would have arrived by now. I'm still waiting on them, hun. So, you know, again, it kind of rings hollow. Perhaps this would be something that could be scary to witches that are way earlier in the game, you know, who have only just begun and might be open to the notion that, you know, it will only lead to destruction and chaos. But for me, and I'm having a pretty fucking fabulous time. This has always been a really joyful part of my life. You know, witchcraft has been the thing that has been the most consistently fucking joyful thing in my life. Anybody else? Hit me up down in the comments.
It's just interesting given her backstory, and I don't want to really get into it, but I know that she like, especially when she first got into this stuff, that she was really a destructive person. And like, you know, how do I put this? Like, you can have like worldly things and success in these kind of things. It's not as if that's impossible, but you can just look and see that something very important is missing here. And if you look at like the background images that she has, these are her own art, you know, there's just so many telltale signs that something's not right. Yeah, I don't know how to get into it. She's like, this is the most consistently joyful part of my life, but like, okay, that's interesting. I don't know. What up, Mick Yankee 84 and Crowbar the Skull? They give trigger warnings because they wish Christians would do the same. I mean, they go out of the way to look at witches' testimonies too.
Witchcraft has always been top banana, even when everything else was a bit shitty. You know, so I guess the evidence from my life does not like mesh with what is happening in this clip.
I've always dealt with mental health conditions, but I had never dealt with mental health conditions as bad as I did during the time that I was partaking in witchcraft. I was very suicidal. Don't know if I can really say the word on TikTok. I wanted to off myself every day. Every day I wished that I would just, because not being here anymore sounded way better than the hell that I was living in. During this time of me doing witchcraft, I had many encounters with demons. I dealt with very bad sleep paralysis. I constantly would see demons and other figures. I was literally scared to live in my own skin for the most part because I was constantly seeing things in the spiritual realm. But that's kind of what you sign yourself up for when you put yourself into contract with these things.
Okay, we always come across at least one person in these videos that mentions putting themselves into a contract with the spirits. They're very into the contracts, the spirits. They're very into the paperwork. I had no idea that the demons love paperwork so much. I love the corporate language that is used, you know, like you sign your rights, you sign the contract kind of thing. It makes me
okay, if anybody is practicing demonology where you're consciously getting into working with demons, they do make you sign contracts. Like, it's very meticulous thing. You get drawn up a serious contract that you have to abide by the letter, and if you don't, the demons will kick your ass. I mean, that's well known in magical circles if anyone is doing demonology. I mean, that's where you're like consciously conjuring demons and working with them for certain aims. Like, that's I mean, I've known witches who've done that, you know, who've like thought it was a good idea to go into the Goetia and find a demon to work with. You know, this was something I did for a witch that I had as a client years ago. She wanted me, because of the fact that I was a medium, to help her figure out what demons she wanted to work with. And I swear to God, like, after, I never felt so dirty as I did doing that reading. Like, ugh. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. He came on like last week when I went live. But yeah, he was here, and he's been going live at his channel. You can always go to Burning Bushes. He goes live pretty regularly.
All the paperwork they're doing in a boardroom, all the little demons with their little Prada suits on. It's so cute. In all seriousness, though, darlings, it is very common to hear ex-witches blame their mental health difficulties on witchcraft. That is literally one of the most...
I mean, and also, like, the other thing I want to say too is that, like, when you transgress the rules put in place by God, you know, which is one of those is not to practice witchcraft. When you go into the devil's territory, then you become a target. So yeah, the devils will, like, and demons will come for you. That's just part of it.
Common narratives that I see when I'm going through this kind of material. And I'm not saying that that might not be true for them. I'm not saying that, because I think all kinds of things can bring up all kinds of issues, right? Do I think it might be a really heavy-handed analysis, which is missing quite a lot of context, which is hammed up, you know, amplified for the purpose of making a really impressive testimony? Probably, yeah, probably. But the reality is, I've met so many witches who claim to have found their practice incredibly soothing for their mental health. And I've met so many witches, myself included, who credit witchcraft as one of the key reasons that they are here to tell the tale of their mental health woes. So stories kind of cancel out stories until you've only really...
I mean, this is the thing too, like, where she just said that witchcraft helped her get out of her mental health woes. She was already practicing witchcraft when she had mental health woes. And then this is similar to what happened with me, where I was facing, one of the reasons I delved so deeply into witchcraft was because I was facing a really extreme haunting situation in a house I lived in. And I was trying to figure out how to deal with it. So I felt like I had to equip myself with all this knowledge about how to do, like, spiritual, you know, cleansing and things like that. It just got me further entrenched into the occult. So, like, you know, I don't know. But the whole thing about mental health, I don't know. That's a whole other thing to get into. People throw that terminology around, I think, just a way bit too much.
Your story as being the legitimate story. When I'm listening to this person, it's clear that they feel that witchcraft dragged them low, that witchcraft was scary for them, that witchcraft took them into a mental health crisis. I feel like time and time again, it's taken me out of my mental health crisis. So if somebody's going to come at me with their story, if some Christian is going to come at me with their story,
I feel like time and time again, it's taken me out of a mental health crisis. Like, how are you having multiple mental health crises, but it's helping you? Like, if it's helped you, you wouldn't have mental health crisis anymore. Or is this just something that people accept as normal and natural? I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. Like, let me know your thoughts in the comments. I mean, that's part of why I love doing live. I like to hear other people's thoughts about what I'm thinking with that. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I should do this. What do you guys think? Is that too... I don't know how to make this like better size wise. Whatever. We'll do that for a bit.
Story, and they're going to say, listen, I was on the floor, I was so low, I was as low as it's possible to go, I was on a mental health ward, everything was going crazy for me, I lost my mind and Christ helped me. There's nothing that you can say to me on that, because I've been as low as it's possible to go to. I've made an attempt on my life. I've gone through all that shit. I've been on medications. I had early onset psychosis. And at no point would I have chosen to blame any of that stuff on the craft. The craft is what kept me going. The craft was my touchstone. The craft was my way back to myself. It was the key back into the house of my psyche. Her story is one story and my story is my story. I don't think it's even a good testimonial, because it really draws so much on a personal experience that I've had the absolute polar opposite of. I'm sure many of you have too. I would never ever say, and you will never catch me say, that witchcraft is not dangerous, that witchcraft is always safe for every person in every situation, that it has never led anybody to go into a mental health emergency or have some kind of meltdown or freak out. I would never say that. Witchcraft is potent. And I made a whole video on that about whether or not witchcraft is actually bad for your mental health. And I got very, very clear and very real about my thoughts on that. So I'm not sitting here saying, oh yeah, it's absolutely always safe. You know, everybody can play with witchcraft all the time, anytime, and go as far as they want with no cognitive consequences. I wouldn't say that. But what I would say is that it's kind of unfair. It's kind of unfair sometimes, I think, when these testimonials are so often filled with these descriptions of terrible mental health symptoms, and I was rock bottom and I couldn't get off the floor, and when I got rid of witchcraft, that's what helped. Because there are so many witches with the opposite story. There are just so many countless witches with the opposite story. We're just not out there preaching those stories.
Okay, yeah, this is a good point, Adriana. I don't know a damn person, and maybe this is just me. Maybe this is just me, but I never met somebody who practiced witchcraft that didn't have one hell of a story, you know, behind that. Like, that wasn't dealing with like some crazy stuff, some brokenness somewhere, some like real issues, myself included. Like, you don't get into that stuff with a healthy mindset. You just don't. And you know, and the people I know still in it, like, there's something. I just don't know what to say. That's just a good
in proselytizing. We're not interested in bringing them over to our beliefs and our cause. We're just not. You know, we are live and let live, and they are no freedom of religion and no freedom from our religion. Like, you know, so this is the thing. This is what we're up against, unfortunately.
Witchcraft literally sucks the life out of you. Look up like New Age to Christian and look at the before and after pictures. Look at what people who were doing witchcraft looked like while they were doing it, and then after Jesus. And it is crazy how different they look. Because witchcraft literally does. It literally makes you sick. It literally depletes you of just everything. I want to show you a picture of what I looked like when I was actively partaking in witchcraft.
Yeah.
Mind you, during this time, I was at the unhealthiest point in my life. The most unhealthiest. I was having so many health problems. I was puking all the time. I was constantly sick. I was constantly depressed. It honestly makes me sad to look at this. Look at this girl. Look how lost she was. Look at how dark my eyes were, like around it. Look at my skin. Like, I just looked so unhealthy. And I was. Here's another one. She just looked pitiful, so pitiful. And it makes me sad that I ever allowed myself to do this.
I don't know what kinds of memories and difficult feelings those photos are bringing up for that individual, because I don't know them. And I don't know the context in which those photos were taken. I think she looks very pretty and very sweet in those pictures, but it's totally her prerogative to make decisions about her journey and snapshots that illustrate the timeline of her journey. I will say that I have seen some before and after videos of people in their witchcraft days versus now as Christians. And all I really tend to notice is that they're dressed completely differently. They've gone out and got a whole new fucking wardrobe. Like, nothing that they wore in their witchy days is going to cut it anymore. They got rid of everything, and they've instead started to dress, you know, with no alternative fashion, with like, you know, summer dresses and wide brimmed hats or whatever it is, like lumberjack shirts. And
I mean, I don't know. That's not me, but okay. I don't need to, you know, completely. I mean, I don't dress like a lesbian anymore, I guess, maybe. But even then, like, I still had an alternative style that hasn't changed, you know. I think I wear more color now than I did then, but that was also maybe not down to fully witchcraft.
Like, you know, khaki pants, whatever it is, things that they wouldn't have worn before. There's definitely smiling a lot more, for sure, which I don't think is indicative of actual truth and actual happiness. I just feel that like different styles and different moods and different ways of being are more accepted in witchcraft circles. Let's not lie about it, guys. I think there is an unwritten rule in evangelical circles about scrubbing up, looking good, presenting in a certain way, gender binary in the clothing department, you know, all of that. So yeah, people are going to change how they look and how they present. People are going to be adopting and playing with a different kind of persona, and that is definitely something that I have seen. However, I do also notice that lots of the ex-witches who make Christian testimony videos used to be professional readers. They say that they used to be mediums, they used to be readers, they used to do loads of witchcraft for their work. So maybe it's possible that they also became a little bit more fresh-faced and a little bit more healthy looking once they took a step back from all of that, because they probably weren't very well boundary with it, and it is very hard work. And if they weren't doing it in a way that was conducive to their emotional and mental and physical well-being, then yes, maybe they do look a little bit more plucky and a little bit more put together now.
I bet if she stopped doing this stuff, she would like that way too. It's really interesting. Is she coming at me? I know. See Sal, oh my god. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't think my aesthetic, like, and the kind, I'm still an alternative looking woman, and I don't really care. If anybody thinks that that makes me less of a Christian, I think they're like not looking clearly. I maybe it's just that I live in a like very liberal place, so I know a lot of Christians with like tattoo sleeves and like alternative appearance. Like, it's not. I do think, though, there is something that happens when your heart begins to change and you become a different kind of a new person. You know, you do tend to be attracted to different things as well. So there is that, like, something that maybe before you felt like too dark, you know, to where you might feel more comfortable wearing. Like she mentioned, the flowy sun dresses, the summer dresses that the ex-witches wear. Hey, Jamie, you want to get in on this? Oh, okay. But, you know, like, I think maybe these women feel like lighter in their spirit, so they feel like they can wear those kind of clothing, you know, whereas before maybe they didn't feel like carefree or light enough to wear that because they were, you know, kind of more intense. I mean, that's the other thing about witches. They're intense people generally. Like, they tend to be very morbid and no, don't say simple Jack. Oh no, not Simple Jack. People were calling me Simple Jack because I used to have the bowl cut. Like, I'm trying to remember who exactly, but yeah, let's continue.
Because there's definitely such a thing as psychic burnout and magical burnout and spiritual burnout, and maybe they were experiencing those things.
If you are partaking in this, please stop. If you are a Christian, especially partaking in this, please stop. You cannot be a Christian. You cannot serve God and serve all these other things at the same time. No matter how much you think you can, you can't. I thought I could too.
I think I had a period of that too, where I was like kind of transitioning, as you were, like when I was starting to like get pulled back into faith, where I still had like some clients. Like, I wasn't putting it out there, but I had like regular clients that I was still like working for, and like I did start to feel differently about it. Like, it did start to become more, I don't know, the way I felt about it started to feel more heavy. It just didn't feel right. Like, my energy changed towards it. It wasn't just like one thing, you know. When I was in it, it was what I was used to. But like, as I began to change, like, it just stopped feeling right. And then there just reached a point where like it clicked, where I was like, I can't be doing this. And some of it was exhaustion. I'll say that. Like, I was tired of doing it. Maybe it does get old, you know. Slinging cards does get old for people. Like, in all honesty and fairness, it's not something people should be doing anyway. Like, I think another exhausting piece of it is that people are going to a reader for something more than just like what the reading's about. It's like an emotional need they're trying to get filled. It's not just like about the reading. So that's part of what makes it exhausting as well. I just, she's all like, well, have better boundaries as a reader. Like, I don't know, maybe that's because she still does readings. I don't know. Like, but it's just, they always victim blame, like they turn it around like you weren't doing it right, always. It's just standard. You just weren't doing it right. That's why it didn't work out for you, because you weren't doing it right.
And you just simply cannot. I am so blessed that God kind of took a hold of me and kind of was like, hey, like, you are not supposed to be doing this, because I promise you, the second that I decided that witchcraft was not for me anymore and I would not be partaking in this anymore, my life literally went from living in hell to sunshine and rainbows. It seemed like it just made like a switch so fast. Like, as soon as I stopped, things started happening good for me. I was able to quit my job that I absolutely hated and become a stay-at-home wife. I started going to a new doctor who actually listened to me about my infertility and, let me start doing fertility treatments. My mental health got so much better. God literally saved me. He did. And he can save you as well if you are partaking in this stuff. I promise. Just give God a chance. Throw away your tarot cards. Throw away your crystals, your astrology, your chakra, all that stuff. Throw it away. Give your life to Jesus and just watch how he will work in your life like he did mine.
No,
That's like pretty intense. I saw a reader once and she didn't get any good reads on me or say anything that impacted me. And she said, "What do you want from me? I'm just a spiritual whore." That was a crazy experience. But like what you're saying there, it is kind of like that. That's how it feels sometimes with readings. Cause like, yeah, sometimes I don't know what this is spiritual. Because it's like what they're trying to get is like what people are getting is like a piece of your spirit when you're doing these readings. Like that's kind of what it feels like they're after sometimes. Or like they want to have this transcendental spiritual experience. And like, if the reading doesn't wow them in the right way, like, as a reader, you leave feeling kind of like, I didn't do a good job. It's a no word. Well, maybe it's for the best. It's probably for the best that she couldn't.
I do love how she's glowing as she's talking about the wonderful uplifting improvements that have happened in her journey after becoming Christian. I'm not going to begrudge anybody that. That sounds amazing. And I'm really pleased that that is how her life has been materializing. I just think the only problem with things like this is that when people experience this feeling after conversion, they just swallow that minion elixir that convinces them to push other people towards the church. And I just will never understand why these people can't just like let themselves be happy and let that be done. Why do they have to be so fucking pushy afterwards? Like, if you're partaking in this, please stop and turn.
All this woman did was upload a video on her TikTok. Like, they're acting like they're being that. How is that an affront to you? You went out of your way to find this woman's TikTok. You went out of your way to find Christian ex-witches talking about their experiences, encouraging people not to do it. Like, for Christians, when we sin publicly, we feel a need to repent publicly. I think that's the big part of it. That is why they do it. They're not trying, they can't even stop anyone from practicing witchcraft, but maybe they could. Or maybe they could prevent somebody from getting involved, or maybe somebody who's kind of like going through something similar will see that and hear some truth in it and maybe get out of something they shouldn't be involved in. But like, if you're fully committed to what you're doing, I just don't see like why it matters to you either. Like, she's like, why can't they just let us be? Like, nobody's really doing anything to you. Like, you went out of your way to find this content. Like, you're just upset that the content's being made, that ex-witches are actually speaking out about like what happened to them and how bad it was. I don't get it.
to the Lord. It's like I'm partaking in it because it feels healthy and good and right for me. Like, what part of that can you not get over just because you've converted? It's actually terrifying. It's really brainwashy. I don't like it when people assume that everybody needs the church as much as they fucking did. Do you know what I mean? It's just so short-sighted. Spirituality is so personal. It's so personal. It's not like, oh yeah, you get tension headaches, I get tension headaches too. Try this particular medication. It's really good for me. No, spirituality is not that way. It is so individual. It's so complex. You can't just do that. We do not need to understand each other's spiritual choices. We just literally need to respect them. We need to accept them. That's it. Case closed. End of fucking discussion. And it's sad to watch Christians run themselves around in these
The reality, though, is like, and this is how you know these people aren't spiritual. Like, there's a spiritual battle going on between good and evil. That's it. And you're either on the side of good or you're on the side of evil. And if you're deceived, then you're being used for evil. You're being used for evil because you're deceived. And like, you know, saying that, I can just see it now, like witches listening to that in their mind, and they're like, no, you're the evil ones. Like, but that's what it does. This is what Satan does. He twists and he inverts reality for people. Like, I know spirituality is medicine. It's not like taking, yeah. And even the other thing is too, like, is the simple jack common with witches? Yeah, it can be. It can be.
Circles, making the same empty points over and over again that are not hitting where they need to hit, because the more they're making those points, the more respect people lose for them, the more people feel like they're not being listened to, they're not really being heard, they're literally just a number, they're literally just another foot soldier for God. And if they would only convert, then they could put this Christian out of their mental misery. And it's like, no, you're going to have to go and put yourself out of your mental misery. I'm sorry, I can't do that for you by accepting something that is never going to be the case for me.
Who is in mental misery? I mean, you're the one who went out of your way to find this stuff. Anyway, I need to stop.
If you're involved in witchcraft right now, or the New Age movement, and you're involved in spell work, crystal therapy, crystal healing, astral travel, lucid dreaming, Reiki, chakra healing, yoga, or anything like that, and you're always trying to manifest things into your life, and you're
My long distance lady seems to keep wanting to go down this tarot path, and I find it concerning to some degree. Not religious, but I believe in God. I wouldn't want to have it affecting us. I just threw out like every tarot deck that was in my house that I know about. There could be some hidden somewhere, and if I find them, they'll get thrown out. But like, I went through like my shelf of tarot decks and threw them out. It's not good to be involved in. Okay, this stuff sucks you in. It becomes a compulsion. It's very addictive. It's like, it's not something to get into. Like, you should be concerned. You should be concerned on multiple levels, and it invites energies and presence and spirits into your life that you don't want there. So I would be concerned. I would, the fact that she's long distance, I would say, just keep getting to know this person and observe them, because this is an indication that there's something wrong. God connecting to source. Oh, that's so cringe. Run from women that do any sort of witchcraft. Yeah, I concur. Female houses for death row demons.
you're praying to the universe instead of the creator. I just want you to know that emptiness inside you that you feel, that's not going to go away. I tried to fill that void my entire life, and the only thing that filled that void was Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's bold of you to assume that I have an emptiness inside. Bold of you to assume that emptiness is a given for witches that haven't yet turned to Christ. I don't remember ever having an emptiness inside, especially not relating to my spirituality in particular. That is not a characteristic of my spiritual journey that I really can say that I relate to that much. So already this is kind of fallen a bit flat, right? Because I don't have an emptiness inside. I'm good. I'm full. Thank you. Witchcraft keeps me full. I'm not saying I'm happy all the time and I have a perfect life and nothing ever goes wrong or whatever. And I'm not saying that I don't sometimes get this existential pit of dread when I think about all the shit that goes on in the world that I can't change and all of the painful things that have happened to me and that have happened to others. You know, but I should imagine I would have that regardless of what faith I was in. And I certainly would hope so, because any faith that would be trying to attract me, that would be telling me that I will lose that existential dread, I will lose that ability to feel the pain of that deep empathy, I wouldn't trust that spiritual path. I wouldn't want to go on that spiritual path. And this is the thing about witchcraft quite a lot of the time. The witches I know are very in touch with the world, and that's not easy. It can be difficult. It can be painful. And they are unapologetic feelers of all of their fucking feelings, right? So there's definitely that. Witches are usually realists, I find. We are conscious even when it pains us to be so. Witchcraft is a spirituality.
I mean, again, feelings aren't real. Your feelings, the feelings that you have, the dread that she describes, the way that the pain that you did, that's being described, that's just not encouraging people to lean into that and to continue in that is like a really bad idea. No, that's a witch. You're dealing with a witch, okay? She may not identify as a witch. She may not, you know, I know for real. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know. I've only seen a photo of Simple Jack. You know, you're asking me to describe it. I can't, okay? Is Gregatron leaving? I didn't see the comment. Shout out to Gregatron. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the super chat. Yeah, take care. Where was I? You know, the feelingness of it, like it's just, yeah, it's not good for you.
That takes you into the world with all of its pain and its confusion and its paradoxes and its fear. That's not an emptiness that needs to be filled. To me, that's a radical acceptance of the weight and the burden of human consciousness, and embracing that as part of the journey anyway, and saying yes to that regardless. This outlook makes me feel way more comfortable in witchhood and in witchy community. I feel so much more comfortable than in a paradigm where there is this idea that there is this being that can fill the emptiness, or that can, I don't know, like some panacea, a god that is some panacea that can make everything better. I find that to be unrealistic, and I find that to be actually the scarier thing. I'm not looking for that. So no, I'm not empty in my...
You're scared of being fulfilled. Oh, thank God you're married. You don't have to worry about that nonsense anymore. Yeah, she's not a witch. She just does witchcraft and attends witch meetings. Yeah. I know. Witch. Anyway, having a relationship with your creator and taking of the bread of life, you know, and having there's, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. There's nothing that really substitutes it for it that I've ever found in any sort of spiritual path or like education I tried to have, or like work I did, you know, when I really came down to it and just was in the present moment with the living God, you know, that was where, I don't know. And I didn't even know I had this pit. I didn't even know I had some like emptiness. Like I was unaware of it. You know, that's the other thing. Like I didn't feel an emptiness, I should say. So I don't know. I didn't feel an emptiness, and I wouldn't say like there was an emptiness that was filled. I just felt like, you know, I came to really be alive when before I'd been kind of dead, like Walking Dead, if that makes sense.
Current pathway, but things also are not perfect, but I don't need them to be perfect, and witchcraft is not set up as a framework that encourages that or encourages you to be silly enough to look for it.
Yay, yes, yes,
Cards.
get it, girl, throw out those tarot cards. Yes.
Oh, decisions were made. Decisions were made there, weren't they? I still hate watching people throw their cards in the bin. I've seen it quite a few times now in various different compilations over time, and I don't like to see it happen again. It really does make me cringe watching them do it because it feels so wrong and so wasteful. If nothing else, they make great art pieces, tarot cards, you know, you can repurpose them into postcards, or they could have been sold on. Although obviously I know the person that owned these cards did not want them getting into any other hands because they are the devil's business. And so into the bin you go, but doesn't make it any easier to watch, I have to say. Oh, there's a lot of that.
I mean, they're just cardboard. This is the thing, you know, about them. They have this psychological hold over people. Like at the end of the day, they're just paper and cardboard. They're like mass produced. You can find them anywhere. They're not hard to replace. They're not even that expensive. I mean, some of the decks can be, and if they're like, you know, super rare collectible, they could be, but like by and large, they're just paper. But you see, yeah, the way it affects her. And that's how, that was kind of like, that was kind of how I was feeling about getting rid of them for a while. Like, you know, even some of them, I was like, I still had this emotional attachment to them. Like, but yeah, like it's just interesting, isn't it? Because when you really think about it, it's just paper. It's just paper with pictures on it, but it's not. It has like this psychological hold over people. Yeah. It's really interesting.
That kind of thing on TikTok. There's a lot of people just like flinging their fucking crystals over a rainbow, chucking everything in the trash, burning it. Yeah, let's see if we can find another one of them because it won't be long before I hit one. Okay, so this clip I'm using right now has copyrighted music on it actually, so that's why I'm doing a little voiceover while you're watching this ex-witch burning all of her stuff. The track that she's using is from Bethel Music and it's called Lazarus. A lot of ex-witchy Christians use this track. It's actually amazing. If you get a chance and you like a bit of Christian music on the down low, okay, go and listen to it. It goes, the enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said you are mine. It's actually an amazing track, I will say. I mean, I don't agree with the premise whatsoever, but it's a beautiful track with a beautiful vocal. So yeah. Oh, blimey, that's quite the swag bag that she's got there to burn. That might take her a while, I think. You can see from the bottles of herbs and whatnot that she was going to be at that a while. I don't know why she needed to burn her Eckhart Tolle book, though. What the fuck did Eckhart Tolle do to you, honey? Okay. Eckhart Tolle is not a witch. Eckhart Tolle is just, for many, everyday common sense. Okay. I mean, aside from obviously me having always a slight panic when I see this, because I think of these things as tools and resources and they're special things and they're things that spark my interest. I'm not too cut up about these things burning. I've heard of people burning their journals before, their wedding dress and all that kind of thing. I mean, it's sort of new beginnings, but when other people burn their stuff because of new beginnings, they're not burning those things because they believe they're inherently demonic. So I think that's the part that really gets me. It's like they could be reused. They look really lovely. I'd like to read those books, and now you're burning them. And then on top of that, you're burning them for a reason that I just find to be completely not nonsensical, because if you want to believe in Satan, that's absolutely fine. But I just feel like, how can a deck of cards be so necessary to burn? Like, really? Is that where we are? Apparently that's
this is the thing about Satan too. He doesn't need you to believe in him to, you know, ruin your life. A lot of these people that practice witchcraft, they think the devil or Satan is just this mythical figure. They don't believe in him. You know, a lot of people who identify as Satanists, for example, too, like people who are into that stuff, they don't believe in Satan, or they say they worship themselves. But that's the thing. The devil doesn't need you to worship him or even believe in him to ruin your life. And for the Eckhart Tolle book, I mean, he's new age. A lot of people, you know, he's often a stepping stone that people take to get into new age stuff. So I don't know specifically what this woman's trajectory was. And it's been years since I've read or listened to anything by him, but like, I could see why somebody would want to like burn that. For me personally, I didn't want to burn anything, for one, because it would have been like really like, it just would have been much harder. And for me, just trashing it felt more right. It felt righter for me. Like, I don't know. If for this person personally, like, I don't know. She says she understands why people burn things that, you know, are filled with value, like let's say a wedding dress. You could have sold that. Why would somebody burn it? So she can understand that, but not burning a like book that somebody feels like was a negative influence on their life. Like, I just, weird. It's just like the inconsistency. And like, but it is interesting watching her and her reaction to this stuff. So
Where we are, guys. That is where we are.
Guys, I really need to talk to y'all about this. I got delivered last night from a demon I didn't even know that I had. If you were in the New Age or the occult and you practiced pantheism, which is basically exercising the belief that God and the universe were one, and you practice elemental worship or nature worship, there might be a chance that you have this demon. So last night, the demon spoke out of me when I was getting deliverance prayer, and it said that it was sun worship, the sun god. This demon was hiding in my soul so quietly because he knew that when I made the connection that I was going to cast him out. At first, I was so confused because I didn't struggle with like intrusive thoughts or like anything that I struggled with in the past that led me to get deliverance. And so after speaking about it to the minister, I made all the connections. Sometimes demons will not directly harm you, but they will become a part of your personality.
Whoa. Hold on a second. Hold on. Did she just refer to Ra, the immeasurably epic Egyptian god of the sun and the power of creation, as a fucking demon? She said he was hiding in her soul because he didn't want to be cast out. Is anyone else slightly offended here? I feel slightly offended, like reducing Ra down to anything less than pride.
I'm more like, I think this is not obviously Ra that the Egyptians worshipped. I think this is probably just a demon that's, you know, she probably picked up when she was somehow involved in like doing some sort of work with what she thought was Ra. So I don't think this is Ra necessarily. I know her demons are offended. And who's like offended? Like you have to have such an ego to be offended, you know?
Place amidst the gods is so fucking tone deaf. It's so like me saying that I met Jesus and he's a Midwestern car salesman or a vintage frying pan or something. It's like the cheek of commandeering a pagan god and fashioning him as your personal little demon that you had to get rid of. Like, you did not have to get rid of Ra, honey. You would be lucky to make his acquaintance. How very fucking dare you? Oh my gosh.
I had
I know she doesn't believe in Jehovah, but she believes that is offended on behalf of Ra. Yeah, we need a moment. The other thing too is this woman's experience. She personally had this experience where this entity or spirit, whatever you want to call it, revealed itself to her in that way. She didn't make this up. Like, this is something that, I mean, you know, maybe she made it up in the sense that, you know, her psychology made it up, but this is what was revealed to her. So that's what she like cast out. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. That's the thing when you have this And that's the other thing too with witchcraft. It's so messy. It is so messy. Like most witches are solo practitioners and they make up it as they go, and it's whatever they're interested in at the time. So yeah, pantheism is big. A lot of witches venerate or work with, gods of different pantheons. I did it. Like, I know. No, she made it up. I mean, you could say she made it up. No, I mean, I don't look. If you've done the silent prayer, I'm sure you've heard the voices that aren't yours in your head at times. Like you've come to see that your thoughts are not you. Like when I first did the silent prayer, man, I got attacked by the demons. Like they were loud. And I wasn't even doing it, and I was hearing them in ways I hadn't before, and they were like, I don't even know how to describe it exactly, but I remember laying in bed around the time that I first got introduced to it. And I'd gone to bed, and I had this thought in my head, and I realized it wasn't my thought, it didn't come from me. And then with that recognition, then I heard the cacophony of devils. It was just very illuminating. I haven't heard them like that since, but I know they were they talked to me after I was yo, that's not my thought. And they were like, we hate you, basically. I don't remember exactly what it was said, but it was something of that effect. We hate you, Yeah, exactly. They hate us. And they'll this girl with the thing on her head, and she looks she looks woo-woo, and she probably got a lot of work to do on herself, like we all do. But I totally believe her that she was doing deliverance. People were doing deliverance prayer on her because she was involved in the occult and she needs deliverance. And she heard a demon talking to her and telling her that it was Ra. Now, I don't know that it was, the sun god Ra. Maybe, but, it's more likely just a demon that came to her because she was doing that kind of work, or I mean, I don't know. What do we all think about the other pantheons and gods? I do believe that these entities exist to a certain degree. They're not, you don't put them before our God, but you understand that there's principalities and different gods of different places. Yeah, that's the devil working on you, Chase. Chase knows I need to get back to doing the silent prayer so that the demons can yell at me some more and I can cast them out.
Had so many of these sun god knickknacks and statues around my apartment. Anything with the sun and the face on it, that is representing Ra, the sun god. So know that if you're being drawn to these things, there might be a chance that you have it, or you're opening portals to invite him in.
Oh, okay. So the sun with the face is a portal to invite in demons. Okay, I better get rid of that. Oh, better get rid of that. Just ignore that. There's no portals here. There's no portals here.
I just want to encourage you to keep seeking deliverance. There is freedom in Jesus, and we have to be pure and holy for his return.
Yeah, but why do we have to be pure and holy for his return? What does that even actually mean? Because if it means that I have to hang out with someone who thinks that an ancient Egyptian god is merely a pesky little demon that needs to be shooed away like a rodent, then I'd really rather not be pure and holy. I actually have no wish.
What a nasty thing to say. That's so nasty. Just I don't know. It's so personal. I could be you don't seem very fun to hang out with either. What the hell? If it means I have to hang out with a loser like you, rude.
wish to be pure and holy. And pure is such an undesirable word whenever we talk about God, I think, because it's moralizing and it's abstract. It's something that you can strive for, but still completely convince yourself that you've fallen short of and you've never quite achieved. You know, purity of thought, for
that's
instance.
the other
Like,
thing.
what is that?
Like,
how is that achievable? You're supposed to never have an angry thought. You're supposed to never have a sexy thought. You're supposed to never have
this is the thing too about like a lot of these spiritual people. They act like they're so sweet and kind, and they'll be like I know she starts her videos like, "Hello, my darlings. Hello, Pop Tarts. Hello, like DDD." You know, like all that like sugary fake stuff, and then like the nastiness comes out as soon as she has to deal with somebody she doesn't like think is, I don't know, on her level or cool, or like you think she's stupid or something. Like the nastiness comes out, and it's like, no, I mean, I don't know. Like, again, I can't judge her too harshly for that. I'm sure it's like, but it's just, you know, it's weird. This lady only speaks Japanese, trying to understand ancient Latin. Well, I don't know. I still want her to. I know. I hope so. I hope so. I want every witch, you know, to be delivered from it, because it's hell. It's hell being in this stuff. It really is. Like, you don't even know it. You don't even know until you really kind of step out and like observe with some space, like the difference. I don't know. I'm thinking about that, like, New Age to New Heart channel, where I think they have like the women who like, they have like these 3 women who were occultists who've like, you know, turned to Christ. The youngest woman, Jack, like the photos of her when she was involved in the occult, like, yes, she dresses differently, but you see the difference in her face and her eyes and her skin. Like, she looked bad, you know, like, not that she wasn't a pretty woman, but she looked like evil. And this is the thing too about witches. I was noticing, because I was watching this interview with Madonna from the 80s, and it wasn't the best quality. And sometimes like the lower quality videos, you can kind of see people a bit better with them in a way. But there were numerous points when I was watching the video where like I saw this like witch face come out of her, like this very wicked witch face that it would like, she'd be, and like, you know, I don't know if that's what I was seeing because I have an eye to see it, or like, and maybe I do think that's probably part of it. Like, most people wouldn't pick up on it, but when you have an eye to see the wickedness, you pick it up better, you know, like. Anyway, I should continue. Am I wearing the same shirt? No. See, because her shirt goes over her hands kind of like this. It is a similar style. I don't begrudge Kelly's. I like Kelly's style, to be honest. I've always thought that this woman that I'm like watching and responding to, I've always thought she's got great style. Like, I will say that, like, no shade about that. She has really great style. She has a lot of talent, you know, and I do. My hope for her is that, like, I don't know. I just, you know, going to her channel and seeing she's done so many like of these types of videos, it really fascinated me, because I feel like there's something there. There's some kind of compulsion. And I hope that maybe, you know, I don't know. I hope maybe some truth is getting in there. I just, you know, I want people to be delivered from this stuff. Like, I do. Like, we weren't made for this. And when we reclaim our life back from it, and we're just so much more potent as human beings, you know. And I see in her, she has such vibrancy and potency as a woman, like, you know. She wasn't made for this. God had a plan for her that is much greater than this, you know. And if she is given her life back, I mean, just thinking about like what could be done with her talent, you know, with her style, with her, you know, with the way God made her, you know. But Satan perverts what God has made beautiful, you know. He takes what God has made beautiful and he wants to destroy it, you know.
Jealous thought, like what is that? I can't stand this thing of like we need to purify ourselves, and I can't also stand this thing about how we're not worthy of God's love and yet he loves us anyway. Like he just sounds like a shit dad. He's just a shit dad. Like he's a narcissistic dad, you know, one of those narcissistic dads that makes you, you know, strive with your every last cell in your body and every piece of sweat for just one little scrap of validation that you could lose at any point if you fuck up and do the wrong thing. Like it just,
what a bunch of nonsense. God literally has made the way for us to be totally like, God understands our nature. He understands that we're fallen. That's why he made a pathway for us out of it. That's why he's given us mercy. He's always been merciful. He's always like been there for anybody who would turn to him. He's never turned anyone away who sincerely turns to him. It's so weird. But like the anger, and she's calling him like a narcissistic dad. Like it's just like a lot of people who have issues with God do have issues with like fatherhood in general. Like, and I would say if you do have issues with your earthly father, which everybody probably does to a certain degree, like, you know, God is there. He is your eternal father. And this light is bugging me. I'm wondering if I should close the shades. It gets like this during the brighter seasons. So anyway, I have like hella lights on and it's still, no, don't bother. Thanks.
does not sound desirable to me. I don't want to keep myself pure and holy for his return. I'm not fucking interested in that. He sounds like someone I don't want to know that much.
As an ex-witch who has rededicated her life to Jesus, we're going to see a upward trend of testimonies and stories just like mine. More and more people are going to be leaving New Age spiritual practices, New Age spirituality, New Age witchcraft, all of that stuff. And they are going to be turning to Jesus. They're going to be turning to God. They're going to be turning to Christianity. It's going to be beautiful. But here's why. We see more than anybody how real all of this spiritual stuff is and how spiritual warfare is so real.
Okay, first of all, I don't mind if people leave the craft for Christianity. That's not something that like I sit awake at night and lament over. More power to them. It couldn't be me, frankly, but that's fine. Newsflash though, there will be many new witches too. There are going to be a shitload, a metric shit ton of new witches. Plenty of people who were either Christian or atheist before will come into their magical potency in the next few years for sure, for definite. Their deep instinct will tell them that their dormant interest in the craft is rising. It's coming up and they will need it.
What magical potency is she talking about? Like, what the hell does that even mean? I mean, this thing is, these people honestly think they have magical powers or something. Like, even when I was in this, I don't know, how did I see it? I felt highly superstitious most of the time. And I felt like I had some kind of secret knowledge that, you know, other people didn't have. So I felt kind of special in that way. But I don't know. I did feel like I could make things happen, you know, like manifestation and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's a lot of imagination. Yeah, that's right. It's just a lot of imagination. That's it. A thrill, all for the thrill of it. Yeah, I mean, I still kind of have superstitions, but like, I feel like when I was in that time, I was like looking for signs everywhere, you know, and just like, And they would come, and I did have a lot of experiences that were like, I don't know, but I don't feel like that's changed, I guess, since becoming a Christian, you know. I don't feel like I still feel like I have like these intense spiritual experiences. I still feel like I see things that other people maybe aren't aware of, you know? Like, I don't know. I would have like things crop up or like see things or like see people, or have things align in certain ways. When I was, you know, involved in witchcraft, I would see signs everywhere. I mean, like I still see that to this day. It's not like I don't, but the thing is, I don't think that I'm at the center of it, making it all happen, I guess. And I don't feel like, I don't know. I guess I'm just my orientation to them is different. And I feel like now I'm like, I know which side I'm on of the battle. So when I see like the spiritual warfare going down, like I'm aware that like when I come across what I'm coming across, whereas I think before I was maybe more attracted to the evil or something. This is interesting. Are witches horny or try to use magic to procure cess? Yeah, some of them do. Some of them do. Not all, but yeah, I mean, some are celibate. You know, a lot of them do believe in practicing celibacy as a form of like self, like, I don't know, it, you know, self potency, the way that some people do now, or some people like will, you know, transmute their sexual energy. Yeah, that's very common. That's a big part of why I never wanted to join any like orders, you know, because didn't want to hang out with a bunch of horny, weird dudes in robes and stuff. Like, no, thank you.
It to be able to survive the next few years. A lot of people are going to start doing magic that never ever thought that they would actually do magic. It might have been, you know, a private fantasy, something they thought about when nobody else was around. They never told anybody, but it's about to become reality for sure, because people break glass in case of emergency. And what is behind the magical glass? A fucking wand, an emergency wand. Okay. You know, so when that happens, I'm not going to feel like I won against the Christians. I don't frame it that way. Okay. Because we're not competing. I don't care if witches leave for Christianity, and more power to those people who
You hella do. You do care that witches leave for Christianity because you've made multiple videos about it. So like there has to be some level of care. How are you gonna say you don't care when when you like edited this video? Like, what? You care. Girl, you care.
weren't witches before, who come into the fold and who want to learn and who claim their witchhood, right? Stuff happens, things evolve, people move around, people move from spiritual paradigm to spiritual paradigm. It's not a competition. There's not going to be some massive Christian fucking army that's going to stamp out all the witches, and the witches are just going to run away and cower in the woods, and there's only going to be like 5 of us left. What we have going on over here is dynamic and ferocious and saucy and exciting and fun. And there is a lot of power to it. Yes, there is a lot of seriousness to it, but there is a lot of style to it. Okay, it's fucking sexy over here in the occult world. We have a lot going on. There's so many bloody layers. There's so many exciting books. There's so many glorious concepts. Okay, we're not going to run out of witches anytime soon. If you feel like some witches are going to make their way over to Christianity, that's absolutely fine. Have at it, darling. Enjoy that feeling, but don't think we're in competition with each other, because we're not. Witches don't keep score. Okay, only you lot do that.
And we come to the realization that the only thing that is going to come out on top in spiritual warfare is Jesus. No amount of crystals, sage, candles, magic, astrology is going to cover you and protect you like the blood of Jesus can.
Now, I don't know if she's got to do anything in particular to top up the blood of Jesus that she's constantly got for herself, but honestly, yeah, they're welcome to it. They are welcome to the blood of Jesus. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay with my particular ways of cleansing and protecting, darling. I'm assuming that the spiritual warfare that she's referring to is a war against us. as the agents of Satan in her eyes, obviously. And I think the phrase extends to basically anything that's happening culturally or politically that isn't in keeping with evangelical values as well. Like, I'm pretty sure I've heard the term spiritual warfare come up when people are talking about like governmental decisions that wouldn't favor evangelical morals. But essentially, I think she means spiritual warfare against Satan.
Like mentions the evangelical like movement as if that's, I don't know if she's like what exactly she means by that. Like, how is she like? Because when I think of an evangelical, I think of a particular type of church, I guess, and movement. But I think people see I don't know if she's using it to refer to like any Christian that's like talking about Christianity publicly, which is kind of the vibe I'm getting. I don't know. Like, everything is a spiritual battle though. Like, she's talking about like government. Yeah. We're at a spiritual battle on all fronts. Every day is a spiritual battle between good and evil. Like, every decision, everything we do, like every moment, we have the ability to choose between good and evil, you know, and to stand up for good or evil. I don't know, like that's just it. Anyway.
And witches are apparently, of course, in league with Satan. This is a one-way fight. You know, we're not engaging in spiritual warfare against religion. You're fanning those flames of bullshit all on your own. And I hope you're having a gripping time, you know, doing so, because there's no spiritual warfare to be had if there aren't two sides. I'm not up for spiritual warfare. I'm certainly up to fight for some of the rights that theocracy is trying to take away from people, that Christo-fascism is trying to take away from people. But in terms of like your beliefs, your churches, you doing your thing, I mean, have at it. There's no spiritual warfare here. It's like a very thinly veiled way of saying that they want to take things back to a certain time in Salem.
Nobody has lived under Christo-fascism that complains about it. Like, what even is that they're even talking about?
I really think that's honestly, when we pull back all of the masks, that's where some of these motherfuckers want this shit to get to. And that really frightens me.
Let's talk about all the things that actually happen in the spirit on Halloween that you are not going to see in the natural realm. As someone who was a second-generation white witch for over a decade, you can trust what I have to say. Okay. Understand first that this is the season of the witches is one of the most important things that you can realize. The witches, the warlocks, the Satanists, the occultists, the New Agers, they all know that this season of the year is extremely spiritually charged, and you will therefore see the repercussions of that in the natural. Anyone that partakes in this season in a spiritual manner of this such will tell you point blank period to your face that on the night of Halloween, the spiritual veil is at its thinnest, and they will spend half the year to the entire year preparing for this one night. The thing that makes me sad about that is to realize that the devil spends 364 days a year preparing strategically in the spirit for one single day to come against Christians, and what we see Christians doing is partaking in that day along with them instead of spending 364 days defending strategy against the devil. Makes you think, who is more dedicated to mission here?
I mean, she's definitely right in.
I don't worry about like, I'm not anti-Halloween per se as a Christian. So when people say that kind of stuff, I get kind of like, I don't agree. I do agree that the veil is thin at that time of year, but you know, we just had May Day, Beltane, in the witches calendar. And that holiday is also one of the thinnest times of the year. It's when the veil is the thinnest. So October 31st and May 1st are the 2 points in the calendar that are like where the veil is supposedly thinnest. So we'll say that. That doesn't, you know, the fact that like the devil is active at that time, I think is all the more reason why Christians should be as well. Like, we, as much as the devil is out there, you know, being evil, we should be good. I don't know. That's just how I see it. You're going to be Fauci for Halloween. Yeah. I mean, there's something, there is, I don't know, there's a heart to Halloween that, I don't know, as a holiday, I think that can be reclaimed. Not to mention all the like, I don't know, I do remember going to like, what were they called? Harvest celebrations at churches. Instead of like Halloween, you know, you would dress up and go to these events and celebrate fall. I think it's a time to celebrate, you know. I think there's something to celebrating the seasons. You know, God made the seasons. He made everything, and every point of the year is special. Like, so I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point, Jamie. I don't know. I'm not so big on it anymore. Oh, yo, banana, walnut, chocolate chip bread. Yum. Dang.
Saying that Samhain is the season of the witch, but she's lumped a lot of people into the same Samhain basket there. New Agers are distinct from witches, although they are very often conflated by Christian ex-witches, I've noticed. I don't really see New Agers as being actually all that interested in Samhain. Satanists on the whole, aren't they more kind of like Halloween people? I don't know. This person clearly doesn't draw any line of distinction between Halloween and Samhain, though. I think that's the main problem. So already there's such a gap in their understanding here. Halloween is like the dressing up and having fun and watching scary movies, right? Culturally, that's what we know that to be. Samhain is the ancient Gaelic ritual and marking of a turning point on the wheel of the year. So they are very different. They're different. They're married. They're cousins. They're adjacent to each other, but they're not the same. And I would argue that witches do not spend at least half of the year or more prepping for Samhain. That is not the case, because there are other points on the wheel of the year that we celebrate and that we prep for and that we are invested in. So yeah, no, I don't think we do consider ourselves to be preparing to go into warfare alongside the devil during the time of Samhain either. So there's no need to worry there, love. Don't get ready for warfare towards the time of Samhain, because we're not. It's okay, it's fine. Do you know one thing that drives me absolutely barmy, right, is like, okay, the thinning of the veil, yes, we consider it to be a positive and profound thing that is in no way connected to the Christian devil. It literally won't affect you guys. Stop it. It's not about you. Samhain is categorically not about Christians. This whole idea of like, this is their main time of spiritual warfare, and we've got to make sure we're up to scratch with what they're doing, because they are planned months in advance for this, months in advance, and they want to fuck with us Christians. And it's like, I really don't know how to say this to you, but why are you so obsessed with us? Why do you think you're the main character in our story? It's just so wild. It's like, motherfuckers, you don't even enter our heads during Samhain. You don't. I'm sorry. You don't. I'm sorry if this pains you. But, categorically, we're just not thinking of you that much at that time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Where you go and find these costumes that you can dress your kids up with, you can dress yourselves up with. These aisles have been hexed. They have been cursed. There have been rituals and even sacrifices placed over these costumes, so that when you put them on your children and when you put them on yourselves, you are unknowingly coming into a spiritually binding contract, opening a door literally in the spirit to change and alter your identity, even just for one night. You guys are going to think I'm crazy, but if I haven't already lost you, you're in for the long run. Put your daughter in a mermaid costume and wonder why 6 months from now she's having nightmares, sleep paralysis, and she's being monitored by a marine spirit.
What's she doing? She's fucking sniffing these pens at night.
Oh my God. Okay, own up right now, witches. Own up. Which ones of you are wandering around Target and Walmart putting rituals and sacrifices on the Halloween outfits? Come on. Who's doing it? Let me know down in the comments if you are guilty as fuck. I had no idea that was happening. Nobody invited me. To be honest with you, I had no idea that any of us had time for that shit. We don't have time for that shit. We don't. None of us are fucking doing that.
I know, she is kind of fun.
Into Target, we're popping in for some black candles and some skeleton decor, and we are leaving. We do not want to harm your fucking children. Like, wow, the persecution complex and the incredible fantasy of what a witch is and what a witch does, that allows the evangelical Christian mindset to go into victim mode is just so scary. Like, they don't want to understand about us, because if they did really understand about us, they would have to let go of this incredibly elaborate cinematic narrative they've got built up in their heads that we are cursing their children's Halloween costumes and like fucking.
Yeah, I don't believe the average woman or man that's involved in practicing witchcraft is doing that. I do think that maybe there are some people that do. I do think there are people involved in witchcraft and the occult that are very aware of the fact that they are, doing certain things that are evil. And maybe they don't see it as evil because they've been so twisted in their minds that they believe that good is evil and evil is good. All right. You think so? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of gone out of fashion too. It doesn't seem like people really do it. I enjoyed doing it as a kid. I loved dressing up and going and trick or treating, you know, like my dad would take me when I was real little. And then when I got older, going with like a group of friends to do it. It was fun. I don't know. But I also, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be what it was. And we don't live in the high trust society I grew up in, you know, anymore. So I have mixed feelings about it. And I don't think, I'm wondering England, I think in England it's not the same, like the trick or treating and Halloween isn't as big a deal as it is in America. Yeah, that's kind of how I see it too. I like dressing up. I like having an excuse to dress up, like in a funny costume. But that's about it. Well, anyway.
Strategizing for months on end to like fuck with them energetically. No, nothing of the sort. But you
Sure
don't want to hear
was.
that. You
Sure
evangelical
was.
Christian batshit peeps don't want to hear that. You want to think that this is true. You get off on it, and I don't understand why.
That candy is not any different. The candy that's often found in the same aisles as these costumes has had just as many spells, hexes, and curses put over them, except for these are to wish death upon your family, to wish sickness, illness, disease, long-term CANCER upon you and your family. It is to destroy the temple of the Holy Spirit, specifically and
Whoa, are you
strategically.
serious?
If you think that these things don't actually happen, my friend, I hope you can continue living in naivety and not ever face the reality of these things, but trust me, they're true.
Oh my god, this is such paranoid fear-mongering. The idea that witches curse Halloween candy in the name of the devil in order to make your children sick is just absolutely fucking delulu. It's delulu. I don't know what to say. It just gets more and more absurd every time we look at this shit.
All of these demonic decorations that we cover our houses with from top to bottom, our porches, our entryways, our bedrooms. You guys understand the significance of these things. This is where you enter your home. This is where you lay your head down and sleep. These are intimate places that you are covering with demonic altars and inviting and allowing unknowingly demonic unclean spirits to come in and infiltrate your home and giving them a literal welcome sign to doing so.
Yeah, I might have known this was going to come up. All the demonic decorations, you know, a literal welcome sign for the demonic shit to come in. If your Christian God knows your heart
right.
and knows that you love him and knows what kind of person you are, knows you're a believer, why would anything bad happen to you just because you have some plastic decorations of bats and skeletons?
You know, and that's the other thing too. You're giving way too much power to, like, when you get paranoid like that. My idea of it is like when you start being worried about like witches hexing the candy in the candy aisle that is given out as trick or treats. Oh, I think you're kind of giving more credence and power to their spells than like is warranted. No weapon formed against the righteous can prosper. Like, really? I don't know. Like, that's just how I see it. I'm like, and, you know, in a certain degree, like, don't take it seriously. Like, their magic, their spells aren't as powerful as God. Like, they're just not.
In your home to celebrate a fun cultural holiday. Where has that come from? The decorations, they're just bits of stuff. They just give aesthetic flavor. They mean nothing about what you believe. They don't mean anything unless you want them to mean something. They literally just can be Halloween decorations, pure and simple. If you don't like them, if they give you the heebie-jeebies, then yeah, sure, don't put them up, get rid of them. But this idea that they literally are a welcome sign for terrible demonic things to happen to you, I just can't grasp. And once again, I am really astounded at the ease with which the demonic door opens for these people. Is the demonic door okay? Because I feel like it's been
I didn't burn the stuff because, one, I thought it would be like a lot more effort than it was worth, and I'd rather just send it to like the dump than deal with that. I don't have a fireplace or pit handy. Okay. I do have a trash chute handy. So for me, it's just like getting rid of it is fine. What are you talking about? Like, How am I repeating what she said? I said that their magic has no power to curse Candy. They don't have any powers. It's delusion. Satan might give them gifts in order to purchase their souls, but they don't have magical powers, guys. Okay? They don't have magical powers. Poor Belief Tournament, come on, guys. Like, they're just, it's just paper. It's just paper and cardboard that has been disposed of. All right? If people want to burn it, I understand why. And if that makes them feel better, but like, to me, it's just trash. It's just trash. Yeah, but I mean, like, Satan will give these people gifts, but they don't have supernatural magical powers. He might do things to them. Okay, like, I don't know. Like, anything that they seem to do or appear, that's just being done by demons and devils to them or for them. Okay? And if you're righteous, no weapon forged against you can prosper. You have the power to send these demons out, to cast them out and cast them away. Like, don't fear them. Like, fearing them gives them power. Take away the fear. We have no reason to fear these people. They're weak in reality. They're very weak and they will crumble.
Up and like it's swinging off of its fucking hinges right now. I really do. Anything can push that demonic door. Anything. A little plastic skull from Walmart and the devil's in. He's in your front fucking room. What are you going to do about it?
Carving pumpkins and putting demonic faces on your porch step as if it's not also an altar to the demonic. Sounds crazy until you realize that the origin of this practice came from people being aware of the spiritual veil being thin, aware of the heightened spirituality around this season, and aware of the real demonic spirits behind it. And so they would carve scary faces into pumpkins and paint their abode with them so that it would ward off these evil spirits, and completely unknowingly inviting them in by doing so. Practice literally came from a truthful spiritual awareness. And whereas they had false gods and they were practicing these things in a way that was completely ineffective, they knew.
Actually, it was turnips that were originally carved, not pumpkins. And yes, the tradition was kept alive by people who understood the very deep ritual significance of it. And what's really so funny is that this person says that the people that were practicing these things were not worshipping real gods, and what they were doing was completely ineffective. So why does she care whether they keep doing it or not? This is a classic case of them not wanting us to have freedom of religion and not wanting us to have freedom from their religion. Like, even though they're saying the gods are false, the practices are ineffective, there's nothing to it, it's a load of old codswallop, well, let us carve fucking pumpkins then. Let us carve the pumpkins. It's either desperately demonic or it's not. You're going to have to make up your mind.
I mean, I don't know.
Walk around your neighborhood
is talking to other Christians. She's not talking to witches anyway. She's trying to tell other Christians that they shouldn't do these things. And she's giving reasons why she feels that way. She's not even trying to say it to a witch. She's like, you know, this video was not to a witch audience. It was she put it out for Christians. So I don't know what the hell she's talking about there.
Your home, you should start, because witches, warlocks, they walk around your neighborhood. They're prepared. They're strategizing. They are walking around the perimeter of your neighborhood to take spiritual territory in preparation for that night. They cast spells. They do rituals. Their covens get together to form more power in a territorial area. And for the most part, completely unbeknownst to you.
I don't know if I should feel slightly...
Oh, that is true. Some do.
Some of these Christians out there are absolutely so convinced that we are that bloody organized and we are that invested in the downfall of what you could call our natural psycho-spiritual opposite. I don't know. Witches are just nowhere near this obsessed with Christians. We don't consider you important enough to be strategizing energetic takeovers of your neighborhoods on Samhain. Samhain is such a fucking hectic time of year on a witch's calendar. Winning Christian territory to the devil sounds like something I do not need to be doing on Samhain. Don't make me piss my fucking time up the wall, please. I don't even know how we would strategize to do that, but I'm not interested. Not even my Virgo moon is interested in doing that. Where are people getting this from? This is just absolutely absurd. I'm really getting a
Well, the
sense
thing
from
is,
some of
like,
this that
maybe it's absurd
Christians
to
just
her. Maybe it's absurd to this woman because she wouldn't do something like that. But there are people involved in like the occult. There are people involved in certain covens that are totally morally bereft, and they willingly, purposely either worship the devil or Lucifer, and they, believe that he's some kind of liberator, and they're wanting to be on his side, so they do these things, to take territory. Or there's also people with they've just been completely inverted to where they believe good is evil and evil is good, so they are involved in this kind of stuff. So yeah, there are people in the occult and who are witches and warlocks who are totally evil, who do these things, who try to gain power in like neighborhoods, they in communities, in towns and cities. Like they meet, they have covens, they do rituals to heighten their control of the area. Like, it's real. And maybe it's not your average, kitschy witch like this chick. I don't think this woman does anything like that. I wouldn't think it of the average like solo practitioner. But those people also usually keep their stuff under wraps. Like those people are usually not out and about with their witchcraft. They keep it kind of private, or they keep it kind of hushed, the level of what they're doing. People who are involved in that kind of stuff tend to be like secretive for a reason, because if it got out, it would look bad because it is bad. Oh, okay, yeah, I will open up the panel. Yeah, I was a witch at the time of that, and I didn't dislike Trump. I wasn't like 2016. I wasn't like a big fan. I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote that year, period, because of moving and stuff. So I didn't even like, it didn't even come into my mind to even care. I did think the backlash against Trump was insane, and I did think that he was going to win. So, but I mean, at the time I was still kind of liberal. But when I saw all these women witches casting spells against him, I consciously was like, I'm not doing it. Like something about it. Like for me to even cast a spell as a witch at the time, like I didn't do it regularly. Like it wasn't something that I did as a regular part of my practice. Like I would do divination daily. I would do like, ritual magic, but to actually sit around, like gather ingredients and do a spell, that was like not something I did regularly. But there was something for me, and also just I think as a solo practitioner, I felt very much like uncomfortable with mixing my energy and my magic in with all these people, because it felt like it was too out of control, and I felt like it was going to backfire. Like I just had this intuition, like this is wrong, it's going to backfire. You don't want to like mix your magic in this way. It just felt wrong. And sure enough, it was. And I feel like it's only made him stronger, honestly. I think that level of backlash made him stronger. Hi, shout out to Matthew, who said this is a very fun and interesting stream. Thank you. I really was. Thank God. I cannot imagine like sitting down and doing that. Like for me, I was like, hell no. Immediately, like all these people doing a mass hex, no. Especially something like a hex, like that's baneful magic, you don't practice baneful magic, like from my perspective anyway. Not that I never practiced, not that I never did anything baneful, because I did. And I repent of it completely. It was evil, but I knew that to do something in that spirit was wicked. And to do something in that spirit en masse would only backfire against me. Like there was no way I could justify, like, this person needs to be hexed, you know? Like the level of it, just what I understood about reality and the way that magic works, or what I thought I understood about it. Like I was just, I don't know. It just, I'm so glad that I had that level of like awareness anyway. Huh? Oh, well, no, I'm not done. I'm going to open it up, but not yet. Jamie's watching in the background. He might come on with me. We'll see. You will? Cool. Okay,
Really need
cool.
to be the main character in our story. They really need to feel like we are genuinely like coming the fuck after them. Like we are gaggled together in covens of an evening in wood groves, just talking about how we are going to dead all of the
Just to answer this question, yeah, that's pretty much it. Nerds and gays, pretty much.
Christians. It's just, where are you getting this from? Like you're putting yourself in a movie, and it's not even a good movie, honestly.
Thankfully, since coming out of witchcraft and giving my life fully to Jesus, living on fire for him and following his word, being a doer and not a hearer only, he has exposed to me the truth around this holiday, the truth of the practices that I was involved in, and the truth of the things that I was lied to and deceived with as tactics and tools for the enemy to use me as I followed him naively.
Oh, okay. So God has helped you to see that witches gathering for Samhain is actually evil. But has he helped you to see the evil in the embezzlement and the spousal abuse and the predation and the shady influential leaders in your own churches that take advantage of their congregations? Has he helped you to see that that is evil? I would have thought those things.
Yeah, I think most people can tell that's evil. And if you think that spiritual warfare isn't happening within the church, you're very deluded. I mean, that's all the more reason to be in the church, and why I urge Christians to be in the church, to join a church, to go to a church regularly, to be involved in the body of Christ in that way, because spiritual warfare is happening there as well. And God needs you. You know, you need to be there to be a light in the darkness. You need to be there to help people keep faith when someone, you know, when people stumble and fall, or people are corrupted, or people like, you know, yeah. I mean, she acts as though like, and a lot of these people do too, they think that Christians are just like deluded about reality. And especially like if you're an ex-witch. For me, I was a Christian as a child. I got sucked into witchcraft, and then I came back to my faith. So like I did, you know, have a knowledge of the fact that there was corruption in the church. You know, I was fully aware that those things go on. You know, I'm not, you know, I'm not blind to that fact, but I can't do anything about that outside the church. I have to be in the body of Christ, you know, to actually fight for its health. But yeah, exactly. No, you can't escape it. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you at. There you are.
Things would be more problematic, but they never seem to be the things that God wants to show you. There's actually so many things going on in the world that you very often, you lot, as a general rule, don't seem to want to talk about or care about, that I would have thought God would turn your attention to first. But no, witches gathering at Samhain, that's the download you got from the divine.
Tell your kids the truth. Tell them the truth. They might be young, they can handle the truth. It says, come to me like a child. Those who do not come to me like a child cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. Have childlike faith. How many times does the Bible have to say that children can accept the truth for us to actually believe it and practice it? I will come out with a video next after this that talks about how you can tell your children and what you can do with them instead. But some quick tangibles here is, number one, dress them in the armor of God. I mean, you can literally go on Amazon and find full sets of the armor of God for them to put on that night.
The funny thing, just to point out, Golden Rule TV said he liked that she wasn't wearing any makeup, but I can see the video clearer than maybe he can from it, and she's definitely wearing makeup. So just because a woman looks like the makeup looks more natural doesn't mean it's not on there. She's wearing blush, she's wearing foundation, she's wearing mascara. So I get really just an aside. I just wanted to she's wearing makeup. I like guys like they just can't see it because it's like not colorful or something, but she's wearing makeup. These hoes be lying, okay? At least if you can see the makeup, you know she's wearing it, right? A lot of these women wear makeup and you can't see it. Yeah, I like a little natural looking makeup too. I don't know. I have a face that can hold makeup though too. Like I love the wing eyeliner. I love the colors. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But more importantly, she's retarded. She also has a nostril piercing, for God's sakes. I'm not judging her. Like I've had my nostril pierced, so no judgment there. But I'm just saying, she wear makeup.
And educate them on why we put them on, especially on this night. Educate them on what each piece of armor means. Educate them. Don't let your children perish for a lack of knowledge.
I mean, yeah, I like that Bible verse, don't let your children perish for lack of knowledge. Like, that's a really beautiful part of the Bible. Yeah, there's lots of very great parts in the Bible. But the way that it's been interpreted, like, this woman is going to explain to her young children that they cannot join their friends out trick-or-treating because the candy is cursed. The costumes are demonic, of course, and witches are patrolling their neighborhoods in the name of Satan. That's the truth you want to tell your children. Okay. And then they will be told that they need to wear anti-witchcraft armor, which you're probably going to buy from the exact same place where there's all of the Halloween costumes, which have apparently been cursed by witches. So that's not going to work out well. So
she said put your children in the full armor of God. It's not like it's not something you buy. That's so funny. She hasn't heard about the full armor of God. Jamie's here. Yay. We'll get it. We're almost done with her. Or I guess they can
put the plastic breastplate on, right? Then that's a reasonable line of defense, is it, against our demonic powers? I highly think not.
The only thing you have to be afraid of is me.
This sounds like a spicy recipe for religious trauma for a child that goes through this. I'll honestly be real with you. It sounds like the kids will either be very confused by the fact that you're telling them all of these truths about witches and poisoned candy and all of that kind of thing. They'll be confused and upset, or they're going to end up being great candidates for like a decade's worth of therapy later on in their adulthood. Like, honestly, don't tell your children things like this. Why would you fill their head with things like this? Just because the Bible says don't let.
I mean, if I have children, I'm definitely going to try to make them aware that they're under spiritual battle in life, and that they have to choose the right way or they'll fall into hell. Like, I don't know, that's your job as a parent, like, to make sure your children know the difference between good and evil. Yeah, I know, but I don't know. Children survived without trick-or-treating since the dawn of time. Yeah, I don't know. Like, but did your parents buy you candy from the aisle with all the Halloween stuff? Because if they bought the candy down that aisle, it probably got hexed by witches. So you might need some deliverance prayer. We'll do some prayer after this, some deliverance prayer. That'll be fun.
Let your children perish for lack of knowledge does not mean that you get to tell your kids any old fucking religiously steeped, paranoia induced, insecurity wrapped, slightly fucking unhinged thing you want to tell them. It's not fair. This is honestly not fair. This is really religious trauma coded, this one. All right, my darlings, that's enough for one day. I think that we've had our little sojourn into the world of Christian ex-witches and frankly admired the increasing amount of confidence with which they peddle constant misinformation about us. How wondrous. If you would like to work
What?
No, don't go work with her, guys. She's a witch.
Oh, my Pop Tarts, my dog.
I know my Pop Tarts, my darlings, and then yeah, turn around and be nasty.
Christians.
Hey, Stefan asked if you're working anymore. I mean, it's Sunday. You'll be working tomorrow, won't you?
I gotta work at 7.
Oh, 7
I
a.m.
gotta be at the job at 7.
Oh,
He just
dang.
texted me.
So I posted the link. Cecil said she had a story to tell us, so we'll see. I know Jessica Lang, she was in that American Horror Story, the Coven one about the group of witches in New Orleans.
Oh,
I loved that when I was a witch. I was like, oh, this is so cool.
sounds interesting.
It was an interesting one. There was a point when they go into hell. They have to go into hell and they have to perform the 7 wonders. And one of them is they have to go into hell and come back. And the one that gets trapped is the one that's like the most airy fairy like witch, which I thought was really interesting. She was too pure, like something about her. She just couldn't get out of the hell because she didn't have it in her like to fight, I guess.
Oh.
Hey, Seesaw.
Hey, hola guys.
Hi. Did you get
Hey.
a coffee?
Yeah.
Nice.
How are you? How are you guys? How was your day been?
Good.
Yeah. I had my
Um,
book club and we went to church together. That was nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
And there was a
nice.
Mother's Day like thing at church, which was really nice. They gave all the women flowers and
Oh,
we had cake and it was really good cake and macarons.
So good.
You had like a pistachio one and I had one that was filled with marzipan. It's so good.
oh wow. My
It was
God,
the
that sounds
best. I
delicious.
honestly, it was the best cookie ever.
Dang.
It was
I should, let's see, get this over. Maybe. Is that better? Yeah.
So what's your testimony, Seesaw? So I'm
It-
curious.
it's not really a testimony. It's just there was this pastor. He used to be um in an insane asylum. He had schizophrenia, the whole 9 yards, and um he God reached him. Part of his testimony is God reached him inside the insane asylum and showed him. It was wild, but out of nowhere, God appeared to him, and he's a prophet, and he's very powerful, amazing preacher, amazing pastor. He has a church in Mexico, where my family's from, and he told us last year, because we sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes we send some money to support. He has a ministry. He goes to visit jails and drug what are they called, like drug
Treatment centers.
rehabs. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So we're still in contact with him, and he told us that he was like asking for prayer, because he said, I'm having this really terrible battle. He said that he had a horrible like sinus infection, sinus pressure that would not go away. And it started after he says that the warlock in charge of the neighborhood for where he was living in um would walk down the street cursing, so he could hear him. So at night he would see the warlock walking down the street and speaking and speaking and speaking just by himself, so he knew that he was. So the pastor started walking behind him while this warlock was doing this. The pastor was walking behind him, rebuking and canceling all the the curses that basically this warlock was saying. So he knew, after that he knew that it was because this witch or warlock had attacked him basically, and the doctors could not find out what it was, and he actually suffered with this thing for months and months and months. And he says it was like an excruciating migraine that he's never had. He had never had migraines or infections or sinus or whatever. But anyway, um we started praying, and it went away eventually. But yeah, it's definitely war for sure. Not Halloween or anything, but just regarding, the topic of they really witches and warlocks do curse people, and they do have some demonic power that Satan gives them for sure.
Hmm. I have heard of like cases of them like levitating and doing like, things like that. I've never seen it like in my own like but I I don't know if I should talk about it, but when I was like first kind of experimenting with witchcraft, I started to be able to what I thought I was doing. I don't think it was me now, but move like candle flames
Right. Yeah.
with my mind. I was like, like just intently focusing on it and like, getting the candle flame to whip around the way I was like wanting it to. And I thought that was like,
Pretty cool, man.
no, no, but I mean, I don't think it was me now that was doing it.
I want
Um,
to I want to show you my bread.
oh yeah, we want to see the bread.
Let me see. Hold on. Just ignore
Oh
ignore
wow.
my dirty stove.
Looks pretty clean.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
Wait.
Nice.
Yeah, that looks amazing.
It's got walnuts and chocolate chips, and I didn't have flour, so I just ground up some oatmeal.
Nice.
Oh, yum.
Anywho,
I love
yeah,
oats.
that's all I wanted to say. So the Bible says that one Christian can make run away 1,000 demons, but two Christians together praying 10,000. So we have the power of the Holy Spirit and of each other. And when there's any sort of attack, be it depression, anxiety, whatever, all of those things we're not supposed to have. That's not normal, especially for Christians. So prayer is the answer. I'm not saying to fear monger, no, not at all, but just we have to be aware that it is war,
Mhm.
Yeah,
and we have to. Go
yeah. I
ahead.
think this is really interesting because when Paul talks about that, like we're supposed to be for humanity and recognize the spiritual battle behind the scenes, and he gets that. A lot of people don't seem to realize he gets that from the way the prophets in the Old Testament speak, in particular Daniel, where you see the angels come to Daniel, and there's the Prince of Persia, which is a spiritual being. You see
Yep.
Ezekiel 28, Isaiah 14. And this is actually woven all through Scripture, this concept of the spiritual battle. And it's kind of comes to it in Revelation 12 with this dragon, which is identified as the devil or the original accuser. That's what the name means. And so Paul kind of riffs on that in the New Testament. And I think it's something we have to remember, that we don't hate humans, even though you have to not be naive about it. But you have to, there's just times where you dust off and go on your way, and you can't strive with everyone forever, but you have to be tactful about it. But you're supposed to have hope for humans. And, God says there's people that are given over to their depravity. But I think we're meant to minister to people, and obviously you have to judge, properly in circumstances. And it's easy for some people to be overly naive. And I think that's why you see certain ways people go with how to handle, homosexuality in the church recently and things like that. They're overly accepting, maybe, right? But the church is a hospital, but there's also rules for kicking people out and quote unquote giving them over to Satan in hopes that their spirit will be saved in the end. And I think is what that means is you have to, there's a point where you have to protect other people from it and pray for them, and then hope they come back when they sort of hit rock bottom.
Yeah, some people you have to learn the hard way. Some people have to put their hands in the fire or their feet, you know, and that's just the reality. And it is the most loving thing to do. You can't force somebody to be, you know, righteous or good or live that way. You have to let them see what their sin will do to them, you know, and face the consequences of it.
Really loving someone, it's just like in a drug addiction. It's like it's so easy to love somebody to where you actually start doing them damage. Like it's called enabling.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with in the church. And so that's a difficult thing. Obviously, it's a pastoral concern. It should be individualized based on circumstances where wise people are in charge over making those decisions. Maybe even not just one person, but in every circumstance. But that's why you have elders in the church too, and you have to take it case by case. But you can be naive, you can be tactful. You can be hateful or overly accepting. It's a hard sort of line to walk, I think.
Or like if you this bread is so good. If you are or like if you're like a Mexican Christian, I had a gay friend back home in Arizona, and he told me that he was going to church and he grew up in that church, but when he was turned around like 14, 15, he started having these homosexual inclinations or whatever. And that the pastor, he talked to the pastor, and the pastor was definitely not too loving. The pastors told him not to hang out with the rest of the youth group because he was going to kind of infect them with his homosexuality. Obviously,
Oh,
you know, that broke his heart, obviously. And so you can go too hardcore with it. And
Right.
obviously he left. He left
That's
the
a hard
church,
one.
and yeah, sad.
I would say it depends. It depends on the nature of someone's desires. I mean, there's people who are coming out of that life. Like we were talking about, me and Terry were talking about it. I won't make names or anything, but it's like if you like people are delivered from, evil lifestyles. But if you had a lifestyle of practicing homosexuality, you probably shouldn't be in like children's ministry. But that doesn't mean you can't accept someone into the church. You just have to be tactful about it, obviously, right? You wouldn't be leaving them alone with
I
children.
couldn't be with the children.
You can't.
I love children.
You know what I mean?
I don't think I would be good to be with children's ministry for other reasons, though, to be honest, just because of like my condition. I worry about like having the little ones get run over.
Well, I think the nature of your past is different than the nature of practicing male homosexuals.
That's true. I know people. I don't think people are very naive, and often lesbians. This is part of the putting the LGBTQ all together. Like lesbians often provided a lot more respectability to homosexuals than they would have had if they hadn't teamed up, because the lesbians were kind of doing all the political work, especially, and that came about from like AIDS. Once that came about, like they kind of teamed up with the lesbians. But if it weren't for the lesbians, the gay men really wouldn't have had any advocacy. Or because they don't. The thing with the lesbian community is their connections are all political. Like they're very enmeshed with one another politically. So their relationships are all political, and they kind of bond that way. So I don't know. Well, I guess how did I get on this? I'm just trying to say like there's very tangible differences between like lesbians and gay men.
Well, I would argue that probably, and I'm not sure about this, but
I would say it's a very similar spirit though that's driving them though.
But at the same time, like there's like, it seems like there's the kind of gay men that were like perhaps abused or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
And then there's the ones that are more like just, I don't know, sexual deviant, that are just like really far into gratification, and just that's like men are more susceptible to that, I think, because of their just
There, yeah.
hormonal
Well,
things.
God, God, aren't, we were made different, and the devil takes the differences that God's made with us and exploits them.
Exactly.
Men are like biologically different to women, and that biological difference can be exploited in different ways, and women's like biology can be exploited
Right.
for evil, or it can be corrupted.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, maybe youth ministry. I could probably see myself working with teenagers. Yeah, but if they found out I used to be a lesbian, they'd be making fun of me.
I don't even have to.
It takes an insane amount, and it takes an insane amount of patience and love to work with children, especially little kids, dude. I've always found that people don't want to work with they don't, in every church I go, they don't want to work with the little kids. It's especially
Really?
and now I get it. Now that I'm a mom, I'm like, dude, I'm taking care of these kids all day, every day and night. Like Sunday, I want to get there. I want to chill. I don't want to take care of kids. I want to sit down and I want to listen to the sermon. So I understand, where women come from too. But it's a beautiful ministry.
It is, yeah, it is. I don't know.
Um,
Sometimes I give gifts to the children's ministry. Like I've gotten the kids Christian themed coloring books and stuff like that.
I love little kids, but yeah, they're a
Yeah.
handful. They're running around.
Yeah.
I think at a certain age, the parents have to be kind of there with them.
I would just worry about in our church, like spatially and being in a wheelchair and like, especially an electronic one. I would just worry about.
Maybe running over kids like they're halo.
Yeah, I've almost run over some of them, already, let alone like being in close quarters with them and, ministering to them. I would feel like worried about that.
Maybe at church you should have that backup thing. So
yeah, you have to watch them like hawks because these kids get in trouble.
They sneak up too.
They sneak up, yeah.
They're like looking at your device, like what's the
We have wonderful teenagers in my church, though. I love the youth group that we have at our church. Like our youth pastor is he's really great, and I love.
Yeah, he's a good.
I mean, I've worked with him. He's
the
pastor of discipleship in our church, so he doesn't just work with the youth group, although that is his main job. But
he takes them during the kids' church, right?
Yeah.
Leads that out.
Yeah, they have their own kind of, but they come in for the like final prayers usually, or sometimes they'll be there for other aspects of the.
He comes in and ends the service with prayer every time.
Yeah. But
he's a younger guy.
Yeah, he's talked with us about kind of what he's teaching them, and it's pretty profound.
Cool.
You have to have some sort of like grit to be the pastor of like teenagers and the youth group and stuff. A grit that I don't think I have. I don't have that. I don't think it's my calling. With children, yeah. But I think you do, Terry. I think you have the personality to work with teenagers.
I probably do, yeah.
Train them out.
I don't know about that, but I think I have that kind. I don't know.
You might distract.
Very. How can I say it? You're like a very no nonsense, very real. You come across, very real. And when you're a teenager, you want that in a person.
You can see through people.
Mm-hmm.
They're very they're way more perceptive than, I think that's why people hate them so much, because teenagers can see people's weaknesses like from a mile away.
Yep.
And they see people's people's motivations very easily. That's the thing, kids and youth have such wisdom that people don't really recognize often. That isn't given a proper place. Let Janie be the teacher. Do you want to work with the youth?
I could.
Terry could be like a counselor or something.
I would.
Pretty cool youth counselor. Oh God. I don't know. I mean,
I used to be the boss of a bunch of teenagers during the summer when we did Camp Pitch, so I'm pretty good with teenagers.
What's Camp Pitch?
Adventists have camp meeting every year, And so it's like an event where people come in and we set up these big tents and they have meetings, for the different age groups at the academy, which is a big property where they have like a boarding school and church. And in the summer, they bring in special speakers, and then we have somebody else.
Outsider. It looks like Clay. The name sounds like Clay.
Hey. Oh fuck!
Happy
Dude, what are you
Mother's
doing?
Day.
Did you get your tat?
Oh, she looks so beautiful in that dress.
No, I didn't get my tat this week. The only tattoo place by me that I've never been is only open on like Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, they can't afford to open up all the time. I'm surprised tattoo artists can even afford to open up a shop in town, because, or at least in the city, because it seems like it'd be too expensive.
The guy by me, it's like the middle of nowhere, and it's called Big Al's, and it's like a 70-year-old man. So I have a feeling if I like what I want everywhere else would be like $100, and he'll probably be like, "Yeah, that's gonna be like 600."
Well, from what I understand, how it usually works is there'll be an owner of the tattoo parlor. They'll like have the full lease of the space, and then they'll lease out spaces within the parlor.
Like a barber shop. So like each artist has to like pay them rent.
Yeah, basically. And then
See, I don't think this place is like that. I think it's just like the one guy.
Yeah, sometimes
it's
like that.
Well, in Kansas, I would think it would.
Yeah.
The rent's probably like $200 a month, and there's no running water.
Yeah.
The artist that's done most of my tattoos, he runs his own shop. And like he does sometimes have other artists there, like that will, be in the space renting, but he's the main guy. Like, and he's owned it for like, I don't know, ever now. I wonder if I'll be tattooed by him again if I go back down to Arizona.
You and Jamie should go get matching tats.
Yeah, what should we get tatted?
Me and my wife have matching tats.
What do you have?
That's extremely gay. That's the most homosexual thing you've ever said.
Oh
Shut
my
up.
God.
You're
I thought you were a
extremely
man,
gay because you
dude.
don't.
Hey,
Show yours.
no,
Oh, look, there's hers.
no,
That's so
I thought
cute.
he
Oh
was
my God, you
kidding.
guys.
I thought he was joking.
No, we do. We got it in the Philippines with like
Okay.
little bamboo sticks and hammers, like a traditional like Filipino
Clay.
tattoo.
Clay. So we're placing bets, and so far everybody's betting on Dustin because he's got that dog in him. And now that you showed me your matching forever eternity tattoos, I'm gonna have to place my bets on Dustin too, dude.
What do you mean by that dog in them? Like the autism dog?
You're okay. Number one, you live a sedentary life. Like you work sitting down. Number one, you're a dad, and then just the fact that you got an eternity tattoo, you're losing that fight. Terry, I don't know if you know this, but Clay and Dustin are fighting.
Yeah, but he's never gonna show up.
You're gonna fight like box in real life?
Yeah.
I feel like Dustin doesn't have like $100 to his name, so how would he like leave the state he's in?
No, not the Greyhound.
For like, I think it's more than that.
Yeah, he can take the Greyhound. Yeah, that's true. He can take a bus.
You know how funny that would be if he showed up in a Greyhound?
And why? The Greyhound is not that expensive.
I don't know, dude. All I know is I could like probably kill Dustin with my hands.
Probably not, dude. Not with your eternity tattoo hand.
Yeah, not that hand, my other hand.
Do you think that when you get a glorified body in the end that God's gonna erase your tattoos, or do you think you'll have them?
I hope so.
I don't know.
So.
I feel like he'll give me even better tats.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know what? We're gonna give you the sleeve of your dreams that you always wanted. Like beautiful.
Like a bunch of witchcraft stuff.
You could probably remove. They'll probably remove like.
I don't know. I don't really think about it too much. I think it'll be greater than I can even imagine.
Have you seen Dustin Cecil?
What?
Have you seen Dustin?
On camera, he has cammed up before.
Yeah, but do you know what he does for a living?
Remember, he told us on Gigi's show. He said that he works like at a Parks and Rec or something. He does
That's a
something.
weekend gig.
He was
No,
cutting up.
he does like janitorial stuff. So
Oh,
it's like, what are you
okay.
talking about?
I don't think he has a full-time job.
He was
You realize like running a trucking company, like driving is probably realistically like 30% of like what I do on a daily basis.
Oh, really?
Clay,
Yeah.
I'm joking. Clay, I'm joking with you. I'm giving you a hard
Oh.
time. I don't know. I don't care. I'm just kidding, dude.
Like, so that I work on the truck, so I do a lot of like physical shit, and then when I get home, I gotta like maintain my like land and stuff,
Yeah.
and then I gotta carry this.
Your
Half the time, my wife doesn't want to walk, so I gotta carry this fat ass bitch.
Don't call your baby. What the hell is wrong with you?
I'm just giving her a hard time.
Eat a lot in your truck. You really aren't driving most of it, really?
What?
Do you do pretty local gigs with the truck?
Yeah, mostly. Like I have like an account that I service like all day, every day.
So you like pull up jobs and then you pick it or whatever, or do you get assigned?
Yeah, but it's a concrete plant.
Oh, that's right.
So I got a contract with a concrete plant, and I just like take them all their aggregate and powder, but then I have to like operate the silo for the powder, and like so there's like a lot more to it than driving. It's just that like I only join streams when I'm driving because otherwise it would be like pointless.
Yeah.
Hey, how did it feel getting tattooed with the hammer and the like bamboo stick?
I was really drunk.
You were drunk?
My Filipino tattoo story is like wild. So like her brother, it's like 4 a.m. and we're drunk as fuck on the beach. And I'm like, he's like, my friend does tattoos. And I was like, you should bring him over. And he's like, tomorrow morning I'll bring him here. So this is like 4 a.m. So at like 8 a.m. I wake up to some dude in the house, like setting up all his equipment and stuff. And it was just like, I don't know. I don't even really remember that much. I got this one there as well, but this one was a regular, like a gun.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? I can't see it.
It's like
Trinity. Not like a Trinity thing.
That one's like a clover, and then this one's like a clada, which is like an Irish thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool.
But have you ever seen the traditional Filipino tattoos with like
they're
2
amazing.
pieces of bamboo?
I've always wondered how the pain level would be compared to like a tattoo gun.
I didn't think it was that bad. She cried, but
you cried.
I don't know. My pain tolerance with tattoos is like pretty good. So like tattoos I have on like places people say is normally painful to me isn't like that painful. I think it's way more painful getting like waxed or something.
Yeah, you would know.
What I had my nose waxed before and it like was like terrible.
That would be terrible.
But my nose, bro, in my nose holes I get like really thick, coarse black hairs they'll get so long they'll like grow out and become part of my mustache. You know, where it's like it's bad.
Oh, geez.
You've never had your nose waxed?
I use one of those little things.
That's what I got now. That's the only thing I've ever had waxed. But like, I feel like women get a lot more wax. So like, it seems to me it'd be more painful to get like your legs waxed than get a tattoo.
I could think of more painful places.
I don't know. I think a tattoo would be more painful, but I guess it depends because waxing is like more instant. With a tattoo, you're like sitting there for a while.
Yeah.
It depends because I had a stick in poke
And
done?
poke.
Yeah. Like
I have
it
one of
was-
those too
or a
on my
hand-
leg.
It's a hand poke, not a stick and poke. I guess hand poked is better
That's what
accurate.
mine was. Mine was like when I was like 12 with my friends with Indian ink and like a needle and thread. Like thread wrapped around the needle, you know?
Oh, mine was done by an artist in a tattoo studio. She just did hand poke tattoos.
What do they do? Tap it with something?
You just
No.
poke it in. They call it stick and poke because it's like the needle is attached to like a stick
Mhm.
and then they just like stab you repeatedly.
Yeah.
Wow.
So she put the stencil over, and then she did the design. And I
What
found
I want to get,
it healed really fast compared to like my other tattoos. It was healed within like a week compared to like a regular tattoo, which takes like several weeks.
I'm gonna
And
get
then-
branded here pretty soon. If you
Branded.
and what's really interesting that I'm really fascinated by, and there's a place here that makes them, so I could get a custom one, however you want, like whatever design. Is they're called cryo brands,
Oh, I've heard of that.
and it's for cattle, so it's like super cold, but it brands it just like a hot brand. But supposedly, like I've watched videos of people doing them on themselves, and it doesn't hurt at all.
It's got to hurt a little bit.
I don't know. They say it don't. It kills your skin where it touches because it looks all black and stuff. But supposedly it just don't hurt. Maybe because it's so cold, it makes it numb instead of like a burn.
I'm sure the initial feels like a burn.
I don't know, watch YouTube videos on cryo brands on cattle and people, and that's like the whole reason they're doing it to livestock now is because the livestock doesn't react at all, and they say it's like pain-free.
Wow.
Yeah, I knew that about cattle, but they have thick hides.
But I've seen videos of people getting it done too, and they're like,
Your
"Oh,
Irish
you
paper thin white skin is gonna inflame.
Yeah,
Your tissue paper skin.
maybe."
Yeah. Why are you branding? Why are you wanting to do that?
Just because I always wanted a brand.
Wow.
He's from Kansas, babe.
I don't know. I just always wanted one
It's like
because it
some
looked
kind
cool.
of thing.
Yeah, it's the lifestyle.
Why do you have a tattoo?
Huh?
Why you have tattoos? You know?
Oh, to look cool,
Yeah.
to look edgy, alternative, to signal
She's
to
she's a
other,
city girl.
yeah, to signal to other people that I'm like,
I'm gonna get a Star of David branded on me.
On your forehead.
Like right on my forehead.
your Irish tattoo.
My work hired a guy, got hired that had like a cross. They didn't really see it. He like put makeup over it when they hired him. They had a cross on his forehead.
Yeah.
And they're like, he was crazy. He was like, I was in a gang. My friend killed somebody and stuff like that. And they're like, why are you telling us this? They had to fire him.
Argolinus is talking about tattoos being banned in the Old Testament, that we're not to do that to ourselves. He's wanting to
Point that out.
kind of, yeah, but also he's like, why did God forbid it? What do you think? Why did God forbid tattooing?
I go back and forth on this. So I think they were doing it. I think the pagan nations were doing it in ways that were different than why people do it today. But I can see how you could argue that it's kind of like the old thing, like, is Halloween bad sort of thing. Those arguments, like, I can see it either way.
Yeah.
So like
when you talk about that stuff though, can you include like so many other things like dental work and hair and nose jobs and stuff?
Right.
Because people are like, oh, your God gave you that body, but it's like, yeah, but no one says that when you put like braces on your kids' teeth.
Right. Like, should we be Luddites? Like, should we
Yeah.
not use medical practices because we're thwarting God's natural order of people living and dying? It's like, no, I don't think so. That doesn't make sense.
I think that the tattoos can be, I don't know. I don't know. I understand God made us like a certain way. And like when we get tattoos, it's kind of, but then I also feel like, the body is the temple of Christ, right? We're not to
Yeah.
We're not to pervert that. But also the other thing is too, there can be like health complications from tattooing. And it could just be that it's like not healthy. Hey, look who's here, Daniel.
Daniel.
Christ is risen.
He is
The
risen.
thing about tattoos is like, just get what you want, and if you do have to pay for it, it'll just be like a little bit in purgatory.
Yeah.
It's just a little decoration royale with cheese.
Yeah, that's
I
not.
like
Do you have an
it.
eye tat? Do you have a face tattoo right now?
It's a sticker.
Oh,
Well, let me say one
I
thing.
have like different stickers and stuff
She
that
puts
I
on
put
there.
on my face for,
Clay
decorative
put a
purposes.
sticker on both of his shoulders, but he just like never takes a bath.
Yeah, that's it. Well, so the last thing I want to say about that is something like this. I don't have any tattoos, but I think it's sort of like how I feel when people come at my sort of denomination. Like we have like a health message, right? It's like there's weightier measures of the law. So it's like, do we want like to eat? People say you don't have to eat healthy, you don't have to follow the food laws, and it's like, well, yeah, I don't think it's salvational, but I think it's a good idea to like be healthy and so you can minister better. But like, are you going to be damned for it? Therefore, like then the question becomes like, how serious of an issue do you want to make that? Like, is God going to reject someone because they're into tattoos? I doubt it.
Oh.
But like ideally, like there's things that are like ideal, sins that are ideal, like why was it a sin to eat certain things? Well, you can make a case for different reasons for that, but I would say ultimately some of it has to do with health issues. And it's like, is God going to like reject you because you're unhealthy? In a certain sense, he's going to let you be sick, or because he's sovereign, you could argue, or you could take a different approach. You could say, well, you becoming sick isn't going to make God reject you, but he wants better for you. So it's like, God probably would prefer we don't get tattoos, but is he going to reject people for tattoos, or is it that big of a deal? There's weightier measures of the law. So I would look at it like that ultimately.
In America, in the denomination war, the Orthodox would probably definitely get crushed because we're such a small minority. But I did want to say to you, Jamie, because of the food stuff, what do you think about Paul's vision where it said,
Peter's vision?
Oh, I meant Peter.
Peter with the sheet coming down?
Yeah, where he said, don't call things I cleaned unholy.
So if you look at the context carefully, I wouldn't use that verse to make a case that you can eat whatever. I think that was Peter's misunderstanding. And what God was the ultimate point of that, which I know you understand, is that don't call men unclean. Peter wasn't eating with the Gentiles, and he was separating the Jews and the Gentiles. And so the purpose of that vision was call no man unclean. So it was dealing with Peter's, which you see elsewhere. I forget what verse it is. So I think Peter was confused by the vision, and God wasn't saying just eat whatever. He was saying, he was looking at the nations as the animals were represented, the nations of people. And he was saying, look, I'm talking about people. Don't think Gentiles are unworthy of Christ, sort of thing. I think if you look at the context, that's what it's saying.
What's that?
He's not saying like eat anything. You know what I mean?
It's just tea my wife gets, and I'm drinking it because it's pretty good.
And by the way, people who believe that you can eat pork and all that would recognize that reading of it as well. I've seen, I mean, I haven't looked at it for a while real closely, but that's what I recall that sort of looking like.
Yeah. I would just say, like, whatever the apostles' interpretation, that's what I would go with.
Sure.
Cecil says thanks
I
for
agree.
that up. I think it's sweet that Clay and his wife have matching tattoos, even if they're gay infinity symbols.
So,
Oh,
you
no.
have like
Clay, are people making fun of you because of the tattoos?
Yeah, people with Golden Dawn tattoos.
The wrist tattoo.
Maybe I should get
Yeah, man.
Show us your arm tattoo, Terry.
Which one?
The Golden Dawn one.
I don't have a Golden Dawn tattoo. I have a Necronomicon tattoo.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, so we just call it Golden Dawn stuff.
Just get a black sleeve.
If someone told me like you need to draw a Necronomicon or we're gonna kill you, I would be dead.
Whoa.
I'd be like, I have no idea what that is.
Latu,
So
bro.
if you kind of just like think about the words, necro is like death, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that doesn't tell me much. So how do you draw that?
Namakan. It just means like book of.
That
Yeah.
reminds me of like Japanese anime stuff.
Well, it
This
pretty
reminds
much
me of
is. It's
it's
pretty dumb. Anyway,
You know what's not dumb is an infinity symbol on your wrist.
yeah, Clay, I think your tattoos are super cool. You know, don't let these haters get you down.
Golden Rule says he's never getting hitched again unless she's Asian. Dang.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Why?
Because you need someone submissive that you can mark like they're your livestock. This is
I've
like my
never
family.
met
This is
that
my
will-
family brand. A couple more weeks and our daughter's getting one too.
I've heard that. Too.
Asian women aren't like that, though, in my experience.
Clay, you're a wild man.
Can you hear her right now? You know she's back.
I
She's
feel
probably
like
flipping you off in the
your
background.
mic is. Does
Well,
anyone
she-
else hear that? Yeah.
Yeah, Clay's mic is a little bit.
It's Kansas.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to get that tattoo covered up at some point. You think I should get a black sleeve over the whole arm, though? My pretty
I mean-
stars and everything?
You could just get it removed because it
Yeah.
is
That would be worse,
2025 and it's like very cheap now.
I don't want to get it removed. I'd rather get it covered.
You wouldn't pretend like it's too much to get it removed, so we're gonna cover it up.
It's far more painful to get a tattoo removed. Laser treatment, and I would have to go in multiple times to get it removed.
So how
You could
do
get
they it removed?
ABBTM's logo for his
You
street
never seen that,
readings.
Daniel? You never seen how they do
No,
that?
I've never seen how they do it.
It's like a laser thing, and it like goes over it multiple times, and it starts to fade, and then you go in for multiple treatments, and it fades more and more and more until it's kind of gone. Depending on how heavy the ink was, it just sort of it just kind of goes in there and just blows it up, and so like it fades, and then they do it multiple times. It looks cool. You can look it up on YouTube. It's pretty cool looking.
Get a JLP tattoo, like what?
Tar Baby Yoda's symbol.
I don't know what I would get if I got a JLP tattoo because it's like
Knowledge is evil or whatever.
No, that's a Hake tattoo.
Oh.
I can't get a Hake tattoo.
No, you can't.
You could, if you get yours covered up, you could get a Chevy bow tie.
Yeah, I wouldn't personally get a tattoo, but you know what? I don't judge people who do have tattoos, you know? A nice guy Christian over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what would you tell your kids about getting tattoos?
Don't.
Yeah, that's judging.
Is it?
It's discernment.
I don't know. I would say I don't know.
If you didn't judge at all, you'd say do whatever you want.
I would tell them to wait until they're at least 25.
I'm allowed to judge my own kids if I had kids. I don't have any, but
I mean, you know, and I would also, yeah, I wouldn't encourage them that.
Well, if you're the youth pastor, you would probably say, I wouldn't recommend it to them if they asked for your opinion. I mean, I just look at judgment as a more broad. If you mean judgment, like going to decide if people are Christians or not because they have tattoos, I agree with you. I don't want to judge them in that way. But I think judgment has like a wider sort of semantic range. It can be discernment. It can be like calling someone unsaved, or it could be like, you know, I see discernment as a type of judgment, like from Matthew 7. Because it doesn't say don't judge at all.
Matthew, I didn't give myself the tattoos. I paid an artist to do them on me.
These people are based.
What do you mean they're big?
They're just super
Matthew's
conservative.
just talking mess. He's just hating. He's playa hating.
I go back and forth on tattoos. Like, I think hers are cool.
I don't know. I know people who were saved and when they decided to get tattoos and they feel like we're allowed to.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, we're allowed to do a lot of things. I don't know. I feel like for me, I like the aesthetic of tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I kind of grew up feeling they were normal. So they're not odd to me, but I do think that there is something to them that can be really self-destructive. I do think a lot of people use them as a form of self-harm. A lot of people are addicted to the pain of it, like,
Mm.
which is that's another thing about it where I think there's like a sadomasochistic thing about tattoos that's not really talked about.
It's also kind of defacing the temple of God.
Right.
That's true, but like some people, see, I go back and forth about that because like some people really decorate their temples. Like when you go into a temple, sometimes it's really ornate. There's stuff all over it.
Yeah, like the Orthodox
The walls
churches.
are painted all
Yeah,
crazy.
you can wear stuff, but you don't mark your skin.
Yeah, but the Orthodox temples are filled with
but
depictions of
you
the
do
Bible.
paint the walls.
Dan, like 4 months ago,
Oh, yeah.
you were gonna go get a tattoo in South Carolina.
Stop bringing that up all the time.
Well, you
Every
were.
time.
When
So
I
why are you
visited
always like, don't
Orthodox
mark your
churches,
skin?
They were
Well,
tattooing
you know
that-
what? I didn't end up doing that, Clay.
Yeah,
and I'm really
because
glad
you
I
got
didn't.
stood up. Otherwise, you would have a tattoo right now.
Well, that might be the
got it.
case,
I
but
got
that's
it.
why God is good. God controls all things.
Daniel, when I
I'm
was
sick of you
staying-
and Tim talking about everyone with tattoos is gonna burn in hell forever. That's not true.
It's kind of fun to say though because I don't have any tattoos.
Yeah.
Tim can't
You know,
believe
you'd be
that.
doing the same thing if you didn't have any tattoos. You'd be knocking on everyone with tattoos. You'd be like, "Yeah,
No, that
big
is
mistake,
true.
big
That is
mistake."
true.
What if if you're saved and you got a tattoo? What are you gonna lose your salvation? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
If you're OSAS,
According
you
to
can't-
Tim and Daniel here, you would.
No, I never said that.
Well, Daniel's not OSAS, so he could
Yeah.
say something if he wanted.
Yeah,
to.
no,
He was
I
in-
look. There's lots of sins that we can do. God is very You got to repent though. You can't keep getting those tattoos once you know.
You know what
that's
you gotta
sin.
do?
So, I mean, if I'm
Jamie,
covering something,
You gotta
or
look
like-
up AVBTM and look at the most recent street preaching video.
Oh, I think we were watching it.
Yeah,
He was yelling at cars. He's like on a corner and he's like, "You're gonna burn in fucking hell forever."
No,
I'm like, Jesus.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That's like definite, like strong Westboro vibes there.
I don't
Yeah,
street preach, okay, so but I don't hate on people that do, I guess.
He had a hat on that said "God hates fags."
I bet.
He did not.
And tattoos.
Yeah,
I know the process become Christian. Or
he's like, "I'm gonna go do some street preaching at like the school shooting funeral."
Well, I know people that like were rappers that became Christians and they like denounced rapping and like, but then I hear then there's other people in like their circumstances where they like do rap that's Christian and I'm like,
yeah. What about Stephen Wiley?
so right. So I'm like,
Some people
Like, I
think
just-
I make Christian rap. Is that true?
yeah,
Sometimes, yeah.
you do. You're not saved.
I don't think. I don't
Clay,
think
do you
that
think
there's
any of my
anything
music is Christian
about
rap?
rapping.
No,
It's
All
I
right.
don't even think your music is Christian. When I hear it, it's like
What is it? Explain it to me.
EDM or something. I don't know.
It reminds me of like new age jazz, like where you go to one of those like beatnik shops and they're like drinking coffee and wearing weird French hats.
What the heck?
Yeah.
And you come in there and do like interpretive poetic readings. And you're like,
Why does it look weird?
Well, what
on-
makes it Christian is the content of the
Words.
lyrics, not the way it sounds.
I don't
You're
know,
just being a
dude.
bigot.
That's saying your stuff is Christian, just like the Killers is a Christian band. Like some people it is.
the
they
lyrics
a
make it
Mormon
Christian
too?
or not. That's how I see it. Like I would say a metal band was Christian if the words were Christian, but I'm like
Yeah.
think it doesn't make sense in some
Yeah,
ways.
my neighbor growing up, he was the drummer in a new metal Christian band. They were
See
called
that?
Makeshift.
That's weird.
So
to
whatever
me.
my
I
music
still
is, it
remember
is
they
a
were like,
type
"I'll
of
be
Christian
rocking
music.
back for the rest of my days." I was
Just
like,
what genre is it beyond that?
I think it'd be
Metal
more
is
like
end of-
somewhere between D&D and Magic the
"That's so
Gathering.
weird.
Hmm,
What
hmm.
the heck? Chase?
Legit.
I'm hurt. Well, I feel like I do want to get that one covered up with something at some point, and I do want to get like at least this arm kind of finished because I don't like the way it looks. I feel like if I get something here, then it'll aesthetically look better.
I think that weird thing right here should be covered up.
Yeah, that's what
That's
I'm
my
talking about.
intuition. And maybe that monster.
What if you tattooed
my
every
Yeah.
portion of your
Get
body?
rid of my monsters.
Hey guys, doesn't that seem evil?
No, not my monster monster.
It's like
Kind
a
of.
devil-headed
Yeah, it looks pretty evil. Yeah, it looks pretty evil. Anyway, my thought is, what if you tattooed every single like square like pixel of your skin, like every single cell?
That's what
You
you
just
do.
like completely covered your body.
Then you would have
by
no
paint.
tattoos.
You would just
If
be.
everything's tattooed, nothing's tattooed.
It's
Yeah.
Well,
demon-
she would be a
it's
different color
always
though, wouldn't she?
surveyed.
That's what you could do, Terry. If you want to cover that stuff up, is just pick like a spray tan color and then just tattoo your whole body that color.
That doesn't work. You can't.
I
do
do
that.
like blackout
Like an orange.
tattoos, though. Like blackout scratch tattoos. I love the look of those, but they seem really intense. And I know once the older you get, the harder like healing from getting a tattoo is.
Well, the problem with tattoos is they get all like blown out. The lines get blown out as you get old. That's just
Yeah.
going to be like a banana in like 20 years.
It's not gonna
Blackout
be a
tattoos make me feel like when I
thought
see
this
like a
was
guy with blackout tattoos, I think like, oh, he's got oil all over him.
See, it's just going to turn into a banana in like 10 years.
This is 10 years. This is 10 years old. It's holding up pretty well. Like the artist did well.
Yeah, but why does it have like a goat like demonic head?
Well, it's meant to be. I mean, I guess it is kind of a cult because
It is kind of
it's meant to
astrology.
be a Capricorn symbol.
Not saved.
It's not fair.
You see how that's a process though, because you can just like a scale, you just be like not saved, and then like later you could be like you're
It's not
saved
like
again.
that. God isn't looking at my Capricorn tattoo
it
and
is a
being
scale.
like,
I think you should get a Mother Mary tattoo, Dan.
On your forehead, because you guys
No, like on your chest.
Look,
There's
every
one I
witch
seen I kind of like, where it's like Mary holding like baby Jesus, and you could get it.
Take a look at this. These are the myrrh bearers.
oh, nice.
It just looks like,
That's
Yeah.
a really nice.
it's like a party. Well, okay.
Hold on.
Dan-
That would look a lot better, Dan, if you get it tattooed on your lower back.
Let me. Sorry, Dan. I'm gonna put you up.
Dan just comes back. He's like, I got this on my lower back, guys.
Is that the
That's actually
spices?
really nice.
That's the spice
painting.
women that for Jesus anointing Jesus' body.
The myrrh bearers. The angel came to the myrrh bearing women at the tomb and said, myrrh is fitting for the dead, but Christ has shown himself a stranger to corruption. Shall proclaim the Lord is risen, granting the world great mercy.
Well, that's what they're doing. They're going to anoint the body when Jesus on Sunday morning, right? After the Sabbath ends, they go in there with the spices they already bought, but he's risen. So they can't anoint his body because it didn't see corruption and he rose from the dead. So that's probably where that comes from, right?
Yeah, the myrrh is to cover up the stench of the dead. Yeah.
But it wasn't needed because he was gone.
Because there was an angel on top of the tomb. He went through the tomb that was still sealed. And then the angel removed the tomb and said, behold, the empty tomb. So I think that's really like one of these things that sometimes we miss is that Christ went through solid rock. And so that kind of shows a little bit about like what is a glorified body, because what he can do is what we're going to get, in the day of resurrection.
How do you know he wasn't so powerful? He unsealed it in the night and then resealed it.
There's an interesting in the different gospels. At one point, because they sealed the tomb so it couldn't just be rolled open. And there's like a scene where the angel's sitting on the thing, and the question is like at some point it got removed. It seems like depends on what your view is on where Jesus' tomb is, but like at the garden tomb, if you think that's it, which probably you don't, but there is a seal away from that tomb that's like in the field. But like I'd have to look at those verses again. That's interesting to look at that. But it seems like an angel removed the stone too.
That's what it says in the Bible. Yeah, an angel removed the stone.
Right. But he was.
So are you guys going to convert to Seventh Day, or are you going to convert to Baptist, or are you going to both convert to something different?
Or to Orthodox?
Why don't we convert? Why don't we like? I don't know.
You could meet in the middle and become like Catholic or Orthodox.
Yeah, become Orthodox.
We
You
don't.
already got the prayer book. You're already part the way there. I already seen Jamie. I watched some of your videos, and I hear you say, "Lord, have mercy."
Yeah,
you guys could both check out the Jehovah's.
You're this close.
Lord have
When the wind came upon us today, when we were coming back from church, I started singing it.
Yeah.
It's catchy.
It's catchy.
I'm like,
And I like the idea.
I
I ain't giving up my Sabbath.
You're not giving no. Yeah. I don't know. Should we just like draw straws or like something and pick like a random church?
I think we should just follow what the Bible says and be loving towards everybody, maybe.
Yeah.
You could just be churchless, but then say you're Christian, like
No,
I'd
non-denominational.
like to start going to
Hey,
my
Lady
church,
Solidarity, what up,
and
bro?
but I go with her to her church because we're gonna get married there.
It would be way more convenient for you, Jamie, if your Sabbath was Sunday, and then because like most jobs and stuff, like you will have to work a Saturday here or there, you know.
I told him when I got hired I can't work on Saturday. And he
Yeah.
respected that. But like,
So
you
do
know,
you
my
do
job's-
anything on Saturday, or do you just like sit home and watch TV or something?
I just think you're not supposed to do commerce on Sabbath. That's all. So like, it's not. I'm not super.
So like the one day you have off, you can't go get like groceries.
I try not to. I try not to spend money, but I do.
What is it? Is it? It's like Staten Island or something. The Jews put like a
Yeah, I think
little
that's-
string, like a gold string around the whole island, so they could go shopping and stuff.
They don't. They make Gentiles
Yeah.
push the elevator buttons or start
Yeah.
their car. I think that's
Yeah,
missing.
they did it so they could get around the Sabbath rules. They're just like,
Yeah.
we're still
It's like a little
obeying the
gold
law.
string.
Rules they made up that aren't biblical.
The point is that Sabbath was made for man to rest.
Yeah.
You know, it's not for
It's not to make a million little
It's-
stick.
What if you don't need rest? What if you're just like, man, I got so much energy.
Well,
know,
when
where's
Christ descended into Hades for us on Saturday, that's what made it holy.
Well, I think it already was holy because Jesus rested on that day when he was part of creation. So when he says, "I was the Sabbath," people think he's like saying he's trampling on the Sabbath. The whole scene there is like, well, first off,
Okay.
consider this. I'll give me 2 minutes. Yeah,
Either
first
way,
off,
it's holy.
they were still under the old covenant when that was happening. So there's no way Jesus was breaking the Sabbath under the old covenant before he dies and rises. So any reading of Jesus in the Sabbath where he's breaking it, the one God instituted, is so problematic. Even if you think it's changed, it would be changed after the new covenant comes, which happens by Jesus' death and resurrection, or you could say the day of Pentecost and the establishment of or the Great Commission. But you can't say Jesus broke the Sabbath before the new covenant because he was under the law to redeem those who are under the law. He was born under the law. And so Jesus never sinned. So he's not going to break any of God's commandments under the old covenant, which he was under when he was doing his ministry. So I think it's so problematic when people try to make Jesus saying things like he broke the Sabbath. No, he was saying their rules they made up were oppressing man, and they were making men serve the Sabbath rather than the Sabbath being a blessing, which is how God presents it throughout the Old Testament, what its purpose is. So all those rules that they're breaking, it's like those are the made up stuff and they're making it a burden. Jesus was against that, but he wasn't against the Sabbath. It was a blessing. So that's my view on that. So when he says he's Lord of the Sabbath, I think he's saying, look, I made this for man at the
Okay.
beginning.
Argalunas is saying the early church met on Sundays. What do you
That's
think?
what he means. I
That
think
that is true because it does say that in Acts. It says in like Acts 20, right?
Yeah, so people try to establish like they're changing the Sabbath. I would just say, yeah, they met every day. They broke bread every day. I think they
So
were
like
obviously Sabbath.
we
and that's-
worship on Sunday, even though the Sabbath is still holy.
Yeah, if you want to say that, I'm fine with that. I mean,
Because even the Jews didn't always worship on the Sabbath. That was something that only happened during the Temple age. Before that, they didn't even worship on that day.
sure.
There was a guy that came into church today I hadn't seen in a couple of years.
Mhm.
And I was talking to him because I was at the Welcome Center. And he was telling me that he is uncomfortable going to church now because he thinks the Sabbath is Saturday.
Well, some churches, Protestant, and I would say the Catholics seem kind of confused about this. Maybe depends, but like people will just call Sunday the Sabbath, and like so. I think that's just a confusion of history. And other people recognize it, and they get all sort of. I think there's just shows in history that people weren't thinking about it or whatever. But so it depends on your view of like the church's authority, and like the Orthodox don't claim to change it. I would argue that the Catholic Church kind of does, although you'll hear people make different arguments. But if you read Catholic scholarship, they'll say the church, they did historically change the solemnity during the early church because they wanted to separate themselves from Jewish practice, and also the Jews were being during like the, when the Rome was getting fed up with the Jews, and then the Christians started in the West, anyways, and out of Rome they did kind of change it because they didn't want to be associated with the Jews. So you can argue that they just sort of, because the early church seems to, it's really foggy in the 100
Yeah,
to 200.
the first persecution was the Jews against the Christians before the Romans even got involved.
Right, there's
So,
a
like,
bunch.
they kind of like had to change their day of worship,
Right, I think
Well, the
early
first persecution would have been when they
Sabbath,
crucified
and
Christ.
they were meeting on Sundays.
That was also from Jews.
Yeah.
So it's complicated.
So that was
when
the Jew
Jews
era.
killed our God.
Yeah, the Jews killing Christian era. But then it was
No,
the
Adventists-
Romans.
let me respond to that really quick. I think some Adventists will say it like that, and I think it's like saying, did the Catholic Church, or let's say, did the church change the Sabbath? What does that even mean? Like, no, you can't change the Sabbath because it is Saturday because God rested on it. Now, historically speaking, there's a flag planted by certain church councils, like the Council of Laodicea or whatever, in 321, that is like a flag historically that kind of shifts people taking focus off the Sabbath and making it to Sunday. But there's no point where like everyone was keeping Sabbath and then some guy changed it and everybody stopped doing it. But like, so, oh, that's annoying.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
I'm annoying.
I
So,
feel that way when I hear myself.
I don't think no one was meeting on Sundays before Constantine changed it, but that was like a marker where he was like, look, Christians are going to worship on Sunday because they're not Judaizers or something weird like that. But the early church didn't see it that way. I think they were keeping Sabbath because it was one of the commandments, and they were meeting on Sundays because Jesus rose from the dead. And so I think then that slowly kind of shifted because of for political reasons. So, and I think some Adventists present it wrongly or have like a sort of naive view of that.
What's kind of cool, at least in America, our 9 to 5 like work schedules is we typically have Saturday and Sunday off. So it's like it's kind of like we get both days.
Yeah.
And I try to relax on Saturdays.
Do you feel guilty, Jamie, on Saturday? Like if you have to go do something, like you run out of stuff and you have to go to the store?
I do go to the store sometimes, but I prefer not to. I think I should. I want to honor the Sabbath because I think it's holy.
Well,
But what about going to church on Saturday though? Because that's like you're leaving your house and stuff.
I usually do, but there's not one that makes sense.
there is one that I thought is not too far from here. I mean, it's a little bit of a trek, but not very far. It'd probably be like.
There's one in Beaverton.
Oh, no, this one's just in Southwest.
Oh.
It's like pretty close into.
I will start.
I thought about
See, the thing about
going to that temple just to at least to check it out, see if it's
the Catholics, they have liturgy every day.
Yeah.
But it's called Mass because that's what Jesus called it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think we should become Catholic, Clay?
No, I don't care.
Well, the Catholic, like the Pope would say something like, like in the Catechism, Sunday is considered the Sabbath, and they advocate for like making the Lord's Day holy, like it's the Sabbath, and is one of the 10 Commandments. But look, I would.
But then why do they have Mass on like Sunday, or I mean Saturday, and like every other day?
Saturday night. Well, all right,
and we also have services on
Catholics
Saturday.
have it like even in the morning, like the church here, they have it like I think there's a 8 a.m., a 10 a.m., a noon, and a 3, like Saturday and Sunday, and then they have it like every day of the week, but I'm not sure like the times.
I mean, monasteries will have services every single day, Clay. It's not like the Catholics are the only ones who do that.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it's not
for
like
most people, like Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday, that's good enough,
I would just say
most people like one day a week is good enough.
the thing is
Most people twice a year is good enough.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the sad truth, Terry. And that's what we need to change starting today. By the way, I have an announcement. Guess what? I got a new froggy.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah. Have you named it
Yeah.
yet?
I think I'm going to go with Josh Music's suggestion of Aquila because I looked him up and he's got a really good story. He was a bishop. He was one of the early church bishops.
What's funny is like when you said you got a new frog today in that voice message in the text thread, like the place we were eating had frog legs, and I was like looking at them.
Did you eat any frog legs?
No.
Hey, kitty
I
cat.
like them, but I don't like them at this particular place.
He's cute. Look at him.
Would you eat a kitty cat?
Yeah.
Oh, Seesaw's ticked.
I would eat anything if it was
What
like
did you suggest?
prepared correctly.
Oh, Seesaw, no, I didn't want to go with your suggestion. It was pretty lame. What was it again? What was hers?
She was
I don't
like,
I don't even
she was
remember.
like, Clay would definitely beat the hell out of Dustin because Dustin is gay.
That's not a name for a frog, Clay.
No, it was
You don't
probably
take what I
something
say
like,
seriously, Clay.
it was probably like El Mencho or something.
Jeez Louise.
How do you say frog in Spanish? It's probably like la and then whatever the word for frog is.
Yeah, it was probably like Alejandro, and I'm like, no, I said an apostle, Seesaw.
It's probably like love frogrito.
Dorcas is her suggestion.
Oh yeah, Dorcas. Yeah, and I said you're a Dorcas Maximus. Yeah.
You got to name one of them Kermit.
Yeah, Dorcas isn't a bad one. It's just was she an apostle, Dorcas?
If you're really Orthodox now, you should name them after Gigi Allen's like birth name.
Jesus Christ.
How did you know that? How do you just know that offhand?
I think you should name one. I like frog. That's cool.
El Frogito, Le Frog.
No, I just looked it up. Dorcas was not an apostle, so Seesaw, sorry, but you didn't follow the prompt. Josh Musics did, and I really like the name Aguila because it sounds like aqua.
How about
he's
your
a frog,
Aquila?
Aquila.
Is that the same as the ammunition brand that they have now?
It's also the name of an ammunition brand.
Yeah.
So it's now John and Aquila.
How about Irenaeus or Polycarp?
Why don't you name him Bart?
Well,
Yeah, I feel like naming your frog after an apostle is like hella disrespectful.
no, it's not
To
because
the
I
apostle.
originally. No, it's not.
Like, imagine if I was like, look, I have this frog I named after you, Dan. And he's got the same name as you. You'd be like pissed.
No, I wouldn't. I'd be honored.
Train Froggy.
if you got like a dog.
This is my frog, Daniel Newman.
Aquafina.
Look at him jumping around. Yeah, I'd be honored.
You should name him Mad Krasnik.
Why? Why are you asking?
That he looks just like him, dude.
I don't know. Does anybody else want to come in?
Naming your pets after your own.
You could have two. Name one Matt Grosnick, another one Tim, and like whatever his last name is.
I think naming your pets after your own friends is a really funny idea. It could be a good sketch. I'd write about it. I'm not gonna do
Dude,
it.
I almost, if my kid was a boy, I would have named him after GP.
Guys, get those votes in. What day is
It's
the
like a
Sabbath?
like a complete troll. And then when he brought it up, I'd be like, "You're so full of yourself. Like you just think everything is about you." Even though
It's
it, really
it's my name, but it's my name, Clay.
Presbyterians will try to claim that the Sabbath was changed to Sunday because they're trying to be sola scriptura and they want to justify their Sunday keeping. I think that's interesting. But obviously, Saturday is the Sabbath. The Sabbath, this is like, here's a question I ask you guys. Can God change your birthday?
Yes.
Yeah, God could do anything.
Yeah, he can
You
do
were born
anything,
on
bro. Have you ever
He's
met
magic, dude.
Can God change the past?
Yeah.
Yeah,
How?
just snap his
If
fingers.
he wanted
and
to,
it's
he would do it. Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't
That
know.
undermines his sovereignty. If he didn't want something to happen, then he wouldn't let it happen.
Well, because
Well,
we
if
have
he
free
wanted
will,
to
but
do
if he
something in the
wanted to,
past,
he could.
then yeah, then he could.
I don't think so.
If he wanted to, he could. Yeah.
I think God is like
Would he?
timeless, where
Would
he
he?
has like no
Would he?
past or
Yeah,
future.
it's kind of
you
like
know?
in Jesus'
I got
life.
a question to answer. No, I'm a Baptist, but Daniel on here is an Orthodox. If you have any questions or comments about Orthodoxy, we can always talk with Daniel about them. But I'm a Baptist.
Did you say it's like engines, Jamie, where there's laws? Is that what you said?
I was just saying, I
Laws?
don't think you can change the Sabbath because it is what it is because God rested on a particular day of the week. So it just is the Sabbath because God rested on the seventh day.
Hmm.
So to say it's changed, it'd be like, if you want to say, like, if you're going to make a
So
case,
what day did he build? What day was the first though? Was it Sunday?
Sunday's the first day of the week. So I think the first day of creation was a Sunday. But my point is just that, like, the Sabbath is the Sabbath because of the day God rested. So you can't change that. Like, if you want to say there's a development and now we don't keep the Sabbath holy and we keep the Lord's Day holy or Sunday holy, then fine. But the
But
Sabbath
there's so many variables. Like
because of
back
what
then, where
God did what he did. That's what I would say.
Whoa. Can I get your
were days even like divided in increments of 7, like back then with the
Yeah, I believe
Jews? You
all things
know,
are possible with God. I think God can do whatever he wants. I think anything that's, well, it's like, can God lift a rock so heavy that make a rock so heavy you can't lift it? It's like, there's like things that don't make sense. Like, can God do the logically impossible? It's like, no, because God is logic and reason. So it's like, I'm not trying to limit God. I'm just saying, like, can God lie? Well, Jesus knows how to string words together, which would he's able to say words that aren't true. He just never would. So when it says God can't lie, it's like he never would, but he knows how to. You know what I mean by that? Like, it's like, what's the difference between could or should? You know, can, don't, won't. This is complicated stuff. I'm just
you're
saying
saying he could do anything. He just chooses
wouldn't do
not
certain
to.
things because it would be dishonest.
So this for Lady Solidarity asks, what are some main differences between Baptist and Orthodox? Well, there's a number of differences. I guess first thing would be baptism. So Orthodox, there's I guess a difference in that Baptists believe that you have to have a confessing believer's baptism in order to be baptized. I think Orthodox baptize infants just as part of the, their introduction into life growing up in the church. And then there's a difference around like communion versus the Eucharist, like whether it's literal or symbolic. But I don't know.
What's so weird about Baptists though is if, like, when you hear Bruce Wayne and them, like, then why do Baptists like even do it?
Some of them don't.
If it's symbolic, and same with baptism. Bruce Wayne has always given me shit on baptism, and he's
I
like,
think it's greater than symbolic.
Well,
he's like, baptism isn't necessary. It's pointless.
Well, the way it's there's like a spectrum of like the real presence in the communion, and like a lot of Protestants, when they said it was symbolic, they're just saying it's not literally. And then even the Orthodox would like disagree with that, but they won't take it as far as the Catholics and say it's transubstantiation, but they'll say it's but they're like, they make like there's like an in between the transubstantiation and the real presence view, and then there's symbolic.
No. The Orthodox definitely believe in the real presence, like 100%.
Of course.
Like, we would agree with the Catholics in their conclusions. We just don't agree because we believe it's so sacred. We don't think that they should have logically tried to describe it.
Right.
We wouldn't have done that.
How different is Baptist in like your American Baptist?
Yeah, very good.
Are you asking me, Clay, how is it different than what?
Than like Southern Baptist? Like, is it very different?
So the split between the Southern and American Baptists is due to the Civil War and abolition. American Baptists were on the side of abolition and anti-slavery. So in terms of the trajectory of the church, it's always been a bit more pro, like, I don't know.
Equal rights.
Like more liberal.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I don't know that that's liberal. It's just they didn't believe that slavery should continue in the U.S. They believed that Black people should not be slaves.
We're fellow humans. We're fellow equal humans.
Yeah, so the split in that church happened over that. They have a lot of similar beliefs, but there's I think there's differences in terms of like just the leadership. In some ways,
the structure of the church.
Yeah, and the structures of the
priesthood.
What do they call it? What do you mean?
So, what do you think?
Baptists believe in this.
Oh yeah.
priesthood of
Sorry, we're
believers.
talking about the difference between.
Yeah, that
You
would
think
be.
Bruce and those guys are like Southern Baptists?
They're independent fundamentalists. So
Oh.
so both the Southern and American Baptists belong to what's like, what is that term? It starts with a C. It's like, is it a council
Conference?
or a conference? Yeah, they conference with one another, so they have a bit more of a structure, whereas an independent fundamentalist is just run by a preacher.
Which can be dangerous. If
Yeah,
it's
it
not a
can
good
be.
person,
Yeah.
because I think if you're independent, you should have open books. You should have a council of elders. Some of them don't really have that. Look
Yeah.
at Steven Anderson is a good example of how that gets off the rails.
So yeah, I would be uncomfortable attending a church that didn't have more of a structure like that. You know, I'm more comfortable knowing that my church is affiliated with other churches around the community and also around the country that, you know, have similar standards and values.
I'd like to say something about that too. Like, don't, like, even some of these churches that are OSAS, a lot of these people online talking about that, like the way they operate and talk, they're totally unhinged people that don't go to church. Like Terry's church is once saved, always saved, but her pastor preaches on holiness and discipleship almost every week. That's so like, it's like when people take that view and go crazy with it and they don't go to church and they're just like really antisocial, it's really ugly. But actual base people that like are in community of a church setting, it comes across way better, in my opinion.
That's the vibe I get from like almost all these people.
Theology, but they're actually people that are seeking after holiness, or they are oftentimes, or can be. So it's like having a community setting of people who are believers that want to follow Jesus, can believe in once saved, always saved, and they're not unhinged and crazy like some of these weirdos on the internet. That's my
That's how that Orthodox guy is. The Orthodox guy, the crazy one, actually doesn't even go to church.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about you or Badger. I'm talking about the other guy.
Yeah.
We
The
don't
guy who
need
never
to
comes
talk
up.
about the other guy.
Like, but all that stuff he says, and then he's like, I actually don't go to church.
Then he's not Orthodox.
I know, but that's how.
It's important to, I really believe very strongly that for your faith to be solid and grounded, you need to be in a local body.
His reasoning for not going to church too is because they're not doing it right.
See, that's the
like
thing. People are so uptight about church. They're like, they want to be served more than they want to serve.
Word.
You know, they want to get something more out of it than they want to give, and that's the wrong attitude.
They want to be the boss, but they're not equipped to be the boss.
Yeah.
God has not invited them to be a boss, and they have that Protestant spirit to the point where it's
they want to be like David Koresh.
Okay, there's a
I don't think he was.
Oops. Would you consider converting?
I don't look at that as really like a conversion.
Not really a conversion.
I know what you mean. No, I've been studying theology so long, like I'm pretty set in my ways, I guess. I know what they believe and why they believe it, and but we're very similar, so in a lot of ways, or can be. I mean, American Baptists have a lot of leeway. That's part of why Baptists are such a big church in the United States. They can, I mean, even within American Baptists, you can, like her church, they're free grace. Like they have free grace people come in, which I don't agree with, but at the same time, that's like her pastor doesn't preach like a free grace pastor, but he has those guys come in. I would say I tend to be fine with her, even with some of the stuff they talk about. But then
you mean like Ken?
Yeah, like Ken Yates.
I
was shocked at how good of an expositor he was.
He's amazing.
But I don't agree with his theology. I would argue with it. But like my other friend who's an American Baptist pastor in California is not once saved, always saved even. So like you can be, but he's egalitarian. Her church isn't egalitarian, but it's once saved, always saved. He's not once saved, always saved, but he's like thinks men and women are equal. Like, so it's like you can be American Baptist. They're super liberal.
I think my church is egalitarian.
Yeah, I guess it is. But like,
my
not all of
church
them
has
are.
men in like the positions of power in the church, which I'm more comfortable with. But
Right.
There are American Baptist churches that have women as pastors.
And are gay affirming.
And they were doing that though
Oh,
before the
BRB.
feminist movement. They were giving women pastor positions.
Oh yeah, there's a
Like-
famous woman that led that.
Yeah. So did they just believe? I guess.
But I don't think
know.
you can be American Baptist and not agree with that.
Yeah, I think
Have
you
you ever
could.
seen Have you ever seen King of the Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they were American Baptists because their
No,
pastor or whatever was a woman.
no, they're Methodist. King of the Hill.
Oh,
Original
She was
Methodists
a
wouldn't have had
Methodist.
women pastors, I don't think.
Pastor Croup that dated Bill.
Oh really? I don't remember.
Yeah, she dated Bill. Bill got these women that he never should have got. Like, it's amazing. Like, when he got himself together, he really could pull, but then he always messed it up.
Look, this one.
I need
It's not
I need to respond to Gregatron. Yes, my church does go live. You can follow them on YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah, it's First American Baptist or First Baptist Church.
First
Portland.
Baptist Church.
First Baptist Church of Portland.
Mhm.
The head pastors.
No, it's enough.
I'm
So-
going to bed, y'all.
You're going to bed, Clay?
Yeah, I gotta take a shower first, but then I
That
gotta
doesn't
go to
sound
bed.
like the drunk guy getting tattoos at 4 a.m. sort of bag.
He's a dad now.
Oh, you have a child. That's right.
Yeah, and I also have a job, so I have to get up at like 3:30.
Yeah.
3:30.
It's actually
Yeah.
getting late here too. It's 8:11 already, and I do want to come in.
I gotta
Yeah.
be there for my first one at like 4:30, so I need to get up at like 3:30 and get ready and stuff and leave my house by like 4.
Mm.
Well, today, what was the best bit of church today, would you say?
See
We
you
sang
guys.
out of every blessing.
I liked what he was talking about with how God's provision and how to distribute leadership among the church body and not put it all on one person.
Yeah, that was pretty tall.
based.
It was a good sermon.
You can't function as a church if you don't do that to some degree.
Mhm.
Oh, I was gonna say, so like Golden Rule TV said something about
Should I scroll up and find it?
about women pastors, and like whether you agree with women pastors or not, I would just say, and I'm torn on this issue. Depends on what you mean, but like when you see in the news like these really liberal churches with women that are like going all liberal, I think that's obviously bad, but that's not every single. There's conservative women pastors in the American Baptist Church, for instance, that are not like that. So
Yeah, but still, I don't feel like it's right.
whatever. It's fine.
I like, for me, I just think it's not even about like whether their heart's in the right place as like, as the pastor themselves, whether she has good politics or good theology. My concern is like the discipline of the church. And I don't think women can wield.
Well, what if Jesus is coming back in the next 20 years and God needs all the people he can to get the gospel out before he comes back? And if we hinder women from being a part of that, we're stunting the Great Commission.
But how are we hindered from that because we can't send
Because so many
pastors?
churches are such a mess that we need anybody who has
Yeah.
doing it right.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you can preach the gospel without being a priest or
Sure,
a pastor, right?
It's fine. Yeah,
I mean, that's what lay people are called to do. I don't think people take that seriously enough.
right.
That's
We're
even
the most vital
John.
part of the church.
That is even worse, Gregatron.
What about men who take their wives to far-flung nations to take the gospel to countries that haven't received it, and the husband dies while they're on the trip, and the woman knows all the pastor's teachings, and there's no man to be the leader, but there's a white woman who has all the qualifications to do so? Are you going to say that she can't do that?
I think missionary work is a bit different than being a pastor.
Yeah, but they established churches.
That's true. But I think
And there's
women
stories
can
like this.
establish. I don't know.
That doesn't mean we should make women. I mean, that's like the exception to the rule, right? It's like abortion.
I think I don't know. I think too, like some women, every now and then there are women that have authority that can wield it, that can be respected. But I think it's really rare.
it's the
And I think
exception, not
most
the rule.
women that seek after positions of power don't belong in them.
Yeah, amen.
I think if a woman is placed in power because because the situation has called it, like, things have fallen
Sure.
through, that's different than a woman knowingly seeking after power.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
Like,
I mean, like everything
Do you
I
mean
say.
overall or just the church? Because I feel like,
I mean, overall.
yeah, I think it's okay for women to become bosses and stuff. I've had some tremendous female bosses.
As have I.
My boss is a woman right now.
But I think, but I think like politically too. A lot of these female pastors are completely on an ego trip.
But I could hear the angels from Africa.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
make the rains fall down in Africa. It's gonna take a whole lot to get me away from you.
I
bless the rains.
Well, aren't there cases of this happening? Like sometimes that's men's punishment because men.
Yeah.
Sometimes that is because the situation is so bad that women are placed over men.
And by
It's like
God's sovereignty, because
Yeah,
that's like you're going to get what you deserve.
which is for women to
Just
rule
women
over
to rule over you.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
So
funny.
sometimes I think sometimes
not
God does do that to humble or like to edify her because the woman is the only one that is in the position to do it. I think God will equip a woman if she's called, but I just don't think that many women are called to ministry at that level. And I don't think
they're too emotional.
I don't think for most churches that most people can respect a woman's authority. That's just it as well. Like, how is a woman going to exercise church discipline and authority if most men don't want to listen to a woman?
Right.
And most women don't want to listen to a woman. It's just reality.
I hardly like to listen to other men. I don't like listening to others. I don't like listening to people at all.
Yeah, I feel.
Then I gotta listen to this lady tell me about the word and put herself in authority when the Bible says that a woman shouldn't be in that authority. No, I mean, it's hard. It's
That's my own will. I don't have any I don't have any desire to be in power over other people.
Yeah, but on your channel, you're in charge, and these men come on here and let you be in charge of them on your channel.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I need you usually to no, they don't. They totally and they're often Daniel's respectful, Lupin's usually respectful, but then a number of these men act like it's not even my channel.
Well, I think on anyone's channel, man or woman, if you're on someone's channel and the host, the owner of the channel speaks, you should shut up. But I say that with people I don't like, people I disagree with, women, men. I just think you should respect someone's channel. They're trying to run their channel.
Well, some hosts like that. Some hosts kind of just like for everybody to talk, and they don't stand up for themselves. So that's an issue on their own.
I think they would if
that's
they
a personal
knew.
issue.
I think, well, for me, I try to give people have as much grace for people and know that maybe I don't know what's going on with them, or maybe they don't understand.
I think sometimes discipline is grace.
I mean, it's the obvious, respect is earned, not given, and by default, a person does get respect, but, either you can lose respect or you can gain more respect by talking with people. And, you could lose respect, you might have to earn it back, but, you could definitely lose respect, and then you just lose respect for a person if they continue in that way.
I'm quoting that from the Bible. I'm not saying that of my own accord. I'm just saying that's literally in the Bible.
Yeah. Imagine God starting all traditions with making.
He's trying to make it like it's me.
No, I think he's just talking about what we were saying earlier about sometimes God lets bad circumstances happen because people get what they deserve, like by letting a woman be over them. Carson said that. He's like, they're like, who do you think God wants to win the election? He's like, I think the people are gonna vote, and God's gonna give them what they deserve, so they'll get what they have coming.
Settle it the regular way and just the right way, the liberal way, and just put them all in an MMA fight together and see who's right. with their fists.
Oh, no, you're right, baby. He does. he
Yeah,
isn't
no,
agreeing
he's
with it.
yeah, he's.
Well, do you think
I'm saying
apparently?
that. I'm not saying it of my own accord. I'm.
Yeah, that's an idea that God says that when the people do what they see right in their own eyes, God's sovereign, so He allows circumstances to be bad for people, and they kind of so they can see the consequences of the decisions. That's how I see it, anyway. It's a difficult subject because of God's sovereignty and sort of.
Well, keeping Yoda in, I don't know that I keep him in check.
Not really.
I give Yoda a lot of freedom to express himself. I don't want to put that up.
I don't persist in women worship. No, and a lot of it's what you don't understand about me is a lot of times I'm asking questions to provoke people's thinking. I don't even necessarily believe. I'm not necessarily advocating for my position. You don't seem to get that about me. I like to pose questions and see how people respond. You think it's pathetic because you have black and white thinking because you're down here, I'm up here. on the engagement about conversation. You're black and white, nuanced, and you don't get that. That's okay. You'll get there. You'll get there.
You're like, you're down here, I'm up here.
Hey, Chase from Texas, shout out Texas, says speaks facts right there. Chase from Texas. Well, this is what he said. You can lose respect being an asshole, but you can gain respect from the wrong people or being an asshole. That's damn true. That's the truth right there.
Well, you can command respect for actually wanting the bit like if you say a rule on your channel and then people don't follow it, like getting a little sharp with people in a non-hateful way is helpful for everybody. And so it's not like you're just being nice because you let people push you around.
I'm just talking about life in general.
I have a no profanity rule on my stream.
No,
yeah. How does that work out?
It works out pretty well. I had to constantly correct people. I had to be like, hey, cut that out.
Hake is on his third root beer.
Careful, you might get the diabetes.
You might get diabetes.
The beatus, the sugars.
Yoda is coming for you. He's trying to provoke you.
Yeah, I don't really. There's not a lot of cussing on my channel unless somebody like really, it's usually it's a bandwagon kind of thing. Once it starts going, then it'll go, and then you'd like try and because normally in conversation I just don't I don't say a lot of like cuss words, and whoever came up with that whole oh, cussing is a sign of intelligence. I'm sorry, that's bullshit. But anyway, you see what I did there? But anyway, no, it's just it's not, and
or they say it's a sign of honesty or sincerity.
Yeah, that's all making an excuse. That's Satan speak.
It's just a bad habit that somebody has.
Oh, I was listening to that woman talk on your show.
Yeah.
I was listening to that woman talk, and I couldn't deal with the British accent, and then B, like, I mean, those people are weird. I don't know, they're just like dead inside, and I wouldn't want to be at a party with those people because it'd be a weird satanic party that I wouldn't be interested in. Like nobody wants to be around with a lot of haters
and like kind of read the spirit of a room. It's like if people swear here and there, it's like whatever. But if you're just like up and then you're like trying to make an argument, that's totally fine to swear as a Christian. The Bible doesn't. I heard that from Dustin Buck the other day, and I was so irritated because I was like, that's not how that works. Cuss words are like.
Sorry, I've ended the poll. 91% of the chat believes that Saturday is a Sabbath. Wow.
Yeah.
Only 12 people voted though. So.
Yeah.
It's an interesting question.
Yeah. The Catholics changed it.
I don't think you can change it.
Well, I mean, they changed it in terms of they put the guys over people. You can't.
Daniel 7:20 says that they would seek to change God's times.
Exactly. Yeah, but they.
Okay. Yoda wants to know why you prefer women pastors.
I don't prefer women pastors.
Oh yeah, I wanted to say something
Mm.
about this. So I think the reason why we shouldn't have women pastors is because of tradition. I don't think it's because of women don't have like a certain quality, you know, like where they just couldn't do that. There has been like a little bit of evidence of people like a presbytera in the very early church, which is actually Aquila's wife. Yeah, Priscilla.
He says he knows why. I don't prefer women pastors.
He's probably got something filthy that
He's got a
gonna
joke. He's
come out with,
setting up for a punchline.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's clearly
What
female
about
prophets.
female prophets? Yeah, I believe that females can have.
That's in the whole.
I believe that women can preach at times. I just don't think that like.
Yeah, the leadership.
My
Being a
concern
pastor.
is about order, and like I think that women can't like, or it's not that they can't. I just think that women struggle with exercising authority in the same way and having it respected. And so, if you're needing to have a church body and discipline, you kind of need to have that model of male headship.
Yeah, exceptions.
Because if you're a church family, you need to have male headship in a family, like for it to run smoothly.
I mean, even if you're a scientific person, go ahead, Jamie.
Sorry.
Well, a man having no legs doesn't mean he can't be the head of the family.
Right.
Okay,
well,
that was it.
The woman has to take all the initiative because the man gets AIDS and she's. This isn't hypothetical. I'm thinking is going to happen. I'm saying like I'm giving a hypothetical. Like, what do you mean? What if? Right. But my whole point is.
Oh no, Yana, you sicko.
What did he say?
At the end of the day, scientifically, men are different from women. I think it's shown that men have a bit of a stronger fortitude. So scientifically,
obviously,
it's a bit of a thing. And then also, just in the biblically, there's an order to things. Men should be, or women should be submissive to their men. That's how it is, and that's the order of things. So you see it in the scientific way, you can see it in a spiritual way, and you see it in a naturalistic way. Regardless, that's how it is. And if a woman was a pastor and she knows scripture, then why would she be a pastor? Then whenever it says that a woman should not be in that place and position, so she's going against the word.
Well, I think those passages can be interpreted differently, but I don't necessarily disagree with you. And what I was trying to set up when I was saying that is like my whole point was like, something can happen where a woman has to take the role of a leader.
Okay,
and my point is that would be an exception to the rule, so it still wouldn't change what you're saying. I was trying to lead up to agree with what you were saying. It's like exceptions aren't the rule, but that doesn't mean there isn't exceptions in certain circumstances.
So, well, what do you think about? So, I've gotten into it with Bruce about like that pastors have to be married. Do you think a pastor has to be married? Because that's one of his big contentions against the Catholic Church is that they're not married.
Well, there's that verse that says, "Make pastors be husbands of one wife."
But yeah, so I was like, I don't think that's saying that a guy has to be married. I think it's just saying if he is married, he has to have one.
Right. But you could read that both ways. But I agree with you.
It's like in the Orthodox Church, it's preferred if the priest is married, but there's monastics that come in, but they take a vow of abstinence.
That's probably the right reading. He's not making a hard set rule. You have to be a man who is married. Then the question becomes, if he's not saying you have to be married because it says let them be married to have a husband and one wife. You can't have, because you're going to take those as mandates. Like this is how it has to be. He also says like your kids can't have any troubled kids. So if your kid runs off as a druggie and runs away, you're disqualified.
Yeah, druggie.
If you read those passages like that. No, he's just saying like this is like how it should be. Make sure it's a guy who's got his stuff in order.
I got you. I just, I'm just thinking back in those times. Like, I don't know if they had druggies. They probably had drunks.
Of course,
something equivalent.
Or they had they had drugs back in the ancient days.
They
were doing they did the blue lotus flowers. They did the
those hoes in that cave that's smoke that earth gas.
They had, I'm sure they had pot too, because
What
I
were they
came from
called?
India.
What were those oracles of Delphi?
Oh yeah. They had the gases that came out of the the.
Demos
That's a
in the
bit
cave.
different. That's a bit different.
That was just funny.
God, I know the prostitutes.
Was there addictive drugs during the time of Jesus Christ?
Alcohol.
Oh dang, Matthew going.
Alcohol.
So there's no drug
Alcohol.
addicts mentioned in the Bible, but there was hallucinogenic substances like mushrooms back in those days.
Yeah, mushrooms too. That's right.
Well, I mean, you could be a hard alcoholic, which would be a wine
Hello,
bibber. A wine
prepared
bibber.
dentist.
Hey, Jared.
Why
No,
do
we're
I have
doing-
2 dots?
Oh, I've heard about that. I want to take it too. How is it? How are you? Are you feeling the effects, Golden Rule TV? The blue methylene.
Is that stuff they sell at the smoke shop?
I heard about it from Alex Jones. I watched his interview with Roseanne the other day, and I was like,
interesting.
Isn't that from Breaking Bad?
They'd all taken it. What?
Isn't that from Breaking Bad?
No, it's not like that.
The blue.
Yeah.
Was it? Oh yeah, it was blue, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was blue meth.
It's not meth like that, guys.
It's
not. It's like a tincture you take, and it's supposed to help with like autophagy and like.
There's old mud duck talking smack.
Yeah, old mud duck. You're a dirty man, old mud duck.
Dude,
Please don't say disgusting things like that.
He's lying again. I explained to him how he misheard me before, and he's still saying so. It's not true. That means he's a liar. That means he's purposefully lying. That's bad.
Yeah, but he's also a troll, and he's trying to get a rise out of you.
If Jamie takes hard drugs, yeah, I won't be doing that.
Then Terry will be the leader. Oh dang, I don't want to be the leader.
But that's a good point. He's playing on. He's a thinker like me, so he's able to like be nuanced. Yeah, obviously, if you have kids and one of your spouses, the man, like goes off the rails, and you're like a good spouse, you would like have to take over roles of the
Where's
man.
your ketchup bottle?
That doesn't mean the exception is the rule.
Daniel.
Methylene.
It's Mr.
blue.
Ketchup.
Methylene blue. That's right. Yeah. So, did you like it, Golden Rule TV? Is it working?
Well, like I was saying, my friend had that stuff that was like, oh, he's coming on. Cool.
Oh, jeez.
my
Get that
God.
off,
Oh my
Terry.
God.
Why do people do that?
You got
He's come up before.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, God, how rude. How rude.
Are you sure it was that actual person? Because sometimes they can take it
No,
into
it
the chat.
wasn't Golden Rule TV. He wouldn't do anything like that.
Yeah.
No.
Really rude.
Were you able to ban them?
No, they left.
We don't know
before
who it was.
They left before I could.
They tried to do that last time too.
That was disgusting.
I hope it doesn't get the screen taken
Yeah,
down.
people
I
were
will
dumb.
once
can
I
take it out.
can edit it once it's up. I'm sorry, anyone who had to see that.
Some people are so perverted they get their little thrills from being a little perverse little demons. It's pretty
Oh God, why do people do that? It's so horrible.
because they don't have
That
real
guy was trying to
relationships.
come on like the last time I was live and was doing that.
It was worse before too, but we didn't put him on. But he
I
did it.
don't know that it was worse before.
Yeah, I guess not.
No, I wouldn't say. it was
I've seen
before.
worse before, but it's like, whatever that means.
Oh, we got trolls in the chat. Daniel reminds me of Diddy. Wow. And the, what is because he's such a great rapper?
Jeez, people are so
Because he's iconic.
Get a life. Go get a girlfriend. Cool. Go
They
Get a
don't need
job.
no, they don't need to be bothering any women with their mess.
Yeah.
What?
Hmm.
What?
I'm gonna take a look at these comments.
Diddy's lawyer quit yesterday. What?
That was probably old mud duck. I wouldn't be surprised. He says. some
I
nasty
don't think
stuff.
he would do that, honestly.
yeah.
I don't think he would do that, even if he's ticked that he has it come in on his Slack account.
We don't even know who he is.
No, but I don't think he would.
He doesn't mind lying about me.
Hmm. He said it's not him. He said nah.
Nah. Well, I mean, for all I know, he's this 11-year-old Asian girl. I mean, we don't even know.
Why are
could
they
be-
coming for you, Daniel? They're all coming for you.
Yeah.
Who are these people?
Who knows? Cares, man.
There's some haters out there. Well,
You know what?
may God forgive them.
I was on Wild Heart's stream and somebody said that their most hated genre was Daniel J. Newman's trash folk.
Dude,
Oh, man.
I was
if you look at
like,
my band
whoa.
list, my YouTube channel, like the names of all of them, it's crazy. Like people like figure out how to have like 50 fake accounts. It's obviously the same person. It's like the names are just like the stupidest. Like people are like, wow. Look, see, this person has taken the time to make a ton of fake accounts that they can cycle through just to say dumb stuff at Daniel. How like pathetic are people? Oh, great, here we go.
Oh no, that's actually Chase. Nice.
Hey.
Hey, Chase.
What's up?
I got scared.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's just like it's terrible. It's like, no, shut it down, shut it down.
How are you tonight, Chase?
I'm all right. Got a little wigged out because I keep hearing some gunshots over here, and I'm hearing a Harley hauling ass up this way, but I don't know. Neighborhood is only halfway ghetto, so I don't really see why there'd be gunshots.
Well, my neighborhood's only halfway ghetto too, and yeah, I've heard gunshots.
Yeah. It's funny, when I first moved out here, I think it was like last April, and there was something on the news where someone over here got shot, like right in front of this house. It was all like police taped off and everything. I thought that was weird because this isn't like your typical. And there's dope fiends all over the place, but dope dealers. But I know that it's not like the hood or anything.
He is weird,
Anyway.
Matthew. He's one of us.
So what were we talking about here? Female pastors?
Yeah, for a bit. I don't know. Do you have opinions about it?
Yes, strong ones too.
Oh,
Would you
dang.
Would you like to hear my strong opinions?
Yeah. Why not?
Women shouldn't be pastors.
Oh, dang. Why not?
Yeah, because y'all are too emotional. Because you can't. Okay, maybe I'm a little too drunk to explain this right now. Women don't really explain things in a way. When y'all start explaining, watch any female pastor, anytime that a pastor brings his wife on, when they start explaining the Bible and everything, they go into the poetry and the feelings of it, and they'll lose people doing that. Whereas the males don't ever do that. Almost never, unless you're talking like Joel Osteen. But the female pastors will almost always go into this long-winded emotional spat that just doesn't do any good for anyone, except for her. It just makes her feel good about how she's feeling good about what she's doing. And it'll lose a lot of people. Unless they're brainwashed into thinking that women should be leaders. And then in that case, look at my fucking dog. Look at her. Oh, she's jumping up trying to
What
bite
kind
the
of dog
lead.
do you got?
I got this little pit bull right here and this German Shepherd.
Nice.
Yeah. See, she's cute. She's cute as a button. And then this guy right here, Chico, come here. See, I had like 20 videos on the channel. Stop, you little bitch. You're pretty much going to
I'm just saying you don't like Jesse. You don't like Jesse?
I like Jesse.
You like Jesse? Yeah, sometimes I've seen you in the chat there. Listening.
Yeah, I think a lot of what he says is valuable. I just don't think he's right about everything. I don't give over my thinking to Jesse Lee Peterson. I don't think he's Jesus Christ on earth. I don't think he gets everything right. But I think a lot of what he says is generally good wisdom for the majority. But there are exceptions. There's exceptions.
Yeah, I don't always agree with him either.
Yeah, I mean, so I think a lot of his message, like, I'm not even gonna get into it. I'm not gonna let him pull me off track here or our conversation. I would just say, yeah, I don't blindly agree with Jesse Lee Peterson on everything. I use my brain. If you agree with Jesse Lee Peterson on everything, you're a retard.
Whoa.
Well, you can't agree with on it. Well, most of what he says
I don't
is
give them a bad name. People that are mentally ill.
I don't agree with how he doesn't think that Jesus is God. That's a core tenet of Christianity.
Yeah.
No. Well, I mean, no, because he never explicitly said, I am God. He just said, I am. Like, I don't, and maybe I'm not as versed in the Bible, but I don't remember ever even hearing that he said, I am God. And that would be impossible for him to be God. And two, the Bible, I mean, you can't take the Bible literal. You cannot. It's not possible for it to be literal. They'll even say
Can you
now.
just say that was the problem with the women pastors is they don't do that.
No, it's not that they don't take it. No, they go into their own emotional spat about how they feel about these verses. Watch them next time. Well, you watch any of them. I think one exception was that one lady that got a bunch of plastic surgery that has a real big following. Not following, but she's got an actual channel on Trinity Broadcasting Network. You know what I'm talking about?
Paula White?
No, the other one.
No, that.
Joyce Meyer?
That's it. Yeah. She's pretty logical, but she's also, I mean, she's got that televangelist mentality. You can't really, I mean, that's kind of like a money over faith after a while.
A prosperity gospeler.
Yeah.
She's got a wicked face sometimes. She's had a lot of plastic surgery. I guess she has, which would make sense. I've looked at her face before and I've been like, something's not right there.
Just
still good.
He's divorced and
No,
he's
he's not.
remarried, isn't he?
He's not divorced.
Oh, he never had a wife.
He never was married.
I don't know how much.
People always say he's divorced, but no, he's never married.
I thought he had a kid.
He does have a kid.
Okay.
But he was not married to the mother.
So why would I take marriage advice from someone with an out of wedlock child that's never been married?
Talking about Jeff.
I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong about it.
I think people call him because they don't have anyone else to call.
Again, I'm not saying I think he's very wise. I agree with a lot of the stuff he says. But it's like if we're going to be black and white about it, if I have to be black and white and I have no nuance, then I guess I have to reject everything he says because he had a kid out of wedlock and he's never been married, so he must be bad. But my point is that doesn't mean doesn't have wisdom or what he says is true. I'm just saying I'm playing sort of the same game. It's like if I have to be black and white, then I have to reject Jesse Peterson. So it's like your own position, Tar Baby, is like self-refuting your own sort of non-nuance.
Well, Jesse's right on a whole lot of things, but no, I don't. I'm with you. I don't agree on every single thing because he'll contradict himself, and I think a lot of it is because he's getting caught up in just the moment. And he makes the jokes like "Give your mama the finger," and it doesn't matter if she drops dead from a heart attack. People should know to take that as a joke. Yeah.
Like you said, it's like some of the things he's saying is like it's like a message to generally like America. It's like,
well, yeah,
you know what I mean?
think sometimes he gets too general and doesn't deal with the specificity of like a person. If a person doesn't want to put their mother in a home, then they don't want to put their mother in a home.
Well,
right?
I wanted to be.
There's reasons why people would not want to do that.
Well, I kind of wanted to be a smart ass and ask, well, are we allowed to celebrate Mother's Day, Jesse? Can we go to talk to our mom on Mother's Day, or is that going to put the devil in us if we do that? Because at some point in time, you have to say, well, I mean, I can conversate with my mom. That's not going to, that's not going to tarnish my spirit. I mean, and then of course, like,
mothers, but that doesn't mean that there's like this general sense of like how mothers can over baby their children, or you can be a mama's boy and never grow up, and all that stuff is all true, and it's present perhaps in every parental relationship, but that doesn't mean
you got to forgive your mom.
That's so true, Gregatron. The shopping cart thing, gosh, that was so disappointing.
Shopping cart, not putting the shopping cart up.
Well, the thing is, when people call in and they want to argue with his point, he's not gonna. If he just relegates. Is like, yeah, you're right. There's nuance. Yeah, that's true. It's not always the case. He does that a little bit. But like people would just nickel and dime him to death to lose the point he's trying to make, which is actually a good point. See, that's what I'm saying. I agree with him on the general idea, but like there is nuance. You can't get around it. To pretend like there isn't. But it's almost like that makes sense for him to approach it that way because he's trying to give a message to a general audience. And otherwise everyone would just run him over.
Well, he's
I
well
think
he
also
he's
some of it he's getting older
well
and he
his
can.
his target audience is probably, like he says, a lot of the raised by, because he originally started it for black people, and the vast majority, 78% of blacks aren't born, or they're when they're born, the father's not even there for the most part. So because of the cultural shift that's been propagated by the left, and the culture that's been pushed on to the United States populace. So he was originally trying to appeal to fatherless black people, and then he started to men, specifically men, and then it just kind of went over into everyone. And I think you're supposed to be able to decipher that. And of course, he is old, black, and slow, like he says, so not everything's going to be accurate. But I agree with most of what he says. He makes me question a lot of stuff that's helped me. So not gospel, but yeah.
When I've called him, I feel like I've gotten something good out of it.
People shouldn't be trying to get out of everything he says, but like when like say people in his audience, like when we're talking about it, the nuanced differences in certain circumstances, there's people who are kind of low IQ, like Tar Baby Yoda, who are like, no, it's always true with Jesse Lee. Jesse Lee Peterson says it's always true in every circumstance. He doesn't think
that everything Jesse says is true. Okay, you're trolling him?
Back a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't
know. Okay.
I think I'm going to make myself a
people,
sandwich and get out of here, guys.
You're going to make a sandwich?
Yeah, I think a sweet bologna sandwich.
What's a sweet bologna sandwich?
So Lebanon sweet bologna is it's a type of bologna that is sweet.
Oh.
It's made in Lebanon.
Lebanon.
No
Oregon?
shit.
Yeah. It says it. Well, I can't describe what this tastes like, but if you tried it, you'd probably like it. I think anybody would like it. It's pretty good.
They're like flavored with like molasses or honey or something?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I wonder how they make it sweet.
I'm not sure,
Yeah,
but it's good.
Kind of
Sugar.
Yeah.
It's like it just turns out to be molasses.
Yeah.
I don't know. Not sure how they make it, but it's good. And yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That and Swiss cheese
With
and some
cherry
mayo.
peppers on a hoagie, says Argalunas.
Yeah, I don't even have any peppers right now.
Yay, that's Jerry.
But I got hot sauce.
Hi, Jerry.
Daniel, you're not allowed to leave.
Oh.
You make your sweet bologna sandwich, and then you come right back over here because I showed up and
Get some
launched
light
one
on
for
me.
you.
You want to talk to me about something? What's up?
Anything. Sweet bologna sandwiches. I want to talk about the Orthodox Church.
Okay.
Whoa.
Now you can't.
That'll suck them in.
I think Terry's got to go to bed soon.
Oh.
We can go another 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure how long you guys were going to be on, and any amount of time is great. Yeah, how are you guys doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm crazy.
I'm always
busy.
rooting for you, too. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
But I'm like working crazy, so.
Yeah. And Chase, nice to meet you.
Hey.
Not much. What do you got? What do you do for a hobby?
Me?
Got any hobbies? Yeah, you.
Not really, man.
Beer?
I go and pick through I troll chat, and I pick through the different skanks that I like to bring over to my house and drink with.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad, man. I'm rotten.
Okay. Well, yeah. So you, I should invest in antibiotic companies. Then is what you're telling me.
Yeah. Yeah, you
antivirals. Yeah. No, I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you. I'm no better than anybody else.
I keep some condoms. I keep some Magnum condoms in there. So no, I don't need that. I'm smart.
Goodness. Well, fortunately,
really
I've been
the ones in the
blessed
gold
with being
package.
both ugly and having a fantastic wife, so I don't have to worry about any of that.
That's true.
Daniel, you have you done making that sandwich?
I didn't go. I was just here the whole time.
As soon as you heard the word skanks, you couldn't leave.
Well, okay, I'll be back. I'll make this sandwich.
Hey, a good
Daniel
spank will
seems
make
like
you
the
a
kind of
sandwich.
guy I would like to hang out with. Daniel seems like a really nice guy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a new frog that he's wanting to name after one of the apostles.
Oh, which apostle wants to have a frog named after him?
I was thinking
Judas.
Bartholomew, but so you could call him
Bartholomew.
Frog.
Bartholomew. How about the prophet Jeremiah? Jeremiah John was a bullfrog.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That's a good one. Yeah, Jeremiah probably works.
Hey, you got Nero
Yeah.
there. He's got.
Yeah.
That's not.
Jace, you got a favorite kind of music?
Nah, I go from rap. I go rap. I go 90s metal. I go some of the old school stuff. I love Pink Floyd. Chevelle's probably on the top of my list. I just got into someone named Ryan Upchurch. Kind of sort of knew he existed, but didn't know how. He's like country rap. It's a whole different kind of rap. Oh, it's cool as shit, dude. Yeah, that's pretty much it, man. I'm an
old school classic rock guy. Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. I teach college.
Oh yeah.
And on day one, syllabus day, I look my students dead in the eye and I go, look, let's get this straight. It's not that I'm old. Your music really does suck. Yeah.
I've had this argument before with people who try to say that there's no talent in rap. Nah, there's talent. There's not as much talent. There's not as much talent as you having to get the band together and make the music and everything, but there's talent in it to be able to put words together like that and all that. And there's some shitty rap. There's some good rap. There's some stuff that's just, you can listen to it. You don't have to take it serious. But you got a lot of people who take it serious. It's like, nah, man, it's just music. But
yeah.
I'll do
Terry, I'm sorry for over talking, Terry. It's your show. I don't mean to be a big mouth.
The guys often will do that. It's all good. I'm
a Sicilian. I'm a Sicilian. I'm sorry. I'm of Sicilian descent, so I'm used to at our dinner table everybody's talking at the same time, but we're also reflexively afraid of the women because we'll get a frying pan across the forehead if we're not careful.
Yeah, they are violent, the Sicilian women.
Well, they're Latinas. You know what I'm saying? So you get the frying pan, but 5 minutes later she feels bad about it.
Yeah.
About right. Sounds like a Latina.
Yeah.
Craziest women I've ever dealt with.
Yeah. How's the new life with you and Jamie going on? Good?
Well, we're still trying to get it set up.
Yeah.
So, but I think it's good. It's been nice having Jamie come, here. And, developing a relationship with Nero, and he's able to get more work here in Portland, than he could before. So able to save up more money for just our life together.
The wedding.
The wedding. Yeah, and he's also been able to help me with stuff like getting myself prepared, and
right.
It's because that looks
there
good.
You go. That looks delicious. Oh my word! You made me one, right?
Nice one, Daniel.
Yeah, that looks wonderful.
That's true. I do try to let people, just get it off their chest if they need.
Yeah.
No, you don't want me to do that. You don't want me to do that.
One of the most important things my wife and I have constantly had reinforced between us after being married for nearly 30 years is, communication, right? And I remember one time I was talking to her because I run into a lot of you're just supposed to know. I'm just supposed to know what she wants me to do. And I remember one time she was talking on the phone with her sister for a couple of hours. And I asked her, why do you talk on your phone with your sister for a couple hours straight? And she says, well, so we can communicate and tell each other what we're thinking about this whole time. And I said, well, then how is it you expect me to do what you can't do? I'm just supposed to know. But when you talk to your sister, you talk on the phone for hours and use all the words, but you're expecting me to do something you can't do. And she paused for a second and she was like, that's a really good point. And ever since then, I've gotten a little bit more slack cut towards me in terms of her telling me rather than just expecting me to know. That I found between the two of us, we have to tell each other what we want rather
What do
than
you,
just expect them to know.
Jared, why do you think Jamie is so intimidated by you?
Jamie's intimidated by me? I don't think so. The only time he's intimidated by me is when he comes down to the Shire and he sees all my Hobbit friends.
He's overwhelmed.
Jared's intimidated by me.
Yeah, look at my sub bio.
He's fine.
You okay?
She thought I heard the cat.
I didn't think you heard him. I just thought he was like not wanting to be held.
He was having fun. No, he's just trolling.
Yeah.
I was attacked by witchcraft sent by Masons in the Mormon religion. Whoa. That's crazy.
I was attacked by witchcraft.
Whoa. I hope you're better now, that darn Scorpio. That sucks.
Explain the attack. I want to hear this.
Yeah, tell us about it. What they do.
Jared knows jujitsu.
Whoa, I got 3 burning scratch marks in the shower before, out of nowhere. Oh, I've heard of people having things like that happen.
Aliens.
I've heard that with, aliens, people who say they were abducted by aliens and then they'll wake up with like scratches and stuff on their body and things like that. Freaky stuff.
Spooky.
Mm-mm.
Well, my mom was younger. Her and her 3 sisters played with a Ouija board back in the 70s and got their house haunted. They had some crazy ass stories about that house. Hearing people screaming, footsteps, hearing like a little girl crying. She said that they would come home from school and they would sit outside and wait till their parents got home because they were scared to even go in the house.
Oh man, that's terrible.
Yeah, I wouldn't fuck with any of that stuff if you paid me to.
Right.
I had a Ouija board. I threw it out.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
We threw out all Terry's occult stuff that was from a long time ago. Or
all the witchcraft
Yeah, I saw that. That was really good. That's awesome that you did that.
He wasn't using them or anything, but they were around, so we got rid of it all.
It was just such a big thing to do. And then, also as I was doing it, I felt compelled to pray for like the women that like either gave me the decks or that like did the decks. It was emotional, like getting rid of it. Like, and that's I don't know, I guess I needed help,
The decks, like tarot cards? Or the decks, the Ouija board?
Pounds of that stuff. I had to put it.
I used to read it like for people back in the day.
Does it actually tell anything, or is it all just power of suggestion?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that. Like,
So then it's power of suggestion more than I probably both.
No, not exactly, because people would ask me questions and then I would see answers in my mind and I would have visions of things and or I would just know something or have a sense of something come upon me that maybe wasn't even in the cards,
It doesn't even really matter.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. This stuff is wicked.
No, you get this crazy frozen stare on your face when you talk about it too.
Even if that whole
I get a crazy frozen stare on my face.
Yeah, you just kind of you're just sleepy, but you looked kind of zoned out for a minute there, peering into the spirit realm.
Yeah, when I remember, it's when I remember what I went through, it's just kind of I don't know. There's the cards have meaning in and of themselves. You have to learn the system itself, like there's meanings to the cards. So you learn that, and then you put a story together from the cards that come up. But that's not all that's happening, because you're opening up like a spiritual portal. And then now the spirits have permission to basically send you to mess with you.
So you could do it.
So I put myself in the position of being like this medium to like get all kinds of information, or like just be a conduit, you know?
Have you ever done this shit where you go to sleep and you like astral project? I don't know if you're actually astral projecting, but you'll go to sleep and you'll like a out of body experience, and you'll try to walk like to your front door and sit down or something, and then you wake up and you're still in the bed trying to wake up. And then when you finally do wake up, you're actually seeing stuff like where you went that you couldn't have seen unless you would actually walk there. You ever done that before?
It's astral.
That's like astral. I don't know if it's astral.
I've actually projected. I don't know if it's exactly like what you described, like if I've had that exact experience.
Yeah, that happened to me about 5 days ago. I haven't done that since I was a kid.
Drugs can do that to you too.
Yeah, but I wasn't on drugs. Might have been drinking, but drugs can. Yeah, absolutely, drugs can. Drugs can make you think you're seeing paranormal stuff, and then when you sober up, you're like, that was dumb as shit. But I don't know.
Well, that was my point. It doesn't really matter. Like if you're doing tarot cards,
right?
What
Yeah.
You're doing. Let's say there's a spiritual realm, and demons can give you information. You could be doing tarot cards, and it might not even be contacting spiritual forces every time or ever. But thinking you're doing that is like a way of directing you away from doing what God would have you be doing, and you're kind of putting yourself over it. But I think that's probably the case when you use tarot cards. It's not necessarily actual demonic forces engaging you every time, but it still does damage to your relationship towards God that's needed. But then that opens up a door for spiritual forces to influence you. So,
I mean, I don't know. I had multiple times where like one time when I was first learning how to use the cards, I was sitting on my bed and I just took some of them out, and I was looking at them next to me. You know, I was sitting on with my feet off the bed, and I had the cards like right here next to me, let's say. And I was still learning how to read them. Like it was the first year I was like looking at cards and kind of getting into that. And I got up and like went to put something away in my closet, and I immediately saw like myself. I saw myself sitting on the bed looking at the cards, and sitting next to me was this little elemental like leprechaun looking figure. And then as soon as I saw that like image, my vision got scrambled, which often happens when I've like seen a spirit that doesn't want to be seen. Like like total like blurring kind of like and buzzing in my head kind of thing went off. And I was like,
have you ever read up on the different types of clairvoyancy you can have that people can have?
Yeah, there's clairsentience, which is just knowing. Clairvoyance is seeing. Clairaudience is hearing. I don't know about all the other ones.
Yeah, I can't remember them. I had to read up on them. I think summer before last. I'm not really sure because I don't even know how to explain this stuff. Like I went out of my way to try to. For a while, I was pretty much an atheist, and then I went out of my way to try to say, okay, God exists, but all the other stuff doesn't. It's just your imagination. And then the more I tried to push that away and say it was just in my imagination, like at some point in time, it got so strong that I wasn't doing any drugs. I was just drinking, but still the nights that I didn't drink, and it wasn't any kind of withdrawals. I wasn't drinking enough to have withdrawals at that point. I was just moderately drinking. But when I would close my eyes and start going to sleep, it was a real clear kind of flickering. It was every time it was like a flash. And then the next day, my mind would be able to put stuff together that I really don't know how the hell I was doing it. It was hard to explain, but there was something about it. And I had this like way about, like I could felt like I could connect with the room itself and anyone in the room, almost as if I could let my mind feel the room. I mean, it's weird. It sounds really weird, but like I don't even know how to explain it. So I started reading into it, and I saw something that said if you were born with clairvoyancy, You know it's getting stronger when you're seeing the flashes. And that kind of gave me a pause. I thought, shit, I'm seeing those flashes. When I talked to my grandpa, and my grandpa was, they asked him to go to the 33rd degree in masonry, and he turned it down. And he told me, he said, yeah, there's clairvoyancy in our bloodline, and it's not real, and don't mess with it. He became a pastor after everything he saw and all this stuff. He became a pastor, and he said, don't mess with it because it's against the Holy Spirit. You're not supposed to be messing with it. He said,
It
if
may
you do
not
it, you can
actually,
lose your soul in it, your spirit, stuff like that in it.
yeah, it may not actually be that you're clairvoyant. It may just be a demon messing with you
That's
to
what
make
I
you
was
think.
scared. That's what I'm afraid of. To this day, I'm still afraid of that kind of stuff. I just don't say it very much because it sounds weird. But I mean, no, man, I swear there's been something that's followed me for so long. And it's still, I don't want to acknowledge that it's still around, but I think it's still around. And I've had
You
other
think
people tell me this before. Huh?
you think you still have like a demonic oppression or
Yes.
demonic spirit up on you?
Yes. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know what else to call it. It's like a dead coldness sometimes, and it's I swear other people can feel it too.
You should go to an Orthodox church and get an exorcism.
I've thought about it. I've thought about it.
No.
Can I relate an experience? Go ahead, Terry.
Of course, of course. I want to respond to that darn Scorpio, because the thing is, and Cecil was talking about this when she was here, I think on a recent stream of mine. But with certain families, I mean, these spirits, they follow your families. They know about
I believe it.
ancestor sin, and they want to get you. And like, we carry like the imprint of our ancestor sin. Like, you know, if your grandfather was prone to doing certain things, like let's say being involved in the occult, then those spirits want to get you.
Stealing
And
cars.
those things, I have witches in my bloodline. I have readers.
On my
in my
mom's side, I do too. Yeah.
yeah.
I do
So
too.
like those spirits they know that you're an easy target, and they're gonna work on you.
I
How
got preachers in my bloodline.
You got preachers in your bloodline? Hell yeah. But I was saying, like, so we have a responsibility once we realize this stuff to like end it, you know? But go on, Jared. I just wanted to respond to this person in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a little before I was scheduled to get baptized, I was in my apartment near UCLA,
Man.
and it was a one-bedroom apartment. And I remember waking up a few nights for a couple of weeks where I could tell there was something in my apartment. I would look outside my bedroom door across kind of into the little living room area of my apartment, and there would be a figure standing there, almost like it was wearing robes or
It
something.
gives me chills, man.
Dude, it was darker than dark. It was darker than the shadows around me. And the part that I really noticed, it was like it was staring at me with just absolute malignant hate.
Yeah.
And the hate of it woke me up in the middle of the night. It got to the point where I put under my pillow a Bible and a 357 Magnum revolver. Not sure the revolver would have done me any good, but it made me feel better. And some nights I just got up and left the apartment. If I'd had a girlfriend, I just would have gone to stay at her house. And then after I got baptized, I kind of remember it stopping. But that,
Once you're baptized, I mean, they like, it's often like when they're about to lose access to you,
yeah.
they're strongest. Where they
Well,
try
one
to,
friend of mine, she got baptized, and then she was harassed for a little bit afterwards. They would knock on her bedroom door at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and then leave. But they finally quit. But I think Daniel's right. If I were you, I'd go to an Orthodox church and see if I could get exercised. You know, they can't. I don't think you can. I'm not Orthodox. I'm very Protestant. But
Yeah, but doesn't that stuff only work if you believe in it? Like, you can't try and tear holes in it with your mind. You can't question it. you have to believe that it works or else it doesn't actually work. Isn't that the case with a lot of that?
Not if the priest or the man of God actually is a man of God, I think. And
You're
the
as
Holy
Christians,
Spirit has granted him authority.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the
Not power, authority.
believers can banish that. I think we don't know how it works totally, I think. But I think that's the case, that it's possible for other Christians through prayer
It's our responsibility to cast out devils, and that is also from ourselves. But
Yeah.
you
It's
should
never
ask
it's
definitely.
never yeah. It's never your power. It's never the power of your mind. You don't have enough of that, right? That would be like you getting in a jiu-jitsu match with Roger Gracie. You would last about 4 seconds, if that. It's never the power even of the Orthodox priest. It would be authority that Christ had given him, and it would be the power of God, not anybody else's, right? There's a difference between power and authority.
No, you don't think anyone
works
you
through
don't think
people.
anyone can be born with a sensitivity to spirituality or have any sense of clairvoyancy and it be not that they explore it, but it just exists and it's okay. It's not something demonic. It's just something that they have. You don't believe that at all?
I think the demons jump all over that if they are.
That's what I think too. I
Yeah.
do. And I think that you can get so influenced by it. I believe in law of attraction. I don't think that there's anything ungodly about it because there's a lot of verses that say stuff similar to that. I can't quote them, not a thumper, but you know, there's a lot of verses that'll quote, you know, like you trash in, trash out, that kind of stuff, where if you speak it, you can speak it to life, breathe life into it, stuff like that. I absolutely believe that. And I'm the master of sabotaging everything I do. But it's almost like if I want to say this right, it's like there's an interference. I believe that everyone's brain has its own kind of Wi-Fi, and this is scientifically proven. And you can push stuff out there, not strong enough for like telepathy necessarily, but you can push it out there to be able to, I guess you could say, put an energy. Sounds kind of gay and hippie-ish, but you put an energy out there and it can come back to you a certain way. I 100% believe that's real. And somehow, no matter how many times I put good energy out, it will always come back either just, it'll be good with an edge or it's just straight bad and it's sabotaged. And
If
shit will happen
Lucifer
so coincidentally that it makes me think time does just not exist for me, does it?
if Lucifer could deceive a third of the angels who stood in the presence of God, if he could deceive them into rebelling against God, you're no match.
Well, never said I was. I don't think
Oh
I am
no,
even close.
no. I know that. But I'm just saying. So even toying with that stuff, your Wi-Fi is going to connect to his Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
and he's going to mop the floor with you.
Yeah. I did the silent
That's a
prayer.
liability.
I actually managed to do the silent prayer pretty good yesterday. And even I had some company come over, and she's probably not the best company in the world. She's cool, but I'm not going to get into it. And even with her around, I was so much more calm, and she could tell. And she was just that. And I was like, you can tell when people can tell that you have that air, that light about you. And as soon as I got away from my house and everything was good, something hit me, and I was just mad as shit. I went to my mom's and hung out with my family for Mother's Day, and I was just mad. And I, like, for no reason at all, just arguing with my sister, and I always do that. But to the point where it was almost like I wanted an excuse. I wanted to drive to the convenience store and have an excuse to get into a fight with someone. And I don't know why that hit me so hard. I had to think, was it like some kind of rebound anger that I was repressing because of the silent prayer? Or was it spiritual? Was it a demonic attack and something put something in me? You know, have I been listening to the wrong music? Do I need to shut off music? Do I need to get away from YouTube for a little while? Do I need to be by myself and just breathe? Tell the people the girls don't come around? What do I need to do to get this to go away? Because it gets to a point where it's I don't know, man. It's nerve wracking. It's just too much. It's way too much. But
Well, you don't think Satan's going to use a honey trap on you? So what did KGB do?
Hey, man, I told this one girl, I said, she was saying something to me, and I was just laying on the couch, and she was standing here in front. And I said, she said something, and I said, God, you're evil. And she said, "You're going to make me cry saying that. Some last guy said I was evil." And I was like, "Yeah, well, you kind of are, because you're trying to
No,
rope me into this, trying to straight manipulate me just so she can come live at my house." And it's like, no,
if the devil
no.
can use a honey trap to keep you off the path, that's an easy one, right? I mean, come on, right? There's a lot.
Well,
We all got it. Me too. I mean, I don't. That's not my. I'm faithful. Okay, that's not my particular liability. But we've all got things we've got to straighten out. All of these questions you already know the answer to.
I probably do. That's the
Well,
worst part
yeah.
about it.
I was gonna say, when you were talking about, doing the silent prayer, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. I know in the Orthodox tradition we have the Jesus prayer, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. But it's supposed to be unceasing, and so like when you stop the prayer, that's where you went wrong. You should have just continued the prayer. Just never stop praying.
Well, I mean, I got really, I mean, I guess I can say this. I don't really know. This channel's kind of small, and I'm not going to do this, and I don't give a fuck if anyone knows that I've done this or that. Man, I got to the point where I was I was up at a store over here, and I saw a girl. I think she just gotten out of jail, and I'd known her. Actually, pretty. She gained a lot of weight, but she's real pretty. She likes to do meth, and I started talking in the parking lot. She's like, "You remember me?" I'm like, "Yeah, it took you over to Rella's house." And yeah, I remember that. And I said, "You were talking shit to me the whole time." And she got this crazy look on her face. Well, follow me over here. The plug is going to come, this and this and that. And I got out and started talking to her, and I almost said, "Hey, how much can he get an ounce of dope for?" Because I thought to myself, I can get an ounce of dope from the right people for $100 flat here. In Dallas, I can get it for 60. Here, I can get it for 100. I can sell a gram for 20 each. I can sell a quarter for 40 each. You take an ounce, I can make money off of selling dope. And I almost thought about buying an ounce of dope and selling meth on the side over here. I don't know what came over me. Why the fuck I would think that was a good idea on parole, but I almost did it. And I stopped myself and thought, nah, don't do this, man. Like all the shame that I got in the chat when people were calling me a meth head and stuff, it actually helped me, because I'm like, yeah, they're calling you, going to get bugged by that, and you want to sit here and sell the shit and hang out with these fucking whores that do it, and then you want to get butt hurt because people are calling you a meth head. Well, I wonder why. But
Every
yeah, I
business
don't know what the
school,
fuck came over me, man.
well, every business school and common sense will tell you that you become the average of the 5 people you hang out with the most.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So you should change the first person you hang out with the most upon rising in the morning, lunch, and going to sleep should be Jesus. The other 4 people you hang out with the most should have something to do with Jesus. You can tell a person's priorities by what they're thinking about the most, and that's not going to happen overnight. You're not going to fix that in one go. But you and I both know, you start hanging around somebody, their personality traits start passing off onto you.
Yeah, they do.
So what you need to do is you talk to Jesus through prayer. He talks to you through reading the Bible, and start with the easy parts. Don't be starting with the book of Leviticus. Start with
No,
the easy parts.
numbers is the worst, but yeah.
Okay. Start with the easy parts, and as soon as it gets boring, go find another interesting part. So you talk to him, he talks to you, and then you go do stuff together. That's worship, church service, potluck. Find people around there. Change your scenery. And then what will happen is he will slowly rub off on you. So instead of you going, nah, I can't do that because I'm afraid to get in trouble, it'll be like, nah, I can't do that because that'll disappoint him. And that's much more powerful a motivator than anything else. You won't have to force yourself. You just won't want to do it because you just don't want to do it.
Well, I've tried that route before, and I picked up a friend and his wife, and I'm still friends with him. But he was a younger guy. Him and his wife both younger, and They were. I hung out with them, and I hung out with some other people too. And one guy, I was actually going to see him in the county jail, and I was, dropping him money on his commissary because. And then the other guy was completely clean. And it's funny because I came to church one day and I said, man, it's just strange to me how I can go from going to the jailhouse and talking to someone who I've known for many, many, many years. I'm talking since I was 15, who is a registered,
Yeah.
member of and this and that affiliation and all that shit. And then I can come up here to church and hang out with you. And he just started laughing. He's like, it's cool, man. I don't judge you. But the problem with that is that even with that, it was like the personality was cool because there was an intelligence there that we could both. Yeah, I'm actually intelligent. I just kind of try to hide it.
Yeah.
But there was an intelligence there. We liked chemistry was a thing. He's a chemist, and we would talk about this stuff. And he was pretty versed in the Bible. The church, the pastor we were going to was a liberal. I couldn't stand it, and I'd call him out. And I'd get so mad at that dude. I would call him out from the back where everyone could hear me, and then I'd get up and walk out. Shaming white people. I'm sitting here like, bro, you're going to shame white people. You've shook my hand. You know my views, and you're going to shame white people. And you can see me. I'm not a fucking racist. I'm walking around talking to everyone. I don't care. But I mean, really? And you're not going to expect me to say anything. And this guy knew I didn't like him. And I think that kind of put, like, they didn't understand why I didn't like the pastor because they were just dead set on believing everything the pastor said, kind of like some folks do with JLP. But it's like, no, man, he's spewing some toxic shit onto these people, and it's not fair. These people are here for a legitimate reason. And there's 19, 18, 17-year-old college graduates and people coming through here, and they're listening to this man and taking him seriously. He's telling white people to be forgiven for our sins, and I'm not having that. Why? That's racist. Why are you trying to? You're going to be, I mean, so. And besides that, all the people aside from my friend and his wife that I got along with were like me. They were felons. They had to smoke pot before they came to church so they could relax. Some of them were probably still smoking dope, I'm sure, smoking meth. And that was the kind of folks I would gravitate to. The inmates, the woods, the prisoners, the people that have been in the streets. And I always go back to these people because it's what I can relate to. It's not that I try to, it's who I relate to. And I've gone out of my way not to look like one of these kinds of people. I mean, I am one of these kinds, but I don't want to be this because it's not. It's destructive. And
good night, guys.
But yeah, I've tried it. I've tried the church thing. It just
God be
doesn't
with
work.
you all.
I've got to find something else without the bad stuff. I mean,
Well,
I'm going to tell you to try again. Go ahead, Terry. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I mean, there's different churches that you can always go to with different programs and that kind of thing. Maybe getting involved with something that's a bit more your interest, or if you can find a church that's doing an alpha program in your area, I would suggest checking that out because I don't know. It's just.
I can relate to what you're saying.
Yeah.
At one point in my life, you feel like you don't want to be with the church, the good people, and you can relate to these other people who are trying to do better. And it's like, but you know that they can get you kind of into the wrong direction possibly, but like these other people are judgmental, and like it's a hard position to be in. I understand.
well, and look, I don't want to just hog up the show. What were you gonna say?
Well, I wanted to respond to Gregatron. He asked me if I think that like watching movies about like kind of scary, dark subjects can be like, I don't know, can affect Christians, and I think it can. I definitely.
If you're weak-minded, if you're weak-minded, I mean, you can watch something, you can listen to something, and you can listen to it from a distance and still be right there and understand it. But well, I don't know.
I don't know if it's weak-minded because, like, I don't know. I've had experiences where I watch something and then I get like messed with.
Well, it's like one of those things where it's like, look, it's not the best thing, but it's not like it's detrimental and as bad as other things. So it's like, depending on where you're coming from. It's like we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
With tattoos. It's like, ideally, you would probably should not get tattoos, but it's not that, it's not like oh, if you do, you're bad and you're not saved. It's like people have this mindset of like, there's things that matter more, and in certain circumstances, how you
visit the
it's not a
old
deal
Terry. What's different about me now? The old Terry.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's in certain circumstances, it's like, oh, is that wrong? Should you never hang out with people who are struggling with drug addiction? Well, depends on your circumstance.
Oh, I don't know. We haven't heard you, Brandon. Have you tried to copy?
We can't hear you talking if you're talking, Brandon.
Oh, let
Yeah,
me check
your
the
mic's
private
on.
chat here.
Your mic's not working. We should probably call it some.
Yeah, I think so. But I also want to encourage Chase. I don't know, but
I don't want to go back to prison, man. Fuck, I don't want to do. I don't like playing that game. I don't like that grab assing with men all day, and I don't care about that. I don't, and I admire the goody two shoes people. I don't have anything against the goody two shoe people. It's kind of like, yeah, no, you actually you didn't fuck up, and you chose not to fuck up. You had every opportunity to fuck up, and you chose not to fuck up. That's admirable. I mean, I'm gonna.
Well, you don't know that necessarily, though. What somebody's just because people look decent and act decent, they don't. You don't know what they've been through.
That's true.
Because I don't.
Church is a hospital for sinners.
And I could tell you some shit and some people. I can tell you one thing about a guy I met in church. He was an older guy, and he ended up being.
Can you guys
I
hear
can
me?
say this. I don't even know where the hell he's at, and I'm not going to give his real name out. But he was Dixie Mafia. Do you know what that is? He knew a bunch of my dad's family from Houston, and he was like, "Yeah, I remember them." They blah, blah, blah. He went on this whole story, and his wife, and this and this and that. And it turns out his nephew was Banditos. You know what Banditos are? And then there's the Aztecs, and they were in that town that was there's like their Mexican counterpart. Banditos are bikers, and so I went and hung out with him and his nephew, and I actually bought him a quarter ounce of meth from my buddy who's, as Wood, and he's the same guy I was talking to in county, and bought him a quarter ounce, and it was a good price. It's like 50. He gave me 70 for it. Do you know what he ended up wanting it for? He wanted to give it to his wife when she wasn't looking, to get her sex drive up, because she was 84 and he was like 76, and they hooked up when he got out of prison. He spent I think he spent 20 years flat for murdering 2 of the mayor's sons or something like that in the town that he came from. These are the kind of people that I'm friends with. Why? I don't know. This is a real story. I'm not saying this to look cool on the internet. It's a real story. And I don't know why, but and he was not saved. That man was not, he was a sociopath to the core, like 1,000 times worse than me. And that old man would always.
Yeah, real quick, brother. What's your name again?
Chase.
Chase. So anyhow, let me just break something down to you in terms that I think you'll understand, and why you don't really dig all of this religious nonsense that's going on.
That's true, lady.
So keep in mind that God is a judge, and He installed the governments to punish the wicked. So if we're behaving in dishonor, and we're gonna run around and be an asshole, then He's gonna constantly punish you for it. That's the way shit rolls. So this is why it's learning about the actual these legal procedures that are going on, because they don't understand in words in the Bible in terms of in legal terms. This is where once you start understanding that, then your relationship with God starts getting real. So in my opinion, the firm reason why David was a man after God's own heart, even though David did a lot of bad shit, is because he loved God's law. It's called the perfect law of liberty. So that's why when you start understanding all of his precepts and all of that, like those are his statutes, and going over this is how you behave in honor. If you honor me, I'll honor you. That's God's promise, and He always keeps His promise. So that's why, going to church and playing church and all of that, it's not going to cut it, man.
That's
You
what
know what
I
I mean?
think too. That's what I think too. I think that there's there's that verse that says, "Let each man seek out his own salvation in fear and trembling." I always like. I don't know if this is the right way to look at it because there's so many interpretations I've heard of it, but I've always thought of that as, yeah, that's for everyone to decide or to figure out the best way for them to follow the path, not necessarily well, I guess that's worship would be to follow the path of the salvation. Of course, man, I don't believe in the eternal hell. I might believe in eternal heaven. I'm not sure. I do not believe in eternal hell. I think
Well,
that is
then,
a misconstrued.
here's your problem then, because, hell, Jesus talked about hell more than anyone else. So this is a real issue. He's established this is a real place. Hell was created for the devil and his angels because of the original rebellion. So
Yes,
if you're
sir.
gonna,
Hell is eternal destruction from the presence of the Lord. So it's a real judgment, but he said he doesn't believe in eternal conscious torment, as I think is what he means.
No, I don't think that it's billions upon billions and unending years of torture. No, fire especially, because that comes from Dante's Inferno.
well, this is, God is eternal. This is why these are eternal laws with eternal consequences. That's why Paul warns, they don't know the goodness yet the severity of God. That this is a real issue, and once you understand that, now you're going to have a proper fear of the Lord, which is actually your best friend, that's going to be there to guide you in your conscience, going, yeah, God doesn't think this is cute at all. He's
Hey,
not.
Chase.
Mm-hmm.
When he's done, I just wanted to bring something up, but I don't want to interrupt him. And then go ahead.
No,
Not
go
jacked
ahead.
up. What do you mean
Yeah.
jacked up? Like, am I in good shape? No, not anymore.
No,
I
you
used
can
to be.
name
You mean
I'm
jacked
an
up as
old.
pie? No, I'm not. I'm buzzed.
Well,
I'm an
and I
old.
just want to, I want to say this too, because I danced with meth too when I lived in Vegas, and from my experience, I've tried every drug on the planet, dude.
Yeah, me too.
And meth is like the most evil shit I've ever
Yeah, you ain't
encountered.
kidding, man.
I was
They say
fucking.
cocaine. They
I
say
was
cocaine.
immediately addicted, dude. And I straight up broke down and prayed, like, after 3 days of fucking doing this shit, I was like, dude, I'm fucking hooked. And I prayed to God right then and there, please do not let me be some fucking meth head. Please, Lord, do not. I do not want to be that fucking person.
Well, to be
No
straight honest
fucking
with
way.
you, I would do. You might. I was pretty good with med. I could never really do it that long. 4 days, 5 days was my what's it called, record. And by that fourth, fifth day, I was in the backyard of this neighborhood that I was renting out from, and I was sitting on the back porch with my pistol, and I was crouched down because I had weed plants and I had just moved from outside, and I was hallucinating these black guys jumping over my fence, coming to steal the weed plants, and I was talking to them. It's like 2, 3 in the morning, and I was up doing this, and I sobered up, and I didn't really fuck with it after that. Other people around me did. I could do like a line of it, or take a hit off a bolo and keep going, or use it for sex. I mean, there was one time when I would just sell it to this chick, and she'd just come around. She was a sack chaser, and she was pretty, and I still know her, and I would just throw her an 8 ball and be like, "Hey, you want to come? We just rent a hotel room. We just fuck," and that's all we did. And then when I would sober up, I would stop fucking with it. I just knew better than to fuck with meth. I don't really even like that stuff. My thing has always been alcohol and benzodiazepines, and I've done everything though, man. I even got to try PCP.
So
That was
check this
interesting,
out.
but
So check this out, because I never read the Bible until I turned 35. So, and there hasn't been a day gone by since that I haven't been in the Bible, for 15, 16 years now. So, anyways, and this is where by learning all of that pharmakia, that witchcraft is, rebellion is as witchcraft, and dealing with pharmakia, that's the root word of witchcraft, pharmacy, drugs, all of that shit. Now you're running around in the devil's playground. You've now left God's jurisdiction, the border protection of his laws. That's what creates a nation or a kingdom. Is, these borders were put there for your protection, and when you transgress the law, you've crossed over the border into Satan's jurisdiction. Now he's immediately, as the prosecuting attorney, going and filing a permit to fuck with you.
Anyway, hey, Chase.
When you put it like that, man. Yeah.
Chase,
If you keep opening the door, then he'll keep on fucking with you.
Yeah, man. But if I don't open, I guess I could say, if I don't open the door a little bit, I don't really, like I said, I just don't get along with, I can get along with regular people for the most part, and I try, but
all of that shit means nothing. Your relationship with Jesus Christ is what matters. And the only way you're going to come to know him is through the word. Study to show thyself approved, a workman unto God. Honor goes to them that labor in the word.
I think Jared wanted to get in.
Sorry, Jared. I'll shut
that's
up.
okay. That's okay. That kind of goes back to what I was trying to tell you, Chase. Right?
Yeah.
You become the average. Now, I'm not talking about the church people, but you become the average of the 5 people you hang out with the most.
Talk about sanctification right there.
It's still my turn.
Yeah, I said. Yeah, I was applauding you that you're talking about sanctification right there.
Yeah. So what you need to do is spend the morning and the evening talking to Jesus. Right? You how do you get to know him? You talk to him through prayer. It doesn't have to be some formal fancy thing. Talking to the Lord is like talking to your friend. And if it includes swear words, he's heard it all. Okay? He talks to you through Bible study, and you go out and you do things together. And that could be Christian service, could be church, usually it boils down to you talk to him, he talks to you, you tell someone else what you got out of the first 2, in however you do it. Then what happens is over time, like your friends normally do, they start to wear off on you and you become more and more like him.
Yeah, they do too.
Okay? That's how it works. That's where you put in your effort. That's where you put in your effort. You talking to him talking to you, and you spend time doing things together. And regarding the eternal hell, there are large denominations who respectfully disagree with the idea that the Bible teaches God tortures people forever and ever. There are large denominations, which I'm a member of, who take the Bible very seriously and respectfully disagree that the Bible teaches God tortures people forever. So we're a minority opinion. We know that.
Universalist then, or are you universalist?
No, I'm not. No, Jesus makes it very clear that that narrows the path and few there are that go in.
Yeah, we believe that hell is a permanent, eternal judgment. It's just not.
Yeah, no, I'm not a universalist. I just don't believe that God tortures them forever. At some point, I'm a annihilationist. That's what I am. And I'm not going to debate that here.
It's about property rights of, because this is what most people don't understand is that we're dealing with a contract. It's contract law.
Sure, but for right now, we can debate it, and that's fine. But for right now, Chase having the correct view of eternal punishment or hell.
Chase has been to
right
court a few times. Right?
I don't even think about it. I don't even think about the eternal punishment or the eternal reward. I don't think that's necessary. Look, if hell is real, then it's real. If it isn't, it isn't. I don't really care. If heaven's real, it's real. If it isn't, if I'm going to follow the pathway of God, it's not going to be because I'm scared to get punished or I want to get a reward. I'm not doing that.
What matters is, does he know Jesus?
Yeah, if it's not
what matters
real,
is, does he know Jesus?
Yeah, if it's not real though, then the action of the cross is absolutely.
I believe it's very real.
It's nonsense then, under those
Okay.
conditions.
He's not denying
I
hell.
believe it's very real.
Well,
Denying
Okay.
denying unconscious torment isn't denying hell.
See, check this out, Chase. Let me just throw it at you like this, just at the legal angle, okay? So that the truth of the matter is that you're entering into a covenant. You know what I mean? You're going to be legally adopted when you decide to sign this agreement and basically forfeit your life here on earth for the cause of Christ in exchange for the promise of the heirs that of eternal life and heirs of the kingdom. So that's basically what the terms of the contract are stating. You give me your life now. It's not your life. That's why that sin is the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. That it's my life. I'm going to do what I want. That pride of life right there. You know what I mean? That's what is the problem. You need to give your life to Jesus, serve him as a good soldier in Christ, standing for the truth unto the death. They loved their lives not until the death. That was the saints' testimony. That's the strength. That's their power. That they're willing to fucking die for the truth instead of play church and shit. So, anyways, that's where you're entering into a contract, and when you breach the contract through still behaving in dishonor and still living in sin, that's where then you're going to get punished here on earth. That's the deal.
Oh, and whatever, who was just saying that in the chat? I just read that, and I was listening to you, man, but I saw someone say something about telling your friends to quit drugs. I don't tell them to quit drugs. They can do drugs if they want. I don't want to tell them to quit. I have actually voiced a concern to one of them recently that just died. His sister still comes and hangs around because she was pretty fucked up because she found him dead in her bed, and he was taking what he thought was a Percocet, and it was fentanyl. And he died. Like, this was like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, this just happened. And this was the thing, man. I used to tell him I'd find him in front of my house, parked, passed out on a steering wheel with his car started. And I'd try to wake him up. Like, get up, man. Brent, get up, dude. Get the fuck up, man. Get up. He'd be like, what's up? And I didn't think he'd pass right. Oh, let me get my Xanax. And I'm like, give me a Xanax if you got them. He just, all right, let me get and he just sit there and pass back out on the steering wheel. And I knew, I kept thinking he's going to die. I kept thinking he is going to die, and I'm not going to stop him. If I tell him quit doing drugs, you know what's going to happen? Nothing. You can't tell anyone to quit doing drugs. And if they want to go away from you because you quit telling them to drug, okay, fuck off. I don't care. I'll find new friends, but you can't tell someone to quit doing drugs. You can't tell someone to quit drinking. They're only going to quit if they want to. And if you tell them not to and you show all that mushy concern, they're just going to think you're a pussy. So no, I'd never tell them to quit doing drugs.
Well, that's where you got to be able to break it down for them. That's why you need to study so that you can,
No, man, I went into a house full of peckerwoods recently. All of us were a bunch of woods. And one chick I knew there, when I'm saying featherwood, she was the one that I knew in there mostly. These other, one of them I knew from jail and didn't remember him. And she, yeah, you remember him? I'm like, oh yeah, what's up, man? You gave me this tattoo, I think. And they were all smoking dope, and I didn't touch it. I swear to God, it was like the in the world and of the world. I went to the store and got some beer and came back and drank, but I didn't even touch the drugs. I didn't tell no one to stop. I knew what I was doing there. I didn't really want to have any association with anyone there, even though I did. I didn't really, and it worked out just fine for me. I didn't get into their business. They didn't get into mine. I mean, it didn't influence me to want to do one thing or the other. Actually, I haven't been back over there. Those people pissed me off so bad because of how fucking disloyal they ended up being. For a whole week, I'm thinking, fuck them. Then I was paranoid because my transmission was, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to judge someone and tell you you're on drugs. You're bad for being on drugs. I'm not going to do that to someone. I mean, I can have someone's company and not touch the drugs.
You got to make them understand, though, that look, you don't get it that you're contracting with the devil. You know
Oh
what I mean?
yeah,
It's not like how it's portrayed in Hollywood that he pops out and ooh, sign here in blood.
yeah, with the
You're,
pitchfork and
you're
shit. Like,
already, yeah, you're already his property by nature. That's why Jesus even said, "You're of your father, the devil, and the works of your father you'll do." And constantly sat there and called the Pharisees and them, "You generation of vipers." So this is why we all have this nature of sin. That's it's a real bitch. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
I know, but it's not gonna stop though, and you can't force other people to stop it. You can just
No,
kind of
this is
show them.
where
You
it's
can light the pathway, but you can't make them go
but
on it.
yeah, but Jesus, that's why we're called disciples and called to lead people to be disciples,
And we're not
not
disciples though.
not just quick little, yeah, hey, I believe. Cool, you're sealed forever then because you just believed. So, we've just reduced salvation down to a little transaction. You don't need to have any kind of sanctification attached with your salvation, which is absurd. You know what I'm saying? That's
Hmm.
where that's why if you've actually been indwelled with the Holy Spirit and now you have the interpreter to help you to interpret the
Oh, you
law
sound like my mom
appropriately.
now. The Holy
What?
Spirit. My mom. That's what she says. The Holy Spirit
Well,
all the
that's
time.
without that though, dude, you could read the Bible 1,000 times and it isn't gonna click. You know what I'm saying? You got to have that's the down payment. That's the seal that you've been adopted. Now you're a
Yes, I
child of
know.
God. Yeah, now you're a child of God. Now he's going to start, he's going to create a new creature, a man, a real man that's not a pussy, that's, that acts in honor, that, uses the law as a weapon instead of fucking rebels against it like a retard when it's the perfect law of liberty. God's trying to show you, you want to be truly free? Here it is. You can't have freedom without laws. Otherwise, you just have chaos, which leads to tyranny every time. No fucking rules.
Well, can I,
Lawlessness.
can I change the subject?
Sure.
Let me ask you something, man. What is it? This is JLP told me, and my grandpa told me this first. Then he changed it later. But JLP said something very similar to what my grandpa said, and it was he said, as far as working for my older sister, they both said, get away and do your own thing. I mean, every time I think that, I get into massive arguments with that girl. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I don't think I should just get away just because she's female. I think I should take what I can get from this. If I go back up to Dallas and live in Dallas, my brother-in-law already told me I can have you running a crew, but the problem with that is getting up to Dallas is easier said than done. I don't have the money. I don't have the means like I've had before. I can't get back up there. So for the time being, my best bet, and like I said, bro, everyone I know, almost all the white boys, the white people I'm close to are affiliated with something. Even my brother-in-law, he's inactive. He's not having to like do meetings and sell dope or anything, but he's AC, and it's like everyone I know has got this, but not everyone is a bunch of like trashy dope fiends selling drugs. They live their life. They might smoke some pot. They might drink. They probably even some even go to church. But they do the normal thing. They run construction jobs, do construction jobs. It's kind of sort of like I scratch my back, you scratch mine. I got some people's numbers. I've got some cards here that I was wanting to start demolition with, the younger wood that just got out, that knows the girl that I know, that she introduced me to him. So it's kind of like it's like the white boys. We're tight. We know each other. We're going to help each other. I don't see a problem with that. Just because they were or are still doing certain things doesn't mean that I have to do them myself. I can be the one that says, hey, do what you want. I'm not going to judge you, because my grandpa did that when he got to his point where he was hanging iron in Houston. Every single one of his employees at one point in time were Hells Angels, old school Hells Angels, not new school banditos, like old school Hells Angels from the 70s and 80s in Houston. And he took care of them, and he took care of them, and they took care of him. And he didn't do any drugs, none. He drank like a fish for a little while, but then he quit. He even quit smoking cigars, and he became completely devout. And it's like I said, he was in the world, but not of the world. And he didn't do anything after that. He never got caught doing anything he did, so he was lucky. Then, these people, though, they were going to do what they were going to do. And he wasn't about to sit there on a job site when they're hanging iron for a skyscraper and say, look, guys, you got to quit doing drugs and follow Jesus. He wasn't about to do that. But he was still friends with these guys.
Can I just share something with you real quick? As far as, one thing I know to be true.
Man, fuck yourself, dude. Not you, him. You guys are felons. You're not supposed to, yeah.
But anyway, there's never been a rush that I've ever experienced like when God starts revealing things to you in His Word. When He starts actually showing you stuff, and and now all of a sudden you're like, wow, you're like, you're here. I mean, only in a sense of it's like entering into a hotel room, and you just know that somebody's in the other room. That the other room is occupied. You know what I mean? They can be totally quiet and everything, but for some, you just know somebody's in the other room. It's kind of that feeling when you're, actually studying some stuff out in the Bible, and all of a sudden He starts, unlocking things for you. There, you know what I mean? There ain't a hit of meth out there that can touch that feeling.
Anyway,
no.
I mean, look, I felt that. Maybe I didn't feel that presence that I thought it was. Looking back, when I was trying, I think I was trying a little too hard. It lasted for a few months. Typical. But
are you real familiar with Dallas? Because I used to check this out because I got saved when I was in Dallas, and I had the penthouse of the 1700 Pacific building. I was in the oil business, crushing it, just making tons of money, all kinds of girls, the whole shebang. So, and anyhow, luckily the Lord blew down my house of cards so I could realize, you know what? Everything I believe is bullshit. I want to know the truth. I want to know the truth, Lord. Show me the truth. And, through a strange couple of weeks, through strange coincidences, all of a sudden, the King James Bible came into my life. And that's where he no voice, but made it very clear to me, I'm right here, kid. You want to know me? I'm right here. This is where you find me. You're not going to find me out there in the world. I'm here. Right here, same place, same time, every time. Whenever you need.
So it took the rug being pulled out from under your feet before you actually realized it.
Yeah, dude.
Which probably hurt quite a lot.
If you asked me at the time, how's your relationship with God? Oh man, me and God are good. You know what I mean? I got all of this money, chicks, cars, everything. Me and God are good. He blesses me. I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed. Little did I know I was bouncing on the path to hell.
That's shit, man. I know someone who met in the halfway house.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
What?
Hold on.
I wanted to address this because this person said that witchcraft is only evil when you're trying to destroy someone's life, not when you're trying to heal yourself. You can't heal yourself with witchcraft. Witchcraft is a work of the flesh. It is corrosive to your spirit.
And there's always a cost. There's always a price to pay.
To help you, it's only going to dig you deeper into a hole. Like, there's no healing spell you can do on yourself, or like, I don't know. A lot of witches think this, and this is, part of the delusion. It's not going to do anything for you. Like, it's not. It's going to pull you in deeper into basically rejecting the path of life and serving, the flesh and death.
Well, that's why. Oh, sorry.
In sickness. You can use, yes, there are medicinal things you can do to heal sickness, but that's not witchcraft.
So what about a protection spell?
Yeah.
Terry.
It's the Walt Disney idea of there's good witches and bad witches. No, the Bible says all of it. Witchcraft is Satan's religion. Don't
Yeah.
play with it. Stay away from it.
I
It's
definitely
confusion.
think I talked about this before when I talked about somebody mentioned all the women, or not just women, but all the people trying to hex Trump, and why I didn't participate in that, even though I was a witch at the time. Because I was like, ain't no way I'm going to do some baneful magic with a bunch of strangers. Like, no way. Just because I knew that that would not be good for me spiritually. But like, so yeah, I think there can be degrees of like, you know, evil to your witchcraft, but at the end of the day, it's all evil. So some are more evil than others, but it's all evil.
Okay, so what about a protection spell? How does that work? That's not real, right?
You're still worshiping devils unknowingly.
Psalm
Yeah.
91. If you want protection, read Psalm 91. You'll feel more protected than any spell you could cast.
I didn't feel protected when she put that spell on me. I even
Well-
told her, and it pissed her off so bad. I swear to God, she was balling up her fist, naked, standing by the bed, balling up her fist. I did about to hit me because she said, I'm going to put her protection. For some reason, she wanted to see my TDC ID, TDCJ, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, my prison ID. And I grabbed my pants, pulled it out of my wallet, and I said, "Here, why you want this?" She goes, "I'm going to put a protection spell on it." And I looked at her and said, "I don't need I don't need a protection spell. I'm covered by the blood." And that girl's eyes got so fucking wide, she balled up her fist, dude. I swear she wanted to fucking hit me over
it
that
wasn't
shit.
her. It was, you got to remember, that's not her. That's the demon in her.
No shit.
That devil came out of
That
her.
girl's psycho, man.
The devil came out of her, and you've seen it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you responded appropriately because that's the whole thing.
Oh yeah, and I still got
property rights.
again.
That's why that's why Satan could just enter into Judas because he had property rights.
I hope the girls you're picking fights with are petite and not these bigger girls. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, yeah. Typically, that one in particular, she's 5'4", and she's probably still about 110 to 120 pounds.
Okay, unless she probably couldn't hurt you if she hit you.
She's small, 110 maybe. Yeah, she's small, nice body, nice legs, but little boobs.
Well, I'm not going to get into details, but
I know,
I'm
man.
not going to get into.
I'm
That's
drunk.
one thing I miss about Texas. That's for sure, boy.
Oh man, I'll do a thick one. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. As long as she got nice curves, I can do that. If she's overweight, nah, I gotta lose a little weight. But sorry.
I always say it's interesting because I've seen like women that are like very petite, like at like 5'3", 100 pounds, go like have unnatural strength because they're demonically possessed.
I believe you. My sister's one of them.
It's so crazy. Like, anyway, I don't know why I felt like bringing that up, but when somebody is like under the control of these demons and the devil, like, you'd be amazed, like, how much just viciousness and strength. They hate us. They hate the light. They hate humanity. And they definitely hate anyone that's like talking about Jesus. Like, they want to get in there and just stop it. And if you say that to them, like, they don't know what to do with it. So it's just like full on rage.
Well, my wife is a Pacific Islander, like a Samoan, and she's got a purple belt in jiu-jitsu. So getting in a fight with her is a different ball
You better
wax.
not step out of line. Oh boy, I grew up in Utah. Yeah, I grew up in Utah with a bunch of Tongans and Samoans. They were
my wife is from Tonga.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah,
love the people. Love the people.
Sure, but they can be ruthless. I'll tell you that. Like this one guy I used to hang out with named George Afu hit a guy so hard. Oh man, it was a perfect Mike Tyson, springing uppercut punch and just lifted this dude off the ground like easy 3 feet. It was ruthless, looking just like that scene in Snatch. Have you ever seen that movie, Snatch? With Brad Pitt.
Snatch or Snatch?
Snatch
with an ED?
with Brad Pitt and the English guy. What's his name? Jason.
Statham?
Anyways, yeah, Jason Statham.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Remember when Brad Pitt gets knocked out in the one scene and then jumps up and knocks the dude out? It seriously looked like that. The dude was floating in the air, and the guy that he was floating in the air had to be probably 260 pounds. Dude was fat. Big dude.
I lovingly tell my wife all the time. I go, honey, because her brothers are big, man. I tell her, I go, honey, your people are the reason why the white man invented guns.
One of the reasons.
That's good.
They are
Yeah.
ruthless for sure. They got
Well,
warrior in them.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that movie, Once We're Warriors? It's a good movie.
Yeah, that's a movie out of New Zealand.
But
I
they're
gotta
talking
kick
to
y'all
them
out.
Samoans. Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock. I gotta kick y'all out of here.
10,
Good night,
12
Terry.
here.
Well, it's 10 in the Pacific Northwest. So
You got work tomorrow?
Well,
Yeah.
Chase, I hope you get you a
Me?
King James
Do I have
Bible,
work?
brother.
Man, I don't know. I got to make sure my older sister, isn't too mad at me to send me the emails so I can do some work on my computer. Then it's been raining, so I can't do any roof inspections. So I don't know, man. I might just sit here and lose my fucking mind waiting for some
Terry, you
scamp
got
to
work
come
tomorrow?
over. Huh?
I do.
Terry, you got work?
Yeah.
No, oh, yeah. Excuse me. I meant to say Jamie, but I associate you two so tightly together that I use one name for the group.
That's all right. We both.
Yeah.
Yeah, we both gotta work tomorrow.
I got to be at work at 7.
Yeah.
I gotta be at work at
Mm.
8. So we gotta get
Okay.
out of
I'm
here.
gonna be at the job site at 7.
So
Jamie, what do you
out.
What's that?
what do you do?
I'm a painter.
Man, I like painting.
Yeah.
That's some good money. Are you working, you free contracting for yourself, or you
No, I'm a
self-contractor?
supervisor at a company right now.
Cool. Oh, man, I want to do that. I want to start demolition. That's what I want to do. I want to start some demolition work. Get away from the roofing for a minute.
Cool.
Yeah.
You guys
People
all
don't like demolition, and I promise you, I'm hiring all white boys. I'm not hiring a Mexican. Sorry.
Hey, good to see you guys.
All white boys.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Bye, Chase. Guys. Oh my goodness. So guys, okay, what a night. Almost 5 hours I've been in here.
Really?
For real though. I thought it was going to be like a 2-hour stream maximum, but when you open up the panel, this is what happens. You thought it was a good show. I really appreciate the chat. Like, I'm sorry I couldn't keep up with you completely, but I was noticing a lot of good comments happening. And I want to say thank you to, there were some new names and that I've not seen before. So thank you for being here. Yeah, I guess in closing, what to say, witchcraft is evil. It's a work of the flesh. Okay. Once that finally sunk into my mind, what that meant, like, that was really, I think, where I began to make the connection of why what I'd been involved in was so wrong and so against God. You know, we have a choice to sow to the spirit or sow to the flesh in our life. And the more that we sow to the flesh, the less we sow to the spirit. So my encouragement is that if you're struggling with this, to get away from it. You know, you will see how amazing life can be when you let go of all that stuff. It's really holding you back, honestly, from developing. And I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to see and look at women still trapped in this, or, you know, anybody still struggling with this, like, there is deliverance. You could be free. And I don't know. Thanks to the guests for coming on too and sharing. I hope that like the conversation is edifying to people that are here. Okay. Well, I wanted to play y'all a song before as I head out. So let me get that queued up for you. Then I'll dance around to it a little bit. Get this all set up for you guys so that we can have a little fun on the way out. I'm such a boomer about this.
They tell me there's words that I can't say. All their stupid rules are fucking gay. They want me to think the N-word is wrong, but I'm not gonna play along. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to watch my son play tag. Now please step away from my bag, nigga. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright. But when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah.
There is some profanity. You're right.
I yell the N-word every time I get robbed. Don't blame me, that's what they like to be called. I'm not a hater, I just love free speech. Now please keep your kid on a leash, nigga. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright. When I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright. But when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
Okay, guys. Thanks for being here. I'll see y'all around. Till next time. Bye. Yeah, it's cringe. Good night.